Wading through a ruthless wasteland, stealing glimpses at the light. Whoever thought we'd be walking without you? You were the glue that kept us all so tight. Darkness wants to last forever. All that's good just seems to pass. The insight you had that you gave to us freely, you made our view grow brighter and clearer by passing through your glass. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. Your keen eyes for observation roaming free. For sure I know we'll take heed of the whispers left in our ears like shadows that could be. We have dreams and inner demons. We push on through our regret. We're thinking about all the joy and our victories, even while sadness snares us in its net. So I know that we'll remember, even if we need you now. It's easy to start, but it's so hard to finish. Living without you, there's less to hold on to. It's so much harder now. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. And now that we are on our own, the road has gotten longer. With every step we take, we are growing ever stronger. I haven't seen you for a week. I'm worried, but, where's the money? There's certainly no way you would you? You wouldn't dare to leave me so please return my call. I doubled back, I knocked 3 times, the door was open wide. All the wool in our bed sliced and turned outside. You wouldn't dare to leave me, not with all I know. Your mama's bar, your brother's train yard, everywhere you'd go. So I took a powder, crossed the tracks, found your family too, and I asked if they'd seen ya. All they said was, who? Now on my tail I can smell when I've been framed, so I took your picture knocking and got a bunch of different names. Heard the stories of the others set up to take the fall, and how they all look just like me. Guess that's why you didn't call. I'm out of belief that you got drunk and spilled all about our job, damn near got you killed. I'd call it my mistake, find a safer place to hide. It don't add up and I might be a fool, cause I never really had no special schooling, but 2 and 2 sure don't make a 5. My headhunt starts tonight. Lost the cops, found a dive, got drunk enough for 3. Cried the blues a bit too loud, got bounced to the street. The tale of your 2-timing and the way that I was framed. Won myself a helpful tip from one of your old flames. Drinks and coffee, cleaned my revolver, strapped it to my side. I could have kissed the dame who told me exactly where you'd hide. Slit the window open, kicked your carcass out of bed. Now you tell the truth, or the next one's in your head. You would not dare to leave me, no, no, not through that door. The hot lead won't be whizzing by, you'll just hit the floor. It was a job before the pleasure ride. If you'd have shot straight and hadn't lied, we'd split the take and then split for good. But hey, get back down. Understood. You would not dare to leave me, and even if you do, hey, check out this pretty little wanted poster. This fella kinda looks like you. I ripped your mug off the postman's wall, dropped on one of them anonymous calls. So my aim is getting steady and my temper's getting warmer. They say it's dead or alive, I'll make sure it's the former. If you dare to leave me, if you dare to leave, choose wise. Do you want a ball and chain round your ankles, or one between your eyes? Go on and leave, I dare ya.
Hello. I attempted to run RedM as administrator, and that didn't like it. So OBS is running as administrator. In fact, get rid of my preview here. There's so much not working like it should be, but look, at the end of the day, it can't run any worse than it just was, right?
One by one were thrown off and flew back up doing tricks. It happened fast and somehow I got tossed up in the mix. The ground came at me lightning quick. Got me crying, screaming and kinda sick. You were too drunk to notice or too loud to listen, and I guess my broken limb ain't worth the
Oh, this is actually Red Dead, right? Does this have Steam overlay still? Yes. Okay. So even if I don't run RedM in Steam overlay, game still boots in overlay. Speaking of, let me turn my game back offline, shall I? Exoprimal, a game for too much money that I'd know nothing about? No. Who show's playing 7 days today? Astroneer. Airgate Alliance 3, I saw that on Twitter, don't know much about it. Gravity Circuit, don't know much about it. Alright, Steam, you gotta go. Offline mode, please. I wonder what happens if you boot up a game and then turn offline mode. It asks you to close games, doesn't it? Alright. Oh, how we look? How we look? We look okay? I might get a different logo. Or... yeah, we'll see. Let's rush back in, shall we? So, I've got myself a brand new hotkey, which allows me to cut in-game voice comms out. And I might switch it around. Scroll lock is what I go to mute voice comms. F11 is what I'm using to cut it out of stream. But I might switch them, because scroll lock is a pretty safe bet. It's never going to be used by anything else. And I've always genuinely thought it would be better to cut the stream audio while I can still monitor what's going on my end, and then cut stream audio back in when people aren't saying silly things anymore. But we have something. I'll mess around with it later. You know what? No, I'm going to mess around with it now. We're going to do this now. Because otherwise I'll forget. I'm going to stream for like 17 hours, right? So let's do this now. Keybinds. Scroll lock for toggle deafen is now going to be F11. Because that's what I've got here in... what's it called? Duty? OBS. That's what you call the duty. Called OBS. Also, every time I open settings, it locks up. I hope that's not killing the stream. Right, so here is my voice comms. That's going on scroll lock. Scroll lock, scroll lock, scroll lock, scroll lock, scroll lock, scroll lock. Right, so now scroll lock toggles on and off on every single source it's used in. Hit apply, hit OK. Now I can scroll lock. Now I can scroll lock in order to mute in stream, which is going to be a bit of muscle memory too. So if I hit scroll lock now, it pops back in. Because I'm weird, I'm also going to apply a show transition of not a 10-second fade, try a 2-second fade in. Or a fade. There we go. If I cut it out, I'm cutting it out. I don't want a 2-second fade out. I don't want anything. It's cut. Cut. No delay. For a high transition.
Well, I bit the bullet, I drunk it dry. My heart
No transition, cut. There you go. So if I cut it, it's a cold cut. If I bring the audio back in, we'll fade it back in. But let's see how that goes. And F11 will be my deafen in Discord, because I do use that a fair bit, but I've kind of been using it as my cut from stream button too, so I should be using F11 a lot less. Right, Claudette, where were we? Looks like it's sunrise. We're back just in time to go buy 4 apples. How's the game look? How's the game run? How's the game capture? I'm not naked, you're naked.
But that didn't keep her with me. My mind's full of your deja
You know!
vu, but it ain't cured my broken wing blues.
No, okay, okay, wait, hang on. No, okay, no, there it is. We're gone.
Ivor shooting slalom with Zephyr, my first friend. Stripe were post to strangle, but fringe to fringe we knew.
What was that emote?
Would scare us up a victory or two. For sun and moon and
So there's
country
emotes here, but none of them are the ones I get in that menu.
One mortar shell shot that to hell. Now ground bound, I'm alone.
Not that it matters here, because we're...
They told me I would fly.
How are we looking?
They told me I would
I think Vulcan is the fix. No, we're down to 6 FPS there.
I received didn't bring her back to me. My mind's full of your deja vu, but it ain't cured my broken wing blue.
Hang on. Aiden,
Doctors pump me full of
give me a sec. I need
spruce
a...
me up real good. My bird wings strapped to plastic, a shiny hoof out of wood. They say I'm fixed,
I need a fade.
done
It's
with
actually
being,
not
but losing
tone.
my wingmare's
The
got
game
me
runs
feeling
beautifully.
only
It's like the game is using about 50% of my computer or less at the moment.
I'm stealing.
Very sad. The game runs so beautifully, it's not even funny. I can run it on Ultra and it still doesn't even run out of resources, and it runs so well. But OBS is causing the frame drop. If I close OBS, I get 60 plus frames. Butter smooth. In fact, even still with OBS open, it's running at like 40-50 frames, which I don't mind. I can tolerate a little bit of drop because I'm streaming at 30. So long as I'm above 30, I'm happy with streaming. But the game runs beautifully. On Ultra, it's so buttery smooth and it looks so good. It is genuinely gorgeous. Speaking of being on Ultra, let's check our graphics settings now that we're back on Vulcan. But the moment I open OBS... off. That's gonna help a little bit, because VSync on half seems to be one of the things that helps out a lot. No idea why. But check this out. We switched to Vulcan, and it's jumped us all back up to Ultra. But I can guarantee you, the only thing that's gonna change... Oh my good lord. Let's even test it. We're at 24 FPS now. Now that I've set it to half VSync, what do you guys see? Because I say it's still above 20 on Ultra for me. Capture. It doesn't make sense, no. Hang on. Lady, I love your music. Brittany, you're... What was that red dot? Hang on. I had a red dot on my camera in this tree. Hello? What is that? That's the sniper in the building behind me, training his red dot on me. No, That tree is cursed. We're leaving that tree alone. You know, it's actually... Is it running okay? On Ultra? I actually think we might have the best case scenario for getting you guys to kind of see how the game runs normally. It says it's capturing fine. It says it's capturing 30 FPS. How does it look? I tentatively actually have a little bit of high hopes. Vulkan with half VSync, and we're at 30 FPS stable. Slightly choppy. Okay. I'll admit the game itself is a little slower, but if it's capturing 30, then I'm happy. Let me bring it up on my phone. I want to see this for myself. Oh, it was sunset, not sunrise. That makes me so sad, because now we have to wait the whole night again. Back to my bench. We're homeless again. We're gonna sleep the night away on the park bench. Bring it up on my phone, because I don't trust OBS to tell me it's 30 FPS, but if it's 30 FPS, it's 30 FPS, and I just gotta see that. Can I hit you to the lamppost? Oh. Oh no, the red dot is me. Guys, why do I have a red dot? It's immune. The red dot is immune. I'm gonna need some help on that one. I don't know why there's a red dot here. I can't hitch to the light post. Can I hitch you to the tree? Okay, I can hitch you to the tree. Yeah. I've got it up on my phone. The stream actually looks really, really solid at the moment. I'm gonna need some help. I don't know what that is. It's obviously my interact. But it goes so far away. No, don't hop the bench. But I am gonna need you to climb it. Do you think I don't know the fine line between a good emote placement and fail RP, because I would rather a good emote placement. That's the scene prompt. It's used to place a scene, that red bubble. Thank you. I'm glad I haven't accidentally done that. Scene system. Use the scene, press page down. That's my mute song button. No wonder I have it. Okay. So I'm just gonna have to press page down. And then turn my music off manually. That didn't do anything because I'm not in game, idiot. No! Don't add scene. But it's gone. Okay, we're good. And now I have music. Right, button conflict there. But that's fine. What do you normally prefer between fail? Would you rather do something awkward to get a good emote, Chris? Or would you live with an average emote placement but not jump over benches accidentally kind of thing? I'm trying so hard to stand on this bench because I want to sleep on it, but is that just an option? Human beat chair, there's no sleep on bench. I can smoke. It's the best I've got. We gotta wait the night out. Also, yeah, okay, so we're back on Vulkan with half VSync and OBS is running as admin, and to the best I can tell, I just saw the stream drop out twice while I was alt-tabbing in and out. Okay, we're fine? Okay, while I'm in the game, it shows up. Okay. So every time I alt-tab out, it really does stop capture. That's a bit awkward. Game is loud, game is loud, game could be a little louder. Is game loud enough? I could boost it to 12 decibel bonus, but that's a bit loud because we gotta remember there's gunshots and stuff that happen here. 6 is where I was at before. Or was I at 8? Might have been at 8. Yeah. Like, we genuinely just seem to be fine. This is the closest I've got to proving the game actually runs okay. Because anytime I usually have OBS open, you guys see trash while the game runs so fine. It's not even fair. I can't even record it running silky smooth. I can't even do like a 200 FPS recording of the game to prove it runs at that red. Because the moment I go to record, the recording captures 20 frames. But I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouse. From now on, run OBS as admin, stick to Vulkan, don't change any settings, we're good. I have found my winning combo. Because, yeah, yeah, I wasn't exaggerating that I said if I could get this I really want to get this working properly on stream, because if I can, I'm gonna, like, no-life this. I already have been. I've been playing Red Dead Online in the vanilla game for a month, almost. I've, like, enough to almost buy myself 2 companies in that time. I have been horrendously, not hardcore grinding, like I could have, yeah. I'm playing a lot. For me, a lot. And I normally game daily, so it's no secret that if I get this streaming properly and this isn't just a one-off fluke, I'm probably gonna stick with this. I'm sorry, Cyberpunk, I know I said I was gonna beat you. I'm sorry, Shadow of War, I know I halfway beat your story. I'm sorry, every other game I said I was gonna beat on stream. They don't exist right now. This is the only game in my Steam library, apparently. I'm so happy it's streaming properly. I know, like, what we're doing here is sat on a park bench waiting the night out. But so happy it's running well. Like, again, my standards are so low that I would take 24 FPS if it didn't dip. But the way it was running before, I probably would have just not streamed Red Rock. I would have not streamed RedM at all. If we're at over 30, dipping to the 20s, staying above 24, which is my bare minimum, you know, cinema smooth is what I call it, but if we can actually keep that going, bar obviously a couple of exceptions, I'm sure we'll have moments where it'll drop frames here and there, but if it looks like this 90% of the time, that's golden ticket in my book. I am so happy. I was just about to... the game beat me to it by like half a second. I was just about to hit this button. Oh, and speaking of hitting that button, we're on the right side of the bench. My coat's gone a little off there, but I think we're done with that cigarette. It's been 2 hours. You slept in a train station back in Japan, because you missed the last train and we feel that sleeping at the train station is the safest place? In Japan, it probably would be. There'd be cameras and all sorts around there. I am so happy. I'm tabbed. This is what's so bizarre to me. I usually have to tab out to see frames like this on my phone. We're tabbed in. We're in the game. I'm so excited over like the game running at 30 FPS. People were upset at Starfield doing that. Starfield at 30 FPS, unplayable. Meanwhile, me on Daggerfall with my 15 frame sprites running around. That's not even 15 frames per second sprites. That's 15 frames. The skeleton has like 15 frames. Total. Yeah, I mean, it's no secret if you've seen my streams, I like my silky smooth frames. I'm impressed by silky smooth frames, and they are gorgeous when they can happen. But 30 ain't bad. It's what you guys see on stream, because 60 would kill my computer. I can play games at 60, I can't stream them at 60 though. 2 months till Starfield, so plenty of time to be addicted. That sounds like a plan. Play this for 2 months non-stop, and then Starfield releases. And then we don't get it for like 3 years because it won't go on sale till then. So we play this for the next 3 years until Starfield goes on sale. I am actually a little worried about Starfield's performance. I think from what I'm hearing about how the back-end simulation and the Radiant AI works in Starfield, I get the feeling unless they do some heavy optimization, it's gonna be a CPU killer. Because apparently all of those Radiant AI we get in Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout are now going to be universe-wide. And that sentence is horrifying when you think it's made by Bethesda because, well, so far they've been able to quarantine all of these problems in little rooms called cells. And you can /cock your way to different cells, and those cells load. And they've gotten better at it. Some of the like Fallout and I think Skyrim Anniversary Edition have cells in the open world that seamlessly transition. But in Oblivion, I'm pretty sure the old-fashioned way they used to do it was just the world, and then the buildings were all cells. I could be wrong about that, but when you make that move up to a planetary and a universe scale, if you know much about Bethesda's engine, there's not a lot. I'm interested to see what they do. I'm expecting it to run a bit poorly on release, but I could be surprised. Bethesda Day 1 games, we know how it's gonna be. Look, they say, Todd Howard says, and we know how good his word is, 300 canonical endings in Fallout 3. See that mountain? You can climb it. Yeah, we can, Todd, once, and then we get bored of ever doing it again. And you fast travel to it every point after that, don't you? Honestly, I don't think he's ever told a worse lie than 200 or 300 canonical story endings in Fallout 3? How he got that number, Lord knows. I think even if you take into account each separate slide as its own distinct ending and then do like a multiplication of how many slides there are by how many variations there are, I still don't think you get 100 endings in Fallout 3. New Vegas had more based on the faction endings. But yes, Mr. Todd and his PR team have said they're doing the engine from scratch, building it from the ground up for Starfield. Yeah. I've said before, and I've been on record saying, I think all they've done is they've added the script extender natively in vanilla. So I think day 1 Starfield will come with the script extender and technically no longer be limited by a 32-bit application process. It's insane to me that without the script extender, I'm pretty sure even base Skyrim had like a 4 GB or what was it, like 2 GB with leeway limit for mods and anything injected into the game. It's insane. I think they've done something now with the current state the engine's in that allows a bit more complexity, but we're still using technically the same engine we had back with Morrowind. Actually, funny story. Morrowind is the updated engine from Bethesda's Pirates of the Caribbean, the game. Which I think that might have been an updated engine from the Elder Scrolls Stories Redguard. From the looks of it, I'd have to double check, but it looks like Redguard was the first iteration, which moved into Pirates of the Caribbean, the game. And from there, that looks like it moved into Morrowind, which was a heavily refined version. For as old as Morrowind is and as jank as it looks, Morrowind was super refined to its predecessor. Ooh, Chinese food. Duck or pork? I always see beef on the menu when I order Chinese. I've never ordered beef from a Chinese restaurant, and let's just say I've always gone, man, I wish I ordered duck or chicken or pork. It's not even that bad. I just think I prefer the lighter meats, the gamier meats with the sauces they always give you. Beef is too heavy for a heavy sauce. Duck and black bean is probably my absolute favorite Chinese food. Did my phone die? Bye, phone! I'm happy. I've got some kind of evidence that it's at least running okay at the moment. Chinese chicken and pineapple thingy. Prawn crackers and some ribs on the side. Oh, I haven't had a good pair of ribs in a while. To be fair, the best ribs I've had in the last year have been ones I've cooked myself. Bought from the butcher pre-marinated and did them up myself. But I'm not helping myself because I know ribs aren't the cheapest thing to order. Every time you go down, and I did go down, and there was a hotel restaurant place, small diner, we'll call it a small diner, that's the best description. And they had a sign out at the front that said 7 days lunch dirt cheap. It was less than $10 a meal or something minimum. And you walked in there and they had all the usual things that were like mid-grade quality. There was like cheap fish, there was a couple of rissoles or patties. There was all sorts of things on there that are like cheap to make and mass produce, and you think, yeah, that makes sense. But down the bottom, there was ribs. And I thought, no way, I can get ribs? I think it was $10 flat for a set of ribs, 10 US. And I sat there and I was like, there's no way I can get a set of ribs for $10. I ordered it, of course. Came with a plum pork, or it was some sort of plum sauce. And they were pork ribs. But when I got them, it was kind of like a very thick cut of speck. They said ribs on the menu, but I am certain it was a very thick cut of speck because it still had the rind from bacon on it. It had the bacon rind on it. And they looked like very long bacon, what do you call not the rasher, what's the stripy bit? It's normally what speck's cut from, I believe, is the other bit, not the rasher. But yeah, they were not ribs. So I got my ribs for $10 that were definitely, absolutely ribs TM. To finish the story, and to go back to my original point, I rarely find ribs that are good when I buy them in a restaurant. Rarely. Because if I find good ribs, they're usually not cheap. They're usually way above my budget for a meal out in the town. Which is insane to me, because I can get a rack of ribs for under $5. Cook them up myself, pre-marinated. Literally throw them in the oven, call it a day, for under $5 for a whole rack of pork ribs. I don't get it. I don't understand why I'm being charged the extra $25 to have someone else cook them for me. Maybe it's the time it takes to cook them in the oven, I don't know, but there's a math miscalculation that I don't understand in that process, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm guessing what cut of meat it was, because it seemed like a very thick cut of speck, but they didn't seem like ribs. I mean, the giveaway, it had the bacon rind on it. Whether or not it was speck, it had the rind, nonetheless. It was a bit odd, but hey, I paid $10 for them, with its sides and mash and veggies and all sorts as well. It was a good meal for $10. For someone else to cook, prep, and serve at takeaway, I wasn't complaining. Borderline false advertisement, but still nice. This guy in the trumpet's going off. I really wish I could donate to NPCs. I know money... Hang on. Does the server recognize single cents? We've got $13 or $19.50. So you can donate in the regular Red Dead Online. You can give a quarter to a beggar. I don't remember if you can donate to buskers on the street or not. How small can the currency in the server go, though? I know it's infinitely easier as a coding mechanism to do whole numbers, but we've clearly got a decimal point already. I don't... Oh no, we got the 50 cents from the hourly income. Slash me drop 10 cents to trumpeter. Oh, that would work in the context of the roleplay, for sure. I know there's also a way to give money. Let me quickly bring up my cheat sheet here for the emotes and everything, because there's keybinds and commands. You can... There's one here called money clip. / money clip space amount. But that might be a whole dollar. That might be a whole dollar integer. I don't know if that will accept decimals. I'm also going to have to remember hands up. I hope I never have to use it, but I just need to remember /HU. SLWCLP. S? Slow clap. I got it. I figured it out. It would be nice if there was like an indicator as to what emotes were looped endlessly and which ones played once and exit out. There's no injured walk either. I've seen that. A couple of servers... Oh, I saw it more in GTA. I actually think GTA has an injured walk, but there's no injured walk here. Drunk could probably be the next best thing. So, money clip. It doesn't actually tell me what it does, but I assume it's some kind of drop money function. Wild RP? I'm not surprised Wild RP has injured walk, because I imagine most of your time spent on Wild RP is being injured. When you leave the town, you sort of just... Something goes wrong. Every time I watch people play Wild RP, they're either in town and safe, in town because they got revived, or they're not in town and injured. Saint Denis is such a lively place, but I'm the only person here. I know Wild RP has a very specific damage system. I've been super interested in trying it, but look, I gotta get a grip on the basics first. I can't jump into Wild RP as my first time doing this because I'm still learning the ropes, right? Red Rock actually, to me, feels like the easiest to transition from regular standalone Red Dead into roleplay, because even the inventory menu is way more similar to the base game doesn't have any of those complicated menus, and the ones that are complicated you shouldn't be using all too often anyway. They have the ability to learn and quick type out emotes you need too, which is nice. It's like a lot of nice things that Red Rock does that a lot of other servers didn't do. And it's weird to say, but the closer the game is to the base game mechanically, the easier it's going to be for me to pick up all the other stuff added on. I joined a couple of servers like Dust Bowl. Dust Bowl crashed my game when I used that inventory system, but that was probably because I had corrupt files and caches, which I fixed. But I digress. They had so many menus, and half of the servers have like an F6 wheel, which functionally is good. But, like, imagine right now I got robbed and holed up in the middle of St. Denis here, and I had to use one of those F6 wheels to navigate everything they asked me to do. I would be just shot. They would just get tired and bored and just shoot me, I swear, because I'm not going to be able to figure out those sorts of menus on the fly when I'm just in a situation. So when I can just have a cheat sheet open on the side, and they say, put your hands up, and I know /HU is hands up, brilliant, right? That's amazing. But on the side of that, they also have the emotes menu. And I imagine hands up is in here too. Surrender is one. Probably the same thing. But like, Red Rock seems really nice for people learning the game. It's not overly complicated. There's not too many menus. There's not 17 different ways to change your walk style or anything like that. It's just nice and simple. Having cruised a few servers over the past week, it's genuinely pleasant being on this one, actually. They're doing a ribbon cutting opening in the new town. Opening the new town. In Red Rock. There's a server event in Armadillo in 40 minutes. Wait, did Armadillo get a workover? Because it's kind of a, Armadillo looks not like a good place in 1989. Base game, at least. I don't know what it looks like in the main story, because that takes in 1989. I do it again. The 8s and the 9s get backwards, because okay. Dyslexic is words. What's... Gradgar? You're probably asleep, but just in the off chance you're not. What's that thing where you're dyslexic but for numbers? Because I keep doing 1989 when it's 1898. Your character's seen the poster in St. Denis if she wanted to go check it out. It would take me near 40 minutes to get there. I mean, I could clearly rush and get there a bit quicker, but... This Calcula. Yes, that's the one. Look, Trumpet Man's even got an audience. I did want to get an apple. Probably half my problem is I've got the horse spawned in, so they're draining stats while they sit there tied to the tree. Which isn't helping, because I wanted to go get an apple. To feed the horse. But I can't do that at night time because the shops are closed. Oh, yes. I'm following. So, right, because obviously if you just told me they're doing a thing, I can't go there, can I? Uh-oh. But no, I do remember it. There is a channel. I just remembered. Statewide Posters Flyer. Yes. I'm sorry! I can't even unmod it either. Oh no, I can. No, I can't. I can unban you, but you're not banned. It's a 0-second timeout. But no, statewide posters, right? No, right below that, server events. Which is a... Wait. That isn't statewide posters. Tickets on sale. The 8 written there? Okay, I thought I knew where to go. Armadillo ribbon cutting. At the Town Hall, 14th of July, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, that would be a nice thing to run into, but it'll take me quite a while to get to, I have seen the poster, you are right. It's torture knowing that I technically have no in-character reason to go there, though. I just want to cheat and go there, but at the same time... But yes, in character, you can just infer that you've seen these posters, which I did thank you for reminding me about, because I did realize that 2 days ago before I actually got into the server and then completely forgot to check them. So, at the moment, we're fresh off the boat in St. This is the character situation and where we're at, for anyone who isn't aware. Claudette Harrison, from an unknown origin, I haven't yet decided, worked on a farm with her parents her whole life and has suddenly decided that she needs to go see the world. And has got a bit of wanderlust and picked up her boots and got on a boat and sailed over to St. Denis. Being fresh off the boat allows both the character and me to be a clueless nimwit who has no idea what's going on and who knows no one. I have no friends, I have no family. Fine print, asterisk, we'll get to that later. And it's a blank slate. I've got a bit of cash, I'm not dressed poorly, and I have experience running the land. Well, that's the idea, is characters had experience tending a farm. I think we decided on a chicken and a sheep farm, combination of some kind. So that's the history. That's the character's drive and experience and why she's here in the first place and why she has no friends. Because she's fresh off the boat. Her driving motivator now, and the reason we bought a horse and a rifle, is because, well, out of character, there's not been a train in 4 days. I think they're disabled. I don't know how to get a train to arrive here. Because I was going to take the train to Blackwater 2 days ago, and it just never showed up. So, bought a horse, bought a rifle. Gonna go get an apple. The sunrise is coming here, so we can set off soon. We'll see if we make it. Why not? Well, I'm not gonna rush to go see it, as cool as it would be. I might just see if I can make it. It's in half hour from now. We'll try. We'll try our best. And that's because my character's only direction to head at this point is that she used to have family in Blackwater. No idea what happened to them, because they haven't written to Mauapa in years, but she always knew that they lived in Blackwater. So she knows if she goes to Blackwater and asks around for Mr. and Mrs. Harrison, hopefully, she might find someone who knows her, or at least her family. Now, obviously out of character, I can just straight up tell you there's no one in Blackwater. They're long gone, moved towns, died, who knows what happened to the family in Blackwater, but it's a trail of crumbs that I can use in character to motivate myself to go down to Blackwater and down south on the map, which isn't too far from Armadillo. I just need to figure out how to get from Blackwater to anywhere else, because I'm kind of hoping that this initial breadcrumb gives me something else to do before I get to Blackwater or after I get to Blackwater. Because I've not met a single soul. I've got nearly 12 hours on the server with all the setup and everything I was doing the other day. And I've not met a single person in St. Denis. If I've met them, we both didn't recognize each other and passed without noticing. So, I know this is the catch. I initially thought the greengrocer, the veggie shop, was that way, because it's in the markets where Gus normally lives. I thought it was next to the stables. But the stables seem to be at the edge of the town. But it was next to the railway. Now the railway does go around that way. And around, curves around the town that way and heads back up north. East goes dead north, west goes northwest. As far as finding this market, I don't have a single clue, because I genuinely have forgotten. How you doing? Stranger? No, horse. Horse is more important than a stranger. Do I have anything to feed you? Can you eat bread? You don't need bread yet, thankfully. But I would like to get you an apple or two for the road. Oh! Is it normal that my weapons are unequipped? Oh, you know what we should try and do, actually? Let's jump off here. What's the button for horse inventory? Because I've got inventory. We've got horse space. But obviously I need to equip my weapon again. Probably save... I mean, once we get out of town. I just wish... I like the fact it seems more distinct between what the horse carries and what you carry. I'm just worried that holster is completely useless and we can't do anything with it. Because that's a $10 holster there. And it might not be functional. I haven't found out how to use it. But as far as... We are hungry again. I'm gonna eat the meat because... I want to save the bread just in case the horse can eat that and we don't find this grocery place. The stables are out that way past the factory. I know my way around mostly. I'm confident enough to try navigating without using the map in the slightest. But I'm also confident to do that because I'm not afraid of getting lost. I think I can navigate without needing the map though. That's not... I actually think I might have gotten confused between a couple of areas here. That's not the market, that's factory sector. But I think I'm remembering walking through that factory sector. Trains in RedM are challenging. Does that mean that most RedM servers disable them, or that they just bug out? I wonder if I can get a walk style idle animation while I'm on a horse. How's the running? Seem to be okay at the moment. I've taken a right-hand turn for no reason, but it's okay. Let's try number 8. No, not while on a horse. Makes sense. I was just hoping I could get the gawk and look around animation for the head. So we're back at where we started. If I remember correctly, Gus isn't too far from here. And that's how I'm going to reference the spot, because I know it as the Gus spot in Saint Denis. What are we on? I'm on 3.5 meters. I don't know what the fade in here for the voice speakers. I assume 3.5 meters is not the cap, and perhaps the audible range, so 3.5 will be able to be heard a little further away than that. But I'm treating 3.5 as the mutter to myself out loud volume, basically. I don't know functionally if that ever tracks in-game when other people can hear me, but I mutter to myself. You know, hello, welcome to my stream where I talk to myself for 7 hours straight. Soup kitchen! Soups have, like, fruit? I wish... Look. If there is one thing old-timey people could have done better, it's put signs around to tell you where stuff is. Because we are in the wrong part of town now. This is not near the market. I should know how to get there, but... Do I have motion blur enabled? Of course I do, because it's on by default and the settings went back to ultra. Because that's my default settings. Alright, hold up. We're not going to make it to Armadillo at this rate, but I am not having motion blur on. I am sorry. That is a stinky setting. There it is, motion blur on. Look at all these things sitting on ultra and look at me with a smooth stream, kind of. Oh, you know what else is enabled that I really don't think is worth a performance hit? Any kind of non-super sampled anti-aliasing. That's not worth a performance hit. Temporal is not so bad, and we do have multi-sampled anti-aliasing. You know what? I'm gonna be greedy. And I... Look at that! Multi-sampled anti-aliasing. Watch that bar in the top just skyrocket as we multiply that. 8 times is almost all of my GPU. Temporal anti-aliasing isn't as bad as FX, because it took someone pointing this out to me, but FX anti-aliasing is just the same jagged edges, but the screen is blurry. So they're not jaggy, but it's still pixel perfect edges, just blurred. And when you actually see that zoomed in and people point it out, it's like, ew. Like, at that point, you might as well just keep the jagged edges, because all you're doing is smearing the screen with FXAA. Temporal isn't that bad. But I'm just not gonna... we're gonna try it 4 times. This could kill the stream. But let's find out. Let's see if we can get a multi-sampled anti-aliasing going, because I have the hardware that supports it. On paper, I can get away with an MSAA times 4. In reality, I saw through the matrix. What's the frames like, though? Bear in mind, we were running on medium to low before with 5 FPS. We're running on ultra with multi-sampled anti-aliasing now. Besides seeing into the matrix, I am at like low 30s. Stream says 25. We might live without anti-aliasing at all, hey? I can do without it. We're already downscaling cubically to stream anyway, so you guys will get like a soft form of anti-aliasing that I won't ever notice. But that's why I don't care about it too much. I'm way more interested in the stream quality than the game quality, because I'm downgrading a fair bit of it between what I see and what you see anyway. Goodbye! I didn't really notice that much of a difference. You won't be missed. And the only difference is that now the lampposts and the window bars over there just look a little more jaggedy. But so be it. So, I'm gonna have to make a couple of jumps in logic in character here. I can't find the sheriff's office. I'm not sure Saint Denis has a sheriff's office. So, magically, we ran into a constable who told us which way we need to head and which road we need to follow to get to Blackwater. Because I don't know how else to bridge that gap. I can't just magically know where it is. I'm fresh off the boat. Unless the map is canonical. Hey, I got 20 minutes. I'm not making it at this rate, but it's a 5-minute trip to Blackwater if I sprint. If nothing else happens, I might make it there in time, but I still don't technically have an in-character reason, hence why I haven't been rushing off. Also, I still don't have an apple. The one thing I stayed in Saint Denis to get, I still don't have. I know this building. I've seen it. I don't know what it do, but I recognize it as a landmark. Map is canon. There's also maps of all the states in the train station. That's good to know. Okay. If I'd known that, probably wouldn't have spent a week in Saint Denis eating stale old cookvention. But, you know, helped me get accustomed with everything and learn the controls and stuff too. So it wasn't a complete loss. Just awkward in hindsight. I also have the compass. I have to remember, if nothing else, I don't have the little map pointer down the bottom, but I do have the compass, and we're heading west at the moment. Saint Denis is massive. You think you're leaving the town, and there's just another whole block of houses. But if the map is canon, as in like a physical map in my pocket, then that makes things a little easier as far as inferring how to and where to get places. So, this is the road out west, which I think is the one we need. I'm still, look, I'm stubborn. And I like trying to find my way. Which might sound silly, but game's dropping frames. I'm so... Look, the game's dropping frames, but OBS is capturing all 30 of them. OBS is capturing 30 of my 20 frames. That is a horrid scream. Oh, you know, so we're out of town. There's a couple of rules and do's and don'ts that I actually don't know about. Well, before we walk off the edge here, let me straighten Arizona out. Weapons can only be accessed from this one, apparently. We'll equip that. So, one of the... There's no ammo. There is ammo? Oh no. I'm gonna pretend that's an in-character mistake. And that I'm just clueless. Because I saw repeater ammo. That says Evans repeater. Do we have to specifically buy Lancaster repeater ammo? I'm in over... Okay, it's fine. We're back to my original plan of let's bluff. That doesn't work against animals, but... My gun's empty. Long story short. Unless I can load Evans repeater ammo into the Lancaster, but I don't think I can. Given the Evans packed a bit more of a punch. And I know the Henry repeater is 44 rimfire. Probably not the same for the Evans. So, for roleplay purposes, with no one else gotta know, in character, no one else has gotta know. But I don't think a crocodile or an alligator or a wolf or a bear or anything else that might find me tasty is going to care that my gun is empty when I point it at them. In fact, I don't think they'll even register that as a threat. I think they'll just still run at me because I look tasty. Also, I need to be heading way more west. I do need to head northwest, not pure west, but I need to be heading way more west because I gotta go around. There's like a inland lake where Blackwater has ended up being. I'd actually be super curious going back to Red Redemption 1 and seeing if Blackwater actually is the ocean and they've retconned it a little bit. Or if you can see Saint Denis and all the other land across the water. Maybe it was always the plan that Blackwater wasn't New York, but was close by. Would that make Blackwater Chicago? No, Chicago's dead west, isn't it? It's along a river, not a lake. Well, you know, creative liberties, I suppose. It's not the real map. We're heading south back into Saint Denis here. I'll take that bridge back out. We didn't get Arizona and apple. And all I have is bread left, but such is the, well, price I'm paying for not finding the general stores. No, I could find the general store. I could buy bread. If we assume the horse can eat bread, maybe I should have just gone and loaded up on some real bread. What is that? "15 minutes. They're probably already cutting the ribbon as we speak. Or maybe there'll be ceremony. They could either be prepping to cut the ribbon dead on 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, or they might start the ceremony at 4 p.m. and give us half hour to catch up. I do wish there was an ignore other horse button. Keeping pace at your own speed when walking past other people is such a minor annoyance. Just waiting on the black cat tree dropping you. A domesticated cat? There's no panthers in here. I found mountain lions and cougars. You know, come to think of it, I've actually never seen a black domesticated cat either. They've all been tabbies. So, Braithwaite Farm. We need to head northwest of here. That's south. Hang on. My sense of direction is horrid. Even with a compass, I'm still finding myself heading south repeatedly. Look, I reserve all blame, and instead of taking the blame, it's the road's fault. The road took me back south. Why do people always drive on the right side of the road? I know roads weren't a thing and road laws weren't a thing. Probably didn't even see cars in America until like the 1910s. But still. So this is west from Braithwaite Farm. Which means... So this is the fine line I'm also going to have to get used to not abusing. My in-game knowledge is technically out of character knowledge. Me knowing how to get around in the game world is something I've done elsewhere, not on this character. She's fresh off the boat and doesn't have a clue, but apparently does have a map. But there's a fine line I am going to have to draw somewhere between me knowing how to get around naturally and the character not having any idea where she is. Because out here... As canon as the map is, it's not going to have an updating active digital point GPS locator for where I am. I refuse to acknowledge that in universe. So while I will use the GPS locator out of character to gauge my location, sure. Can't help but do it. But in character, I don't think that you should ever, personally, not saying shoulds or should nots, but personally, I don't think I'm ever going to use the map GPS locator as a means of navigating. But that's almost impossible to do, though. I mean, the only thing it means is that I can't use intersections further up along the road, because clearly if I open the map, I'm going to see this intersection. I would have to look for landmarks. I don't know. It's like an awkward line where I think I'm just going to have to not be so fussy at some point. I'm probably going to have to cave and just be like, yeah, map's a map and it's got a GPS locator for some reason. Because if I start defining things like that for myself, I'm just making it really awkward for no reason. Ooh, there's a good explanation. Read the map to check road signs. I could run with that. It's a massive band-aid solution, but it would at least help without then sort of having to acknowledge the GPS locator. Now, I'm going to take a moment here. I bought a Lancaster rifle with 1 round already chambered, none spare. And I bought... Let's do an inventory count here real quick. How many? Evans repeater ammo? Use Evans ammo. Use Evans ammo. Right. Okay, it fits. It's 44 rimfire. I was wrong. The Evans rifle just uses the same. I mean, mechanically, they can't be that specific, surely. Repeater ammo is repeater ammo in the game. If they overhauled the ammo mechanics, I would A, be impressed, but also B, not have a weapon right now. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. We're not heading back down south. That is the Braithwaite Manor. Hold up, we are still not barely out of St. Denis. Alright, yeah, no, I don't think we're making it to Armadillo. We're not even going to make it to Blackwater by 4 PM Eastern Standard at this rate. But again, okay, so I'm catching myself there. In character, I have just inferred that I went straight because I didn't know. But out of character, I recognized Braithwaite Manor and knew not to turn down there. I mean, in character, you got the compass. You know not to head south. That's good enough. But like that sort of separation of knowledge, no one's gonna know that the character doesn't know Braithwaite Manor or any of that nonsense, right? So it's one of those weird things where it's like it feels like it does matter, but I think at the end of the day, it probably doesn't. The one thing I am gonna have to figure out, though, I need to work. I need a job. I need money. Blindly running around murdering the entire frontier of all of its animals and livestock is not going to be my first attempt at getting money, as tempting as it is to see $4 sitting over there, standing on its legs. What I might end up doing is having to hunt a rabbit to cook, because I've got 1/3 of my food left. And unless I got into a full gallop here, I don't think I'm making it to Blackwater by night. Might actually have to set up camp. I have a camp recipe in my little booklet there. I don't know if I need things to make one. What does this sign say? I don't remember a sign being here, but I also don't remember ever being here. Lemoyne. Does that mean we're leaving Lemoyne? There's the bay. If I'm not mistaken, and this is the top of the bay, and Blackwater should be right over there where I'm wiggling. I refuse to check my map to prove myself right or wrong. I'm such an annoying person for doing things the hard way. I could just check my map and be like, yeah, I was right. But also, I could go there, spend 40 minutes of my life traveling very slowly over that direction to find out if Blackwater's over there. Because I also don't remember where we faced. So, that's south. That's south that way. I thought this was... No, this is like this is an inland lake. Of course. No wonder there's land further off to the south, because it's inland lake. That was my one confusion, was like, why is there land south of the map? But of course there is. I'm confident in my estimation. We are going to pick up a little bit of speed, though. It's weird. We're back to how streams normally work, which is my game drops frames and the capture is perfect. Red Dead's the opposite, where the game runs superbly and then the capture is like 4 frames a second. But this is nice. When it's my end dropping frames, I know exactly what you guys see. Your trick is normally follow the railroad because it will eventually hit a town you know the name of. I used that trick in Fallout 76, actually. Getting around, I just ran through the train tracks. So, I guess the most important question, it's insane to me. It just finally dawned on me we're running the game at Ultra right now. Which is probably why it's choppy on my end, to be fair. Because Ultra with OBS open, I would expect to have a couple of performance issues. But we're doing it! 30 FPS on Ultra. But, well, high Ultra? Mostly Ultra? Almost Ultra. We'll call it the Almost Ultra setup. I do kind of wish we got a train. But that was my question I cut myself off from. I have completely just assumed that there would be a train running in the server. You say the trains are awkward, but are they impossible? Or are they just buggy? Because I still haven't heard or seen a train. Oh, I should know the name of this crossing. It's a 4-letter name, right? Trains have to be player ran and not AI. Well, this explains so much. If that player ran, then no wonder I sat in Saint Denis for 4 days, because no one's going to Saint Denis. A game. It's so bizarre. I look over to see what stream's doing, and it's just 30 FPS. It's just the game. I am so happy. We're back to normal streaming. I will tempt fate. So I might do a little tester stream at some point in the near future where I run OBS without admin. Just to see if it was purely Vulkan with half VSync. Because there's a 40% chance it was Vulkan with half VSync that fixed some of our issues. Because I don't remember if... I know I've done Vulkan before. I don't think I've done Vulkan with half VSync combined. And I could drop some settings. Look, if the game is gonna stutter, there's no reason to run it on Ultra, no matter how gorgeous the game looks. No matter how much I want to. I don't have to. I can cut it down to high, and it should run a little better and stop stuttering. Ow! I went to drink my tea and just hit my teeth. In 3 minutes, I should be due for my hourly $2.50 allowance. Oh! Hey, did you know we looked up the price of an apple in the I keep saying 1900s. Wrong century. We looked up the price of an apple In 1870, the closest date we could pin to 1898. The price of an apple... I actually have forgotten if this was per apple or per ounce. But the price of an apple, by whatever measurement, was 4 cents. That might be per ounce. We're going to assume per apple, because that makes it nice and easy. 4 cents an apple in 1989 is the... well, 1970, the closest date we could pinpoint. So you could have bought 25 apples for a single $1 in this game. Oh, that's someone's house. The currency here and the economy here seems slightly more expensive, but also not as bad as the base game. Well, the online base game. The online base game charges like $100 for a hat. And in a time period where you can buy 25 apples per $1, $100 for a hat is way overkill. Libertarian Mammoth, welcome in. Sorry, the alerts are dead and my bot's not here at the moment. Stream Elements is filling in for Boki. But... you know, actually, hang on. Can you stick at a canter? I'm going to tab out. Don't stop. Keep going. Because... I'm going to tempt fate here. It was a nice hat. It's the fanciest hat I think I've ever seen. I don't even think it's $100 fancy in modern times, let alone in 1898 though. So, on ultra settings we probably are running into a resource issue with OBS open. But let me see. I'm going to turn Monster TTS back on because that is a paid alert. So, shoutouts can stay off, sound alerts can come back.
Hello there.
Hello there, there we go. It's not great. Should we leave it off? Alright, stream elements are staying off. Oy. We got some big frame drops while I'm loading all of these things up though. I gotta hope... look, I gotta pay attention to where my horse is going in the meantime too, because he's off on his own little adventure while I'm tapped out. Alright, I'm gonna kill sound alerts, I'm gonna kill the overlay, but we'll keep the text-to-speech. I don't know how well it's going to run, but the less browsers we have, the better. Alright, let's see how that goes. We're now heading southwest around the bay, and the ceremony has officially started in Armadillo. Immediately does board. What was dinner, Wobbler? What did you end up having? Wait! It's 4 PM. Where's my hourly $2.50? Watch my horse match speed. And then watch the NPC get mad because the horse AI matched speed.
I look like I want company, get moving.
And then watch my horse match speed. There's a bit of an oxymoron in the game's code here somewhere. It seems so weird that you could fix it just by not making NPCs hostile randomly. You could have them be annoyed. But half the time they pull a gun out on you if you let your horse match speed like that. Alright, we have the bot name back. It's not the overlay. I'll live with that because we're still sitting on 30 FPS with the bot running. And the bot is a CPU hog. That guy munches on my CPU frequencies, megahertz, kilohertz. tri-tip roasting in the oven low and slow. Ooh. And you made yourself a Southern Comfort old-fashioned. I'm suddenly very well aware again of how much... how long it's been since I haven't eaten. Blackwater! Oh, that's awesome. That's exactly the sign we wanted to see. Coffee, rum, and coke? I just have regular... Well, I wouldn't say regular coffee, because this is that weird, nasty powdered stuff that you get pre-flavored. But I'm gonna annoy some people here and say that that powdered pre-flavored stuff with the milk powder and everything, I prefer it to instant mix. Actually, funny story. I'm thinking of buying a proper espresso machine because of my absolute disdain for instant mix coffee and my inability to find a nice workaround. The powdered stuff is that's honestly my compromise at the moment, but I want something that grinds beans. Or, more accurately, I want an espresso machine. It doesn't have to grind beans, but I'm gonna grind them if I get an espresso machine. And then I'm gonna run it in the finely ground powders going straight in the espresso machine. How's the ceremony going, by the way? I don't know if anyone else is... I assume someone else is streaming the ceremony. It feels kind of bad. Talking about fear of missing out, Chris, the other day. Yeah, I could have ran over to Armadillo just to see it happen, but I am too stubborn to give myself or invent some kind of weird in-character reason to rush to Armadillo. If I'm rushing anywhere, it's Blackwater because I think I have family there. I don't. But that gives me also no follow-up. If I don't meet someone in Blackwater while down there, I'm still stuck. Now, I have seen the poster, yes. So maybe I could head down afterwards just to find out what happened and ask some people. So, there you go. We have a follow-up. If we don't meet anyone in Blackwater, we can in-character infer that it's because they were at the Armadillo opening. I'm curious what they've actually done. Completely outside of the game. I really want to see what's happened there. Which is why it's like, let me go. Let me fast travel there. I could have got a train 2 days ago if there was one that showed up. Is this Blackwater? Oh my gosh, it is. Well, we got here in half the time I was expecting to without a full gallop. Something else I'm really quickly noticing is how fast your horse gets dirty. From Saint Denis to Blackwater, without even falling over once, our horse is filthy. You know what's torture, though? Looking up all these espresso machines is that now I get all these ads. Oh, what are those horrible pod things called? It's the one that was popular 2 years ago and you never hear about again. Like a... starts with a K? Kubrick or something? I keep getting ads for those and it's like, no. You're just instant coffee but with a different name. I know it's not, but I'm being bitter towards it because I've never liked the idea of those things. I've had some nice pod coffees before, but again, it's the same boat as these powdered milk ones. They're okay enough to get you through a day, and they have the caffeine that I'm looking for too. But I want an espresso machine, not a Kubrick. Not a pod machine. I want to grind my own beans. And I want to get that fancy little espresso spoon and clunk it into place, click it in there, and I want the little steam thing that you the little pipe, the steam valve release that you then froth the milk with. Oh. That would be the one thing that would stop me playing this game. I'd start streaming myself making coffees. Set up a camera pointed at the machine and just make coffee. By the time I'm finished drinking the coffee, I'm ready for another one. Let's go. Make another one. Well, if we're already in Blackwater, then we're halfway to Armadillo. McFarlane's Ranch should be a couple of minutes to the west, and Armadillo should be 5 minutes past that, with that annoying ravine cliff thing in the way. Just started? You're lurking on another stream. Curse me being in character. Tis what it is. Oh my good lord, I'm dropping so many frames. I don't know if that was a person. I don't think you can get off a horse and smoke a cigarette that quickly. You know what? That's the scariest thing about being in this server, is sometimes you see NPCs do things that look human, but then the animations are too quickly sewn together. They look, okay, it's some deft hands and some quick menu work if you're doing that as a player. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I've seen some things where I'm like, is that a player? And almost went up to say, like, almost just, you know, like, tried to say hello, I suppose. Alright. We're in Blackwater. I suppose we should start looking for some signs that there's no family in town. Got all the hotkeys tied to your stream decks. See, but that guy, it wasn't even like got off the horse and started smoking. It was got off the horse and threw away a cigarette, which means he already had the cigarette animation going, right? I don't think that's possible to do with the emotes as they are as a player. Got a traffic jam. Turn around. I'll go the long way. It's so dusty. Oh, last time I was in Blackwater was on a different server. And they had a bunch of custom shops here that were all broken or empty. Not like shops you could buy either, not like they were meant to be empty. It was like you would load in and then they would just not load. It wasn't a super well coded server because the menus also bugged out too. A lot of that server. They ran not well. The menus were glitchy. The menus moved around the screen when you used the arrow keys sometimes. It was not super great, but that's why I'm so happy with Red Rock. Even Dust Bowl was nice, but Dust Bowl's menu and overlay system that they have is a bit awkward. This is the nicest interface and server I've had yet. I'm so glad that you mentioned it and I got to apply for it because... Oh, speaking of, I don't know how taboo it is to talk about applications, but holy cow, did I mess up that final question on the application list? Because the final question on the application list was, how many birds, dogs, and cats does Jeremy have? And I got so excited when I found the answer of how many birds he had that I completely forgot to check for the other two, and I didn't even write X amount of birds. I just wrote number, hit enter, and then sent it off. The last question of my application was just a single number with no other explanation. It turns out he has birds, cats, and dogs. And I just typed a number. It wasn't even correct. And then it was like half hour later when I was looking in how to buy a property in the rules list that I was like, oh no. Oh no. Thankfully, that was a minor hiccup that could be resolved, and I managed to still get in, but in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have been so excited to answer a question about how many birds Jeremy had. Look at that signpost! I am sorry, we're taking a moment here to appreciate. Look at that!
Hello, ma'am.
All I'm doing is admiring the rust and texture work on this thing. But that's some nice rust and texture work, and you've got a shading map there. Look, okay. This is me out of character. I love small, detailed stuff like that. That's why I'm in this game, and it's why I've been addicted for a month. Is because small, tiny details like that are gorgeous to me. Looking at a signpost and telling that it's about 15 years old and hasn't seen care in those 15 years of... All because the guy who did the texture knew how to make a signpost look 15 years old. And it's like, how is... I should hitch. You know what? No, okay, we're back on the horse. I was going to lead you to the post, but I pressed the wrong button. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I was going around, but okay. Right, back to actually doing things. That's going to be the hardest thing for me in this. Doing RedM, difficult thing is going to be actually doing RedM, because I'm going to get distracted and go stare at flowers and herbs for an hour randomly. Wait. Hold up. Why is the sheriff's office closed? Is the sheriff not in town? Probably not. He might be at Armadillo. Talk out loud to NPCs in the hope to catch a player's attention. Activate. Oh, hey. There's a question. It's a bit of a sciencey question. But has anyone... This is going to be a server-specific sciencey question, too. Has anyone figured out if when I walk past an NPC and he goes, howdy there, does someone down the road hear that NPC say howdy there? Or only me? Because if an NPC says howdy there and I say hello, I'm going to look insane if no one else hears that NPC. You heard I had a complaint? No, that's Marie. I still don't know Marie's last name, actually. My Red Dead Online character is just without a heritage in the slightest. It's just Marie. Although she's disowned, so maybe she in turn disowned her family name. I could work that in. That's not completely out of the question. She's gonna need a family name at some point. But you know, it's actually kind of weird. I made a kind of normal person for once. But I felt the Wanderlust story motivator is a pretty decent starting point because it's mostly just me gawking around going, ooh. And I meet someone and I go, I don't know how to... This is all new to me. It works. It means that it's a mix of roleplay and me genuinely just being like, ah, wow, ooh. Drink espresso, you'd be awake all night. Ignore the horse. Oh! You know what we should look for? Animal feed and farm supply. I actually don't know how many of these shops are functional. But we're in Blackwater. We should try and find ourselves a bunch of apples and pears Some cheese, some bread. Cook up some meat. Now, this thing says animal feed. It's not a shop, right? But I gotta try. I think the only that thing you were mentioning, Chris, about new interiors. The new interior places are the ones that are circled to enter, right? I found the courthouse in Saint Denis had circle to enter. And there was a couple of minor texture glitches when we were inside. So I think that's the giveaway. They're not going to be walk in like the base game, are they? It also annoys me how many places say they have rooms for rent that you can't rent. I am literally homeless because that says room for rent and will not rent me a room. This place looks like it's open. I just need an apple.
Ma'am?
General merchandise. It's got a circle. Let's hitch up and have a look down the street here. Ah, my lord. That's the second time I've hit E. E, okay, so to explain my catch, for some reason, when I interact with the horse, it spots strangers behind. I need a hitch here. Can I not hitch here? A little awkward. Thought I could hitch on these. I can, just not on that one? That's not fair. But yes, if I look at my horse, I get a bunch of buttons. The E button, which gets you on the back of the horse, is also the lead button, which I instinctively will right-click and E to lead a horse after getting off. But that staring at the stranger quirk means that I'm clicking and then pressing E and getting back on the horse, which is... Oh, is this a buy option? I don't want to buy it. I do want to shop here. I need apples. Do you have apples? Oh, you do. Lovely. Give me... How much are they? 35 cents! That's 10 times what they're actually worth. Because the sheriff is out and he has the key. Maybe he heard you had a complaint. Everyone can hear the NPCs, but does everyone hear the same thing at the same time? That is my massive curiosity. Because if I'm on the other end of a street and a player character walks past an NPC, in his game he'll get said hello to. But I don't know if my game, I will hear the same NPCs say hello to that guy at the same time. I'm buying a lot of apples here. Peach, same price. Coffee grounds are $1. Wild carrots more expensive. Got enough apples, I think. One more for the road. I'm not sure. Carrots are more expensive, but that's for me. The peach for me too. We'll need a peach and a carrot because we're down to a quarter food at the moment. Don't think there's anything we need to sell. If anything, we should have sold our spare bow. But maybe we could use that as a holdout. House 133 menu? Oh. There's a question. Condition is still a stat. Do we need to clean our guns? No, no, put it away. Good lord. That's a room I can rent? House 133. I'll buy cheese. This is still coffee grounds. Apricots. I don't think there's anything else here, even if we go to the main guide. Is there? There is! The menus are contextual. Let's go! I can buy water. Water is dirt cheap. I don't want to spam it, because I don't know... Where did I lose 1 cent? Why do I have 99 cents? I didn't buy anything worth 1 cent. Pack of cigarettes cost $7. At least oat cakes are a bit more reasonable at 25 cents. That's actually cheaper than apples. Have you actually opened the map in this server? I have. In Saint Denis. Let's actually have a look. That's not the escape button for the menu. What does jerky cost? Very expensive. You can buy cheese, just not on the shelf. Alright, well I'm happy with that. Apparently the Evans rifle repeater ammo works in the Lancaster, so... Tons of food. I have opened the map, and I know it does have the icons on there.
How are you?
There's a bounty board. That's a tobacco shop. And that's the general store that we just walked past. Tobacco shop and a doctor. 2 telephones. Oh no, that's a property for sale. There's a wagon shop. Farmer's market is over there in the corner. And there's another one of these. Note collector animal researcher. I found one of these in Saint Denis and for the life of me couldn't figure out how to actually collect it. There's essentially a bubble. You have, I think, visible distance when other people are within that bubble. You share those NPCs. Neat! Okay. There's also a hard limit of 32 players within a bubble. After 32, player 33 and above will be invisible to others and sometimes mute. Set up to check the oven and your legs are like rubber bands. May have mixed the drink a little too strong. I did say traditional. Ooh. Now, where are we going here? Oh, yeah! Oh, I know this place. With a sign like that, how could you forget? Then you go to the other side and it's like, oh, photo enlargements. Got it. Where was I going? Right. Note finder thingy, right? The note is dead here on the map. I don't know if this is some kind of treasure hunt where they give you a vague location and then you have to track it down. Oh look, I've got smell. Eagle Eye doesn't see it. But yeah. There's a note collection icon that I don't remember seeing in the base game. And I can't seem to find them. Not that I've put much effort in, if that's any indicator. Good old Rockstar. You know, God, this world is so genuinely authentic. I sometimes forget there's bits of Rockstar humor in here. I have to remind myself this is the same company that makes Grand Theft Auto with sexual innuendos every 30 seconds on the radio. Because it's just... It's nowhere near as unserious and tongue-in-cheek as GTA is, but it still has those things, and I have to remember that when I'm looking at something and going, that's a bit crass. I have to remember it actually is Rockstar still. It's like, there's a place in Saint Denis, actually. It's, there's a guy called Fass. Now, Fass owns a company. He's an NPC, but he owns a company. And Fass's company is a food cannery. So in Saint Denis, you can buy fast food That's such a tame Rockstar joke, but I caught on to that one. I realized what they were doing with that one. Fast food. There's the gunsmith here. We did end up... There's a hole in that. That's not safe. Is that possible to walk over? Is it glitched? It is not glitched. This building is missing pieces. Is there a reload function or just log out and back in? Yeah, this building is missing pieces. Uh-oh. How do I fix building broken? It looks like the sheriff might be back in town too. So, we have a lot of ammo for the repeater rifle, but I am just gonna double check here. The Mauser has its own ammo. The varmint rifle has its own ammo. The repeater just says repeater. Oh! Don't tell me it's more expensive. It's not. Right. So, repeater ammo for the Evans repeater. The Lancaster ammo. Is it... Okay, so I did buy Evans ammo. The Evans repeater has its own ammo. And the Lancaster has its own. But that just says repeater, because you've also got the carbine repeater, and you've also got the Springfield repeater, don't you? The varmint is a rifle, pump action varmint rifle. The bolt action, I don't know. Springfield's there, double barrel shotgun. So, obviously, you should be buying the right ammo for the right weapon. Functionally, can I buy any repeater ammo and it's just mechanically repeater ammo? We'll buy a spare set. Tab out. I don't think this is a streaming issue. I think this is a game broke issue. But we'll tab out for a bit. The difference here is that if it's an asset streaming issue, it's still physically real, but I almost fell through the floorboards outside. I can physically... I can't walk through the coat hanger, but you can almost get yourself in where the door would be. So what happens if I... At the risk of losing this character forever... And at the risk of completely doing that for no reason. I could have just walked in there like that. Can I...
Good evening, miss.
So, normally you press spacebar to clamber over things, but this material, this plank of wood, is not clamberable. You cannot clamber onto this wood. The ragdoll might have been the compromise that I needed, and jumping in has probably actually lost my character or got me stuck here. But no, this is a straight up asset, not load-in problem. And unless I can jump out or get an unstuck command or something, I don't know what to do now. Doctors can pick you up if you're incapacitated, right? But I can't call a doctor. Hang on. Okay, so other servers normally have the function wheel, that F6 wheel thing. And one of them is job call doctor, job call sheriff. I don't know what anyone else can do though for me. I think I am a little stuck. Unless I can emote myself out of this situation. But I'm pretty sure emoting remembers your initial spot. Unless I can interact with a seat. That don't look like something an NPC would do, but I'm also standing in the floor, technically speaking, so maybe that is something an NPC would do. Sleep 2 didn't work. I might actually need to put out a PCB. I might need a rescue mission here, because I'm stuck in the floor. Of course, the first thing to do before calling for any out-of-character help would probably just be to relog and hope that when I log back in, I'm standing on solid floor, not in the floor. There's genuinely no way to clamber out that I can tell. I can't seem to find a way. What if I press E? Can I just get on my horse magically? No. Apparently I'm not close enough to my horse for that to count. That's so sad! NPCs don't see custom assets. I figured they didn't. And judging by the hole in the floor, and the roof, and the door, I figured this is a custom asset that hadn't loaded properly. But I don't know how to force a reload. Hey, I found the code that broke. Network get entity from network ID. No object by ID 545 or 493. Huh. I know. I got myself into this situation and I am kind of stuck. I didn't need to jump down the hole. In my defense, I genuinely didn't think I would be incapable of climbing out. Like, I'm pretty sure you could climb over that. That should be clamberable, but for some reason I'm not able to. Assumedly because it's a custom asset and they don't have clamber rules for them or something. Downside, I don't have any interact prompts. If the asset is genuinely broken, I have to delete my cache and re-download all the assets, don't I? Now there is a bunch of things up there. Overlays, launch, quit, tools, game that I can't click on. I don't get a cursor when I do any of those. Yeah, I mean, despite being out of character, I don't know if there's anything you could do here. Although, if there's one thing you could do while nonchalantly walking by is tell me if I'm in the ground in your game. Because if I'm phasing through reality in your game, I might be stuck. If I am standing on solid ground in your game, relogging could get me out. I just have to, Ooh, did escape give me cursor? No, escape does not give me cursor. I think that's all it's going to come down to. What does anyone else see? Am I standing here like a bit of an idiot? Or stuck in ground? You're in Valentine? That's a little far north. Alright, what about this?
You fool!
Didn't work. I need to, like, get most of my body underneath and see if I can clip through. That's not it. I'm probably injuring myself like this. But also, it's very unprofessional. I shouldn't be in here in the first place. I'm not too worried about it. In worst case, I might end up having to ask someone in the server for a little bit of help or just reinstall some assets. No UI for back? I know... I'm gonna have to eat some stuff here. Why do I have 100 Winchester? I definitely didn't pay for 100 Winchester, but I'm not gonna complain. Use rat. I'm scared to press that button. Oh, that's a pear. I bought myself a pear. It's a peach, not a pear. Well, I'll eat a peach. Same. Oh, I should also buy some arrows for my bow. Hey. Those items did not feed me as much as I was hoping. So anyway, Mr. Admin, I climbed down into a space that doesn't exist out of pure curiosity, and now I'm stuck. You know, I had to find out and all. So I think I'm just gonna relog. I'm gonna log out and come back. I was really hoping, so Rockstar Games do have this quirk in the code where if you try and enter a vehicle and you can't get to the vehicle within 10 or so seconds, you teleport to the door and open it. And I was really hoping the horse was in range and I could go get on the horse that way. But unfortunately not. Ooh, 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 ooh. I have some kind of option. No? Why is sell an option immediately from this menu? Alright. Spamming feed is not letting me feed the horse. I think I am stuck. Try dance. You know what? I don't know how well that'll go, but let's try. Let's go for a wild dance bee.
Hello.
This isn't complete failure either. No, we're just randomly queuing up dances to see if we can move on the spot, but I don't think we can. I want to do that. See, I want to do what he just did. Yeah, I don't think I can dance my way out of it. You know what does move you forward? The sleep 2 moves you forward. But I'm not able to queue it up. I can't queue sleep 2 as an emote while in this spot. Really? Ooh. That started an animation. That cut. My character model jumped. Alright, where's Discord? I need... not the waiting room chat. Uh-oh. Staff saw me online, apparently. Hi! When was that? 12:27. Was that when we went live the second time? Uh-oh. Where are the keyboards? Oh, look, today is not gonna be a very professional stream. I'm new. That's not an excuse. But I'm bound to do some things awkward. I just hope not everything awkward. So I've got lay ground and lay ground 2. Zip ledge might work. No, that dangles my feet through the terrain. Okay, worth a try. I make the worst decisions. That's my ticket out. If I can get my character underneath the floorboards and ragdoll underneath the floorboards, I might clip back through them. Why haven't I logged out yet? Almost. 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 Okay. Oh! Well, I suppose that's one way to do it. Still can't ledge over this though. I'm filthy! I suppose I did need a rescue mission, but... Now what? Is he angry at you? Wait, is that an NPC? Oh, good lord, what have I done? Thank you! Thank you, I think. Oh, sorry, I think. Oh, your hat's gone. No. The sheriff's hat's still here, though. You had a better plan than I did, and that actually worked. The logic was sound, though. If I could ragdoll onto the floorboards, I could have clipped out, because that's how I got out just then. Ooh, you sent me a DM with what you've seen. You know what's beautiful about desktop capture? Is that I don't have to then add Discord to my list of program sources. I can just... Oh my good lord, you saw me standing on there like an abs... So to everyone else, I was just an idiot, standing still on the porch of the gunsmith. Right. I'm glad to know at least I looked insane while I was standing there stuck. But thank you so much for that. I'll definitely have to... You know what? Another part of the morbid curiosity is knowing if I have broken assets. So I should relog. I should relog. And the proper way to do that, you say, is F8 quit? Oh, I never thought to try tab. Alright, if the proper way to quit is just F8 quit, then let's relog. And we'll see if they load. And also, because it doesn't matter whether RedM is opened in Steam or not, we could always just try that too. But we're not going to try too many things at the same time here. Let's just click RedM. I was just chilling, falling over randomly on the porch. How long were you watching me ragdoll onto the floorboards? Well, I have a valid reason, I think, for completely irrationally falling over. Whether or not you chalk that up to character insanity or not is going to be something I have to decide later on.
As I lose myself to time, I can't help but stop and feel how the time has gone.
Trust it's me. It's always me that's going to break the game, isn't it?
Years that pass, each year that I spend seeing you.
Oh.
It was so
Oh.
satisfying to
Oh.
tell my love to you on the day we met, but it's faded away.
What?
Each birthday
Cancel? No. No. So, I am gonna flat ask, very crudely, is it bad? Is it frowned on to sprint as fast as you can from A to B? You don't, like, I don't mean like, oh, I'm in a rush, I gotta get there ASAP, my father is in hospital, right? I just mean like, if I'm in Valentine and need to get to Saint Denis, is there any frowning on just holding shift down and sprinting the whole way? RedM? No, RedM? RedM. I don't know what happens, but I have multiple RedMs open, so we're killing them. It might be my funky assets, but multiple RedMs running at the same time is not what I want to be installing data on. So we're killing it all. Oh no. Hello, RedM. I just killed you and you've opened. That's very awkward. Goodbye.
You said I don't want to be with you anymore.
I would rather not have several pop-ups all telling me I need to install stuff. I think I'd rather just have the one. So I'm gonna start from scratch here. One click, not multiple. There it is. Not frowned upon, some people just prefer to book it between places. Which I imagine is, yeah, that's probably something people would really... I felt like I wanted to book it between Saint Denis and Blackwater, but... I don't like... Look, Red Dead Online base game, I book it from town to town all the time, because it's like a whole wasting time thing. If I'm on a, especially if I'm on a mission or a delivery mission, you don't get much choice. You get 10 minutes to make a delivery from Saint Denis all the way to Armadillo sometimes, and it's like, yeesh. So, in the regular one, I book it, but I don't have to worry about anyone else staring at me and judging me for sprinting full speed through a town in the regular one. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be sprinting full speed through towns here at all. But between towns is where I'm sort of like, I could probably disconnect all my disbelief. Oh, the phrasing there is horrible. Also, it didn't say I'm missing assets. So now I'm just confused. Those other two prompts I ignored on purpose because we had multiple instances open. But now it's just not saying it at all. I'm sure there'll be times, though, where we end up full sprinting between towns. For assets now. Not sure. Oh, hey, so check out this new key binding I made. Why is the desktop capture not working? Hang on. It's desktop capture. Why is the desktop capture not working? There is no point where it should not capture desktop, but it's unhooking from the desktop application. They've changed the desktop capture. There's now multiple methods of desktop capture. Desktop duplication, and then native desktop. Oh. No wonder it's been flicking on and off. But that's now a window capture border. I'm very confused. OBS, what are you doing? Is there a new desktop capture? Display capture. Test. Automatic. Desktop duplication or capture. But that puts a little yellow border on it. I don't want the... I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna do something weird here. Don't think. The issue is, so I'll just quickly show you. I have a desktop capture, which is why you're seeing all of these. Okay, that's the issue. So if it's a desktop capture. It's a screen grab. It should capture everything that happens, but for some reason, let's even try Alt-Tab. Okay, so it's such a weird thing. I've got Alt-Tab up, but the act of Alt-Tabbing, the act of bringing up something else, like, okay, so here we go. I'm not in program. I'm in Windows. That works fine. Maybe it's specifically a RedM issue then, not a desktop capture issue. But that random slideshow cut you see happening is what happens when the screen's turned off. It's disabling capture when I tab in and out of RedM, apparently. I think it might, in hindsight, I think I looked into it too quickly. I think it might just be a RedM issue, because when I'm not in RedM, I can tab around and do things normally. But like if I open this back here in Explorer, I can open my start menu without the flash. I cannot tab without the flash. It still seems to work. Just RedM. So we're narrowing it down, but I'm still confused why it's doing that. I think from what little I know about programs, I know nothing about how RedM is coded, but it seems like RedM is exclusive full screen and it's flicking out to like a windowed mode borderless tab out. Because that's the only other thing I can think of that would cause a flash when you tab out, is usually exclusive full screen. The downside is that I tab out a fair bit. RedM is going to make that really noticeable if it's constantly flickering the display capture on and off. Normally you don't notice, because instead of flashing away to a screensaver, normally it's just the start menu. Let's pretend this is my game here. I'm clicking away, I'm doing stuff in the game. Normally it would just be like flash, flash, start menu gone, and then I'm tabbed out. Or that, and I'm tabbed out. But RedM is making it cut. I don't know if there's any way to fix that, because there's no options here for full screen or windowed mode. It's just exclusive by design. Unless there's a launch parameter I could add, perhaps, before booting it up. Now, I've been distracted. We were looking at assets missing, and we were logging back in to see if they're still missing. Looking at the patch notes for Red Rock, there's quite a few jobs they've added in. You play your RedM at a 1440p window. You know, that might be a catch, perhaps. If I turn Red Dead Redemption into windowed mode, it can't flicker, right? Surely, if Red Dead Redemption is in windowed mode, what is gonna flicker? Oh, no, that's what I was doing. I remembered. See, this is my problem. Half the stuff I do on stream is while tabbed out. That's gonna be awfully noticeable, sadly. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. Ooh, that's what I want. And I want it super slow. Chaos mod? I don't have that running, no. Half the time, Chaos mod I think would do my computer in. Wait, is 0.2... There we go. Okay, my silly little change is still too fast. But there you go. Tap back in and the screen capture good. I also think I'd probably get banned if I did Chaos mod and RedM. I don't think my account would last very long if I had people spawning things in town using Chaos mod. It's always so awkward when the character loads in. I assume I'm standing on a dock. Should I tab out and wait for it to load? No, I am ominously floating over water. There's no dock. I'm in even more trouble if these assets don't load in, actually. I might have to clear my cave. How do you force re-download assets? There's less house. It's all there. Yay, I have them loaded in. No, I'm just not here. T/E sit. It's gonna T/E sit. Invalid emote. Do they tell me my emotes? No, they don't. There's no fill-in here. There was a fill-in for the F8. Thankfully, I had a run-in with clearing the cache the other day. Hit and miss, because I did clear the cache, but all of the ways that said to do it online seemed to be entirely wrong. They said to clear cache.xml, which is a file that existed absolutely nowhere on my computer. However, I chased down the log files and found out that the cache by name, in directory by name, that was corrupt and had a hash error would just be deleted. And then it re-downloaded and remade the cache, and it was all fine, and it had the correct hash when I deleted the actual cache having issues. Because I don't know if I don't know where cache XML is meant to be, but I couldn't find it in the RedM folder, I couldn't find it in app data, I couldn't find it in the Red Dead Redemption folder. It didn't exist. Anywhere that people said to look for cache.xml, it didn't exist. But I deleted the cache in question and it rebooted it from scratch, and I was good to go. I found the physical cache, just not cache.xml. Because there's two folders. If you go to your RedM app data, your application data for RedM has... Is it bin? It's either bin or content, and then there's two folders that say cache private, and then there's server cache private. And it was server cache private and a string of letter numbers, and I could match that with the log file and delete the offending caches, and it rebuilt, and I was fine. Which none of the tutorials on rebuilding caches mention anything about chasing down those, but I was very lucky the log file included the directory and the offending cache, so I could delete them. I was gonna sit, but I'm gonna have to learn on my sit. Sit can, sit ledge, sit guitar, can't do as a woman, can't sit on a can as a woman either. I always remember, this is such a terrible joke. I always remember in high school there was this running joke: women don't fart, women don't pee. Well, in RedM, at least in Red Rock server, women cannot /EP. Canonically, women in RedM cannot pee. That's not going to be funny unless you actually went to school with people who made those jokes, is it? I can't sit guitar, I can't sit can. I can sit book. What is a sit book? I sit on the ground with a book. That works. I like that. I like that. That's a good emote. Sit book will be my default. Sit book. Books. Yeah. English isn't my best sometimes. I need my horse. I need my horse. You know how much torture it is that I can't alt-tab out? Can I even shift-tab out? No, I can't even shift-tab out because that flick still occurs. Oh, hey. I might be able to get... okay, so this is... let me grab... alt-tab out! Scroll this down. Look, source... I swear. Source SDK base 2007 is the actual program right here with the overlay, despite Red Dead Redemption also being open. If this is a interface layer coating Red Dead, then I might be able to find a way to get Source SDK base 2007 to run in like a borderless windowed mode. Maybe. Which will stop this flickering. I do apologize because I didn't realize this was happening so frequently, but it's a bad addiction I have to tabbing out while doing other things. Speaking of, I have a bad addiction to tabbing out, and not being able to do that, sorry to say, that's off the table. Oh, even my horse can't find its way around the building. Neither can my pathing. Where were we? We went in, we grabbed some more. You can tell which buildings they're added in. They have a weird texture veneer over them. The ones baked into the map seems solid. That one seems like it's kind of missing lighting, I guess, is the best way to say it. I think my game crashed. Or something happened. Second crash of the day. It's at least locked up. Woo! How bad did it crash? Let's tap back in and find out. Completely. That's a new error. 9952DB5E212. Do I still have that directory open? We're doing less RedM than anything else. RedM is... Excuse me. Out of all the things we've been doing over the last hour, I think RedM has been at the bottom of that list. We got stuck in the floor. We messed around with emotes. We messed around with OBS capture problems. And then when we finally logged back in and just decided to ask ourselves what we were missing, the game crashed. Now, was it under C? Or is it meant to be under Citizen? Let's find out what Rage Error 9952DB5E212 is. Only for a minute, I promise. We'll get back. So, script error, attempted index and nil value. No object by ID 120, so we're still having object loading issues. Problem with tabbing out to fix asset streaming is I don't know if tabbing out to load assets is going to be as effective. Network get identity, no object 781 1532. There's just main thread nil here. I don't know why that worries me. I feel like that shouldn't worry me as much as it does. I don't know what scenario we entered because I didn't go back in the shop. Another nil. Invalid JSON, here we go. Rapid JSON error code 3. Then we had the Rage engine error dump. UDP packets cannot be received, switching to TCP tunnel mode. This seems unrelated to the game error. Well, I don't know how to diagnose any of that. Something about JSON. Never trusted JSON. Seems like a sus kind of guy. I rarely get, since I've actually got into the server, so initially I had the same crash 5 times in a row because I had the broken cache. Once I fixed the cache, I have never gotten the same error twice in a row. But if there is a fix to any of these, it would be cool to have them not happen ever again. Oh, Jason. Rage errors are really difficult to suss. I imagine Rockstar has no public-facing knowledge base on any of these codes either. It's gonna be a support ticket to a guy who then gives you generic help anyway. It's never gonna be easy to diagnose those things because you're relying on someone else's... I say word of mouth, but they're the only people with access to the resources that tell you what the issue is, and they're not gonna tell you what the issue is. They're only going to reply with, have you turned your browser on and off again? Have you unplugged your router? Try rebooting your computer. Turn off your antivirus. I'll elevate the ticket to someone who actually knows. I'm sorry none of these generic suggestions didn't work. Ooh, it does a verify. I like that. I'm hungry.
In all my memories. Oh, I'll believe in you.
Alright. How long? Place bets. We're putting money down. How long until I'm immediately distracted and tab out again? Actually, you want to know some of the worst support I ever received as a business customer was Acer. We purchased, admittedly it wasn't a big deal, we weren't a big company, we purchased a handful of products from them, and we got a couple of DOAs. And we had to put through 3 separate tickets to them to get the DOAs even looked at. And then they didn't want to do any warranty claims. They were faulty batteries. Now, admittedly, they were absolutely dirt cheap devices. But the worst customer support I've ever had has been Acer for that reason. For that one interaction. I rang the business support line, put a ticket through, and it basically got closed with, I don't know what you want us to do. Twice in a row. And the 3rd time, they gave us a bunch of firmware resets for the hardware and for the computers, for the laptops. they gave us a bunch of hotkeys to press to make the firmware restart. And that worked for a day until the batteries went flat again. Because that was the issue, was that if you ever let the batteries go flat, they would permanently think they were flat forever. Indefinitely. It was like the battery never registered it was ever charged ever again. No matter how much charge it literally had, you had to keep it plugged in 24/7. Not literally dead on arrival, I suppose, but close enough to it. And 3 tickets to get that answer. It took 3 tickets to get a firmware reset hotkey. After which, on the 4th ticket, they refused to do warranty on the devices. And yeah, that was basically the end of when I stopped talking with Acer support. I've heard good things about them elsewhere. I don't personally recommend them anymore, even though they're about as cheap as the Lenovo, but I don't recommend them to many places anymore. If I do, I recommend them more as like a, buy it, and then when it dies, throw it out kind of thing. I don't know where I am. I was on a horse. At the moment, I'm reading a book in the middle of the road. So, hello, horse. Oh no, I don't think you can... we can't see you, but I saw you walk up. Hello. Now. It's been 2 days in Blackwater. I thought we crashed again then. We've spent 2... Let's sit still. Let's sit still. We're fine. We are fine. We're gonna sit still. Everything is okay. I'm not allowed to tab out. We're putting money down. We're betting how long until I tab out until I get distracted. Guys, I have bad news. Crashed again. And welcome back, Gradgar. I don't know why my music isn't... We have audio back. Screen went to black. RedM memory instruction error. Different rage error this time. What's this one mean? Because it's not Jason this time. Or maybe it's not Jason. Let's find out. It's loading a bunch of map assets. Failed to get scenario info ID -1 for task address, blah blah blah. Loaded. Failed to get scenario info by ID -1 for task. And then it did the UDP TCP switch again. Well, since we were just talking about clearing cache, is it citizen? No. Somewhere in here. Data, there it is. Server cache private. And here's all the caches. I don't know where cache XML is, but this is all the cache data. There's a lot of it for me only being on one server. Oh well. It rebuilds. There's no loss of data. You just sort of get rid of it and then it comes back. Nothing in the server cache. Get rid of this and see how we go. But apparently it wasn't Jason this time. The only thing these two have in common is this one line here. UDP packet cannot be received switching to TCP tunnel mode. In fact, if I go back to my logs here, the previous log, was that switching the other way or the same way? UDP packets cannot be switched. Wait, that UDP packets cannot be received switching to TCP. No, that's the same line. So both times switching to TCP. Different errors, so we'll assume they're unrelated. However, while this loads up again, I am going to have to... Hang on. Hang on. Caught myself there. Both times it's crashed, I've used the Steam overlay. We're not going to use the Steam overlay. We're going to open it up manually this time. Oh, it's probably going to have to download a bunch, isn't it? Sorry, Crazy. I did see your message. It's going super well. Well, it was going super well. We're crashing a lot now, though. You know, I can. You can disable Steam overlay on every game, but I've not thought of trying to disable it on the Source SDK 2007 program that they've got here. It might be worth disabling that. I want it in Red Redemption, but there's no reason Source SDK needs Steam overlay, is there? Unless that's where my screenshots are going. Oh. It's already disabled. Huh. Well, that makes things a little awkward. Because it might say it's disabled, but it isn't. Oh, it's downloading all of these again. Alright, I've got like 2 minutes before I have to come back, or before I'm in the server. So what I'm gonna do is very quickly run off to the restroom. I don't have any snacks. This is my problem. I don't buy snacky food anymore, so I can't grab a bag of something or a packet of something. I don't have snacks. I have to make a sandwich or toast. And I don't have time for that. I'm already using up my time complaining about the fact I don't have snacks. But I'm going to disappear for a quick minute. I'm back in a little while. Don't go anywhere. You know what? No, I'm still here for like another 2 seconds because I'm annoyed that my music keeps breaking. This is the first time that I've ever used the URL way to play music. It's a website /URL VOC media playlist. And it works. You know what? I'm just even going to go over here. It works. Look at this. If I turn this off and then back on, it'll play. I've got it set to random at the moment. It'll play any one of them, but it will load. It is proving me wrong. What's the buffer set to? 200. Try increasing that again. That's the one local file I have, is that one, which is the one you've heard in a couple of times in a row. So if I hit next, eh? No, okay. It's proving me wrong. I'll even drop the latency back down a little bit more. It's set to shuffle at the moment. Oh well. It's broke. I don't know how to fix it by changing the URL, I don't think. Um, if I turn off shuffle, let me get rid of the /UTM at the end and hit. Yeah, okay. If I change the URL, it's just a caching issue, I guess. There you go. I'll be back in a few minutes.
So tight. Darkness wants to last forever. All that's good just seems to pass. The insight you had that you gave to us freely, you made our view grow brighter and clearer by passing through your glass. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. Your keen eyes for observation, peering out for duty's need. I had been blessed when they settled upon me, flawed and foolish, it was all agreed. As time went on, we grew closer, little secrets get revealed, and all together we could work magic. You helped me to understand the need, your strength, our shield. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. One less soul who knows our secrets, another spirit roaming free. For sure I know we'll take heed of the whispers left in our ears like shadows that could be. We have dreams and inner demons. We push on through our regret. We're thinking about all the joy and our victories, even while sadness snares us in its net. So I know that we'll remember, even if we need you now. It's easy to start, but it's so hard to finish. Living without you, there's less to hold on to. It's so much harder now. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. And now that we are on our own, the road has gotten longer. With every step we take, we are growing ever stronger.
Back in time to find the next song has also failed to load still. And the overlay's still there. I know that said it wasn't going to be. So here's my list of songs. If I go $UTM, that one will play and the next one won't. And I don't know why. If I switch this one to get rid of $UTM, the first two will play and the third one won't, because I have to change it. If I change the URL, it seems to reload. But for some reason, so long as the URL stays the same, it just doesn't load. If I hit go now, please. I'm gonna need to figure out how to force the music cache or the playlist cache to reset, because that's not a button unless you run it as a browser element. The RedM has been working. We just cleared cache because we've crashed twice in a row now, so Hopefully that's the last of it. Everything loading in. There's our horse. Small hunch it might have been the Steam overlay causing an issue interacting with the game. So we've booted it up outside of the Steam overlay now. We'll see how we go. The gunsmith's a little gone. It's loading in slowly. Everything is loading in slowly. Let's get rid of my preview again. There it is. There I am. Hello, horse. Hello, saddle. And we're back. I gotta turn the music down a little bit here. I do apologize for the flashing. I really do wish that it wasn't full screen exclusive, but I'll have to figure out a way to circumvent that. Whether or not that causes more issues or not, who knows. We crashed again, by the way. Perhaps we need to leave Blackwater. It's a brand new rage error now. Brand new one. This one's different. Let's see if it also says TCP. The last line in every single one of these crashes following an error is that UDP traffic is not allowed. Every single one of these files has said switching to TCP tunnel mode. Immediately after that, rage error, crash. But see, this is the thing, is that it happens before too. Oh. Well, here's a clue. Mumble. Mumble's the in-game voice chat for RedM. See, I told you to load the next song because I changed the URL. I'm so annoyed with this playlist. So, Mumble is the thing having the network issue here, which is during, if not causing, the crash. Exactly prior to that was the same error as last time. Failed to get scenario info by ID1. Let's have a look here. So, copy. Now we've got the previous one we know had the same error. Let's scroll down. There it is. Failed to get scenario. Immediately following the same error. What is that? That is the same error too. So the last two crashes were identical. Failed to get scenario info by ID -1. So that's a correlation. Now this one, I want to search for... Okay. So the first crash with the different ID had nothing to do with... This one was the invalid JSON. And then following the invalid JSON, twice in a row, failed to get scenario by ID. It's giving me a memory address here too. So something in Blackwater. One of the scenarios in Blackwater is causing me to crash. This is when we had the cache. Doesn't seem to be a cache issue because we cleared the cache, and same thing here. Ends in the same result. Although, we've got it happen 4 times up here. I've seen that courthouse log before too. Seeing it that many times in a row should be a red flag, but I don't know. Let's go down to All of these are from like the last 2 days. Of course they are! No, of course they are. Because this log is when I installed RedM, and since then they're all new. I reinstalled it entirely because the last time I had this issue, admittedly, I remember seeing that a lot last time too. Map Courthouse BWMLO. I don't know. Is that consistent in all 3? The first time we had it happen twice.
I haven't seen you for
Oh,
a
yeah, I
week.
changed the third URL and that's working too.
But,
I know how to get it
where's the
working.
money?
The playlist,
Certainly
not the
no
game,
way.
sadly.
Would you?
Ticket. Apparently this is the blank. This is blank? And then you've got my actual ticket there. Probably shouldn't have that on screen. Not that anyone else is going to be able to log in with it. Right? Tell me they can. So the first crash was the JSON. Since then we've not been able to get the courthouse loading apparently. That's the takeaway, I think. But I don't know, the courthouse is a base game object, and the fact it's crashed twice now and last time since installing. It shouldn't cause a crash. No, I don't think it should. I mean, it's happening so many times. Look, do we have a timestamp for these? Is this the timestamp in milliseconds? So, character found, selecting character, hello. Loading. So from the first... almost 10 minutes from start? That might have been almost 10 minutes from startup. Either way, 558766 all the way down to the crash. Let's assume 100 seconds later. At which point it seems to be failed to get scenario info by ID -1 is the inciting incident, but you might be right that it's at the courthouse, I don't know. It's gotta be a custom scenario from RedM, because I don't... To troubleshoot, I'm gonna go load up the base game and see if I can get replication of the crash, because if it's in the base game, it's a base game asset that's gone rogue, and I don't know why it keeps going rogue. Could be a modified file from RedM that's just not playing nicely. Who knows? We'll see if we can find out. Because I don't know. For the meantime, I'm gonna take down the banner though. The problem being is that we cleared the cache, which re-downloads all the assets, so it has to be a script of some kind. A scenario script seems to think it has ID -1. As for the map courthouse, BW, what is that? Blackwater M10.
Check out this pretty
Map
little
Courthouse Blackwater M10. That should be a base game asset, but I don't know. I mean, the building is absolutely there in the base game. I'm not sure whether or not RedM modifies it or not. Well, besides the script that's failing. So, we're gonna poke it. We're gonna go to the same location in the regular... Oh, hang on. Wait up! Don't go yet! Don't go yet! Don't go yet! Wait for me! Wait for me! Kill it. Kill the game. Kill it. If I click a lot, do you think it'll crash? This isn't helping, is it? I don't want to go to a public game. That's scary. But even the end process button there is grayed out. Alright, it's gone. Anyway. There we go.
It was so self-satisfying to tell my love to you on the day we met, but it's faded away. Each birthday of yours that goes by.
Did the recent one also have the TCP tunnel mode? I don't understand if that's because the... Okay, so we might have to just assume, for now, that the mumble error is because the program locks up. Because it has crashed, not the cause. Mumble is probably running into the TCP UDP error because the program hangs and it can't receive traffic. It would be nice if Mumble wasn't running. I think that's a RedM client thing though, that's not actually the server running that. Short while music. Oh, welcome back. Awesome. Look! Oh. Don't look, I can't tab out in Red Dead either. Red Dead flickers as well. Huh. Is it Red Dead doing borderless full screen weirdly then? Is that the problem? Is that why it flickers?
You said, I don't want to be with you anymore. But I believe in you. I believe in your mind. With the knowledge you've moved on without me. You moved on with life and your memories stay. Oh, without me there. I believe in your mind. Though it's been, oh, yes, it
I'm being greedy because I know it runs well. I am being very greedy. Very, very greedy. Alright, good enough. Good lord, where's my camp? You know what? We're gonna cheat. This is the regular mode. Actually, I think my camp is right next to Blackwater. Because this is a very in-specific location. West Elizabeth includes all the way up to Strawberry. I think I actually am closer if I just jump straight to camp. If it's Vulcan, we'll find out, because the base game will also just die when we get to the courthouse. But we got to Blackwater fine. It wasn't until I closed and reloaded because the assets hadn't loaded in. So, what's the chance that when we got to Blackwater the first time, that script with ID -1 didn't load in as well? Maybe that script didn't load and we were fine, but when I when I reloaded, perhaps it loaded the script, or tried to call in the script, and is giving us grief. If I had never logged out to check whether or not those floorboards were actually real or not, we would probably still be in game. Safe to say, the bet for whether or not I get distracted is being called off because I didn't really get a say in this one. I've got camps set up. I've got camps set up to the north of... It should be north of Thieves Landing, west of Blackwater. Have a look. Oh, we're a little further away from Blackwater than I thought, but hey. Look at that! It's in tall trees. Great Plains would have been where we wanted to go, but I think the most accurate they let us pick from that main menu was the entirety of West Elizabeth. It's a bit further away than the camp ended up being. I don't know base game is going to give us much trouble though. The electric lantern's back, because that's a real thing that existed in the 1890s. Handheld electric lamp. What? In a game that is so overly detailed, what do you think drove them to put in an electric handheld lantern? I mean, maybe it literally did exist, but it's so annoying to look at. It's such a pure electric white light, it's gross. That's the hostess system that I'm also missing too in Red Rock. I don't actually know whether or not there's a way to do that. Get the shotgun out. You can just put it away on the horse. I have the holster, but I don't know how to use it, basically. Let's get the compass back. I actually don't mind the compass as a middle ground between nothing or map.
Watch it.
Could be Vulcan for the flickering? Oh! You might actually be right. Okay. So, should we try DirectX 12? Since we have OBS running admin and that's fairly safe to assume OBS running admin was the fix, not Vulcan at half FPS. I don't know if I want to push my luck messing around too much, but I mean, we're back to full troubleshooting mode because RedM is crashing to desktop, so why not? Why not try DirectX 12 and see if that actually captures fine with admin too? I mean, if it does. Awesome, right? Hello. Ugh. As much as I love RedM and I love the idea of playing that all-in character, do you know how relieving it is to look at a fox and know I can shoot it without doing something strange to everyone else? I mean, that's not... Well, it's a whole lot of fuss about nothing. Come here. I won't lie. I was kind of hoping you were going to trample it. But then you kind of just didn't run anywhere. hey! I think Red Rock does make the day-night cycle slower. That was a really fast transition to light time. You think you'll get the hunt? I also can't find this jacket. I'm going to try and remember the layout of this jacket, because I couldn't find this jacket in this color in Red Rock when I was getting my outfit sorted. Do you think nothing actually happens until you approach him? I mean, he should basically be touching the animal at this point, right? He's almost at the coast.
Yes, I know where you are.
I believe in you, guy. He did it. I'm proud of him. Also, be interesting to consider waiting for him to take the shot and just stealing the kill. I wonder if there's any unique dialogue to that. Alright. That's kind of neat to see. Still on the same dailies from a day and a half ago. I don't... Pheasants are up in the heartlands, aren't they? They're up, like, coastal northeast, from memory. Trader has done... Streak of 7 days! Look at that! I get my multiplier tomorrow! Look at me! Playing an annoying economy game. Alright, Blackwater, do your worst. Because I don't think it's the courthouse. I think it's something to do with how the courthouse has been modified. I haven't been to Blackwater in a while. Keep going! I don't like the horses just stopping because the NPC is going slower than you. How the old game did it was better, where you had to hold... You had to hold to match speed. Otherwise you would keep your own pace. But they've given the horses like a weird semi-sentience in Red Dead 2, which is allowing them to sort of choose their own decisions occasionally. Red Dead 1, you would blow past the guy unless you held to match speed. It was like a specific button prompt you had to do. But now there's this awkward amount of like, you don't want a full sprint, so you can't hold the button, but then you gotta keep tapping it to sort of go faster than the other guy. While your horse constantly slows down the entire time and tries to match pace. So this being the courthouse and all, I imagine it's just either the entry itself causing issues, or something inside causing issues. I don't know if it would load the interior, actually. It would have to be the door script. Something about that door would have to be broken. But there's the catch. If it isn't the courthouse in the base game, then I don't know how to fix the server. Like, oh, I don't know, assuming it's the server code. No one else is crashing, right? So how do we diagnose the issue if I'm the only one crashing when I get close to the courthouse? What computer-specific issue do I have where a clean install is doing the same problem I had the other day? Better get rid of this cougar before I log out. But I seem fine. So, but I guess that's my question. If it's the script, I can't help that. But if I'm the only one crashing because of the script, I don't know how to file a complaint that's me specific, assumedly, about a server file or a server script. File a complaint's the wrong word. Like, if the script is causing the crash, then that's something it's pulling from the server. Oh, we walked right past the butcher, didn't we? But hence my conundrum. The script isn't stored on my computer. I can't edit it to work. I can't fix it or uncorrupt it because it's downloaded and run straight from the server, right?
What can I do for you?
It's sort of like it's seemingly out of my hands, but also seemingly an only me issue. And that's the part I don't get. How can I have something that's out of my control be an only me problem? What setting do I have, or what configuration do I have that's causing that issue?
Y'all looking to sell any meat?
Want a cougar? Actually, you know what? You can have all of that too.
Been a lot of that lately, but they always move. Done. Let's do it.
Apparently I'm broke, so I might as well sell all of this. What's a cougar go for?
But I've already got too many.
$5 isn't bad.
Thanks again.
So... I guess I'm at an impasse where I can't go to Blackwater. I was having the same thing happen in Dust Bowl, which is a completely different server. But I assume, perhaps, if that's the case, it's a common plugin or a common script. But I'm still stuck at the point of just not really knowing how to diagnose that. We can point to what's wrong, seemingly. M10. Map Courthouse Blackwater M10. The M10 is the only abbreviation I can't figure out. Because that's the asset that keeps looping. The courthouse itself is in the base game. But M10 could be anything. It could be an asset on the inside of the courthouse. It could be a modification to the courthouse. It could be the tagline for the entire interior. I don't know. Well, it could be the ID, rather, for the entire interior as like a asset itself. So, if loading the script is causing the crash, then there's very little chance we could preemptively run up to the courthouse and activate it, is there? Because I'm not going to be able to activate it. We're in the wrong spot. Leave below! did it! After almost 60 hours of playing the game over the past month, I found beefalo! I'm gonna need an elephant gun to take them. I'm not even gonna try. They can live on peacefully there, and I don't even think they're wild. But I found them. They're real! I'm gonna have to change my title if we stick without RedM for a little bit, but I want to go see them at least. That's a bad idea. I'm gonna get myself killed if I go see them. If that... Look, if we... There's a herd of bison. If we assume they're tame... I'm gonna need you close by. I know the online game, Red Dead Online, has legendary hunts, and I've never seen a legendary hunt on my map. Legendary hunts happen when you load in. So, to my understanding, when you load in, the map generates a bunch of content. Random events, random missions, all of the random stuff that can or cannot appear occasionally happens when you load in. To this day, same as not having seen beefalo or bison, I have never seen a legendary hunt on my map. I don't know if there's something I have to do to cause them to spawn. So this is a first. Lord knows I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I keep following them like this, but... And there's no way the Henry Repeater is gonna be able to handle... The Henry Repeater is gonna annoy them slightly. Yeah, beefalo. But they're not cows. They're bison. But that's like sort of beef. What I am gonna do, I know this doesn't pause in the online mode. I am going to quickly run down here. And I'm gonna do that. I don't know whether that will persist through to the RedM version as well, but I'll do it for RedM as well. For the flashing. I really am gonna get myself in trouble here. But I have to try. Hello! I don't imagine doing that so loud in RedM. You've already got a thing on you, Blackjack. You're so wasteful. I still don't even know. Because you can't pick it up at all, you can't lasso it either. I genuinely have no idea if there is a way to get large animal carcass back to crib or sold. Even when you have a cart, I don't see how to get it in the cart. There's a bird in the game that's so rare that there's people with thousands of hours that haven't seen one. Is it like the albatross or something? I imagine it's visually distinct. You would hate, like, I mean, look at those birds over there. Barely pixels on the screen. You'd hate to run into it as a rare spawn and have it be something like that off in the distance where you'd never know. Rare stuff has to have like a unique sound or a unique visual though. How far do we have to go? Trips that way. We'll drop this off, I'll switch back over, but it's safe to say it's some part of the interior script. Oh, tiny little parakeet in the bayou. You know, I think there's a legendary bounty mission you can do that spawns it in as a giant parakeet in the bayou. but I don't think scripted events count as seeing it in the wild. Bright blue with like a different coloured feather, different coloured wings, right? I think I saw it among with there was a barn owl in the same legendary bounty, both of which spawned about the size of a tree. Small tree, but taller than Blackjack and bigger than me. And for a tiny little parakeet, that was a little intimidating. It really is. I mean, a lot of other games, when I go hunting, I usually say things out loud, like, I wonder if, or that would be cool if. In Red Dead, I know leaving that bison over there is going to have hawks and vultures and crows come over and peck at it soon. If predators are nearby, they'll come and sniff it out. Coyotes go to corpses too. You don't need to buy these baits for all of these carnivores are a bit useless because you just go out and you hunt a small creature and you leave its body out. Excuse me being a herbologist for a second here. But like, something like Hunticle of the Wild. I had an absolute harebrained theory for a month that you could hunt and leave a hunt and not collect it in Hunticle of the Wild. And if wolves were nearby enough, they would come down, and they didn't have enough intricate interactions like Red Dead have, so they wouldn't go and eat the body or anything like that, or peck at it. But I had a harebrained theory that the wolves would at least be in the area around the body, like they had some kind of AI that brought them to it. It was so inconsistent that I could never actually prove it. I still don't know to this day if Hunticle of the Wild has some sort of predator sense where they can smell out. Like if I hunt a deer and just don't move, and that deer stays there on the ground. 2 out of 4 times, the wolves came down to find out, or the wolves came down near the deer. 2 out of 4 times. This one's not a bean, Gradgar. This one's buffalo, bison. I don't know what it goes for, and I couldn't bring the whole guy with me, sadly. Is that a pheasant? I don't know if that was a pheasant, because I forgot to read the name while I was shooting. I'm gonna have to get RedM and the server name out of my title too, because we could be here for half hour. It was a pheasant. What do we need to do with a pheasant? We need 2 of them, but what was it? Skinned. I can do that. You just crunch it open. There you go. Yank out the good bit, throw the rest away. It's that easy. We're well on our way to getting 0.15 of a gold bar. Now, if only I can hear another pheasant out in the wild, I might be able to get a second one. How long do I have left? I have 8 hours left to get another pheasant. I can't see that anymore, not in the tree line. One of 2 pheasants open like a packet of crisps.
Yeah, I guess I'll settle down one of these days.
Crip is over there. He's not this side of the ravine thingy. Perhaps we should head a little further over here. Is that a sheep? No, just an odd coat. You look oddly suspicious, Mr. Lone Bird. You have a long tail. You're a bird of prey. I don't think you're a pheasant at all. You're too large. Look at you. What are you? Look. Maybe for my first character on RedM, I should have made a character stand around and do nothing. A bird watcher. Not by trade, I just go out and stare up at the sky and look at birds and go, look, a hawk. Look, a pheasant. Blackjack, where'd you go? Oh, I didn't see these over here. More currants. They're worth 25 cents each. If you carry 10, it's $2.50 a stack. I think it's arguably worth it if you're not going out of your way to treat it as your main source of income. But like, if you're just out and about, and you happen to collect 7 different herbs, 10 stacks high, it's almost $40. Well, 20, 30. I know the first time I turned in all of my herbs, I got $50 total. It doesn't sound like much when transporting beans gets you 75. But when you have a full stack of herbs, that's 75 for the beans, and then 50 for all of the herbs. Altogether, it's worth a lot. Individually, at 25 cents a pop, not so much. Where's Crip? Is he down here? I actually think he is. I think I'm too high up. So, I suppose if anyone is here from RedM, I do have a bit of a weird question, I think. So, mechanically, I know how hunting works, or at least I know enough to try hunting. My question is, how do you hunt as a job? It would be the easiest one to get into. This is something for down the road. This isn't going to be for today at all. But it's something I considered. I don't know if, as far as jobs go, hunting is probably going to be my first pick. I don't know. As like just a weekend way to get some cash, I suppose is how I say. There's pelt traders around the map. So, in universe, is that just I go murder the entire the entire West and then bring them pelts back? And you just get paid, or? Because in this one, in regular Red Dead Online, you can murder more than you can carry. And then you just have to figure out a way to carry it. No need for rolling it down the hill this time. No. No need for spending 40 minutes to an hour trying to get a single deer down a hill. Not this time. If only I could put 2 of these on the horse. Think you can just get a cart and pile it up? There's no etiquette for hunting? There's also stuff like delivery jobs for oil and milk. I could probably do some delivery stuff. What with being the Wanderlust driving factor and everything? Delivery sounds like a great reason to travel. I suppose the much better way of asking my question, because I am a little unsure of how to ask it, is player-driven economy versus just quest givers NPCs. Sounds like... Is that you? Speaking of sounds like, is that you making noise?
I'm doing just fine out here. How about you leave me be?
It's so dusty in the base game. Etiquette is stick to your character. I suppose that's fair that my character probably wouldn't go mass murder every deer in the West, but... In fact, I'm not entirely sure my character in RedM would really hunt for profit, but that's, I guess, the context of the question is what's the motivator, because the character doesn't have one for hunting. If it's just an NPC quest giver, I am probably not going to do it. If there's people out there that are like... And look, because that could just be flavor. Maybe the NPC quest giver says stuff like, we need you to go hunt a deer to feed the town. Or I've got an order for a deer. Is that... Well, there you go. Okay, I figured it out. Taking a job to fill a quota rather than murdering the entire West to turn for profit. If I'm taking a job to fill a quota, it doesn't seem so bad. If the guy's like, I've got an order for 2 pheasants, can you go get them? Because any player can just make up any, you know... A player in the server who wants 2 pheasants can just be like, go get me 2 pheasants. I'll pay you a little bit of money. That's limitless in the context of the player-to-player economy, player-to-player jobs, but... I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll have to suss it out. If it is just freeform, then maybe I do a little bit of hunting and keep the meat.
Well stocked for the time being.
Bison horn, 75 cents for the horn alone. The feather, no money. 45 for the pheasant. The buck for 4.
Yes, beggars can't be choosers.
I really want to know the price. And $2 for the bison. So it's $2.75 per
I
bison.
suppose this'll do.
It gave me less for the skinned bison than for a poor butchered deer carcass on the back of a horse. Not super awesome. I wonder if that's actually one-to-one translatable, because I don't know. Those numbers could well be one-to-one dollar values at a butcher, but they may not be. Maybe it is a different number system where the carcass as a whole is worth ridiculous amounts because it is the carcass as a whole. I'll have to suss that out some other time. For now, I guess that's it. Don't set yourself on fire, Blackjack. So, something to do with the script at the courthouse. Also, we switched to DirectX 12 mode, but I don't know if that's going to carry over to the RedM client. And also, just to reiterate, for Red Dead Online, I am hosting and plan to continue hosting both a friends only and a public Red Dead Online lobby for anyone on PC who wants to join. The reason it's PC is because you have to be able to put a file in this directory, and you can't do that on PlayStation or Xbox. You can't just go into your program files and put files there. But the public one will be shared with anyone who wants access to the weekly public or the current public. I might keep the public one ongoing until we have problems. If the public lobby ever gets problems and people start turning it into a mess, then that's when the public password will probably end up changing. The friends only one was what I was just on. Characters carry over from regular Red Dead Online, so if you have progress on Red Dead Online, putting this file into this folder. Speaking of, I need to delete this because otherwise I won't be able to join RedM. The file is not intrusive. As far as I know, it doesn't interact with Red Dead in any way other than kind of hinting that it shouldn't load a couple of files. And then it sets a password. I broke it though. I broke it pretty bad. Oh yes, this is my method for Red Dead Online private lobby. Delete that file and you're good to go. For public and for RedM. Because apparently it does actually interfere with RedM. I suppose RedM uses Rockstar's backend server config. Or at least replicates it. But the offer is there. Anyone who wants access to the regular Red Dead Online game without griefers, murderers, random deathmatch, all of that normal horrible stuff you get in public. Friends only get the board file, and anyone on stream I don't know gets the public file, and then anytime someone in public goes insane and starts murdering people, I'll change the password. That's my plan. Yeah, by the way, public password is board horse, but you don't know where to put it unless I show you the file or send you the file, do you? Either way, for future reference for anyone who wants to join, thems be the means and thems be the options. As for right now, I'm gonna log back into the server and crash again. And then I don't really know what to do after I crash again. In fact, actually, I might log into the server and sprint as fast away from the courthouse as I can, because there's a distance thing. After a certain distance, those circles disappear. And if I clear that distance and completely break roleplay and just sprint to the west, maybe it won't crash. Kind of want to hop in the server, but it's 11:20. Ooh, it's getting late. Hope you get a good night's rest, Chris, and thank you for all your help, especially with the save at the gun store earlier. Saved me a slight bit of embarrassment having to actually ask someone else to come rescue me. Although, in hindsight, if I logged out and back in, I might have been perfectly okay, and then just crashed because of the courthouse. Oh yeah, we cleared our cache, didn't we? So we're really building all of that. Speaking of clearing cache, my music's not going to work, is it? Yay for caching issues! And it's so annoying because look at this. If I just go cogwheel edit and then question mark UTM enter, That one will play and the next one won't. We only need one song, so that's fine. But look, press OK. Guess what plays? Oh my gosh. Why are computers so predictable, yet so unpredictable? There's no reason why it shouldn't play twice in a row, but if I change the URL, it loads without any issue. It's predictably unpredictable in that you can't predict when it would do something you predicted would happen. And no? I had to paraphrase something from Pirates of the Caribbean there, and it didn't really work out. Alright, we're in Red Rock. I may have to just sprint out of the town before the town loads in. So, because I know the courthouse is going to crash me, I'm gonna do it first thing here. We're gonna sprint out of the courthouse, and before I do that, I'm gonna flick over the banner again, so that's back on, since we're back on the server. At least we tested. We know it's the doorway script or something inside the town hall. Is it the town hall? Courthouse in Blackwater. So the furthest away we get from the courthouse in Blackwater, the least likely we are to crash. And I guess, short of finding another location, I guess I just can't log out while in Blackwater. Well, if I crash in Blackwater, I don't really get a choice, do I? But where I can help it, I should probably not be leaving the game or closing the game while in Blackwater. Maybe on the southern side of Blackwater will be fine. I can see the courthouse, I'm too close. The curiosity is whether or not I can go through Blackwater once I'm in. It might genuinely just be while loading from close, from login. Now let's see. Let's beat the preload loading screen here. Horse? I need to go. I can't wait for the horse. Look at all of them things not loading in. So scary. Alright. Complete apologies if anyone sees me like sprinting out of town. Nothing is loading in and I just need a clear distance from the courthouse. In fact, tapping out to load assets would actually risk me crashing, wouldn't it? But I'm just gonna bolt out of town and see if we can get the game to not crash. Right. I think we're far enough out of town. Horse loaded before me this time. So, we have left Blackwater. Now I'm loaded in. There's the prompt for our location. The question is that now that we're in the game, is it still going to try and load the script? Or are we okay? I think we're okay. Apologies again for anyone actually watching who's part of the server. For some reason, the Blackwater Courthouse is crashing my game to desktop, so bolted out of town as a means to stop the game crashing, and it seems to have worked. against my better judgment, I may go back into town to see if I can at least go anywhere near Blackwater. I don't know if simply being near the place crashes me, or... Because I was fine the first time. We were stuck in the gunsmith across the road from the courthouse. And it was only when I reloaded in, next to the courthouse, that I started having issues. So... I may push my luck and go back in like a normal, civilized human being. Come on, load the menu. Go back in like a civilized human being and we'll just find out. Got half. That's very quiet, hang on. Uh-oh. Hey, how are you doing? Just a little zoned out at the moment, that's all. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I was planning to head back to Blackwater if that's where you're going. Likewise. Name's Claudette. I really gotta turn him up super quickly. How can I auto walk or tapped out to turn up volume? Yes, actually, I not long off the boat in Saint Denis. Came down south in Blackwater because I heard we had family from long ago and I can't seem to find any trace of them anymore. No, they moved here before I was even born. Ma and Pa used to get letters from them in the mail, but haven't heard from them in a while, sadly. I knew it was a bit of a long shot coming down to see if they wouldn't even know me, but since they might have known Ma and Pa, I figured it was better than nothing. I'm doing one of those lying, so saying too many details things. I didn't catch any of it. I'm sure I'll find someone who knows what happened to them at least. Where they went, maybe I'll be able to track them down. Are you just on your way back from Armadillo? I can't let go of W. If I'm open my inventory, then the inventory will me walking for a bit until I tab out. I don't have an explanation for the fact I'm about to possibly crash. I really gotta turn him up though. He's so quiet. Are there many rooms for rent here in Blackwater? I've been having a little bit of trouble finding some places with vacancies. I know a lot of places in St. Denis seem to think they're a bit too expensive for my likes. Well, speaking of ranchers, I don't suppose you know anyone around here who might need a farmhand. Sure. You said that was across the lake here, so is that back on the west of St. Denis? Does this guy own Braithwaite Manor? Look, okay, so fresh off the boat in canon and also out of character, fresh off the boat. I don't know anyone here. Didn't catch that, sorry. I'm open to helping out any way I can. Mom and Pa had a, we used to herd sheep back across at home. But, they had me doing a little bit of everything. I didn't really have a specialty back home. It was more just quiet family ranch and we'd sell to the locals. I'm sure I'm not afraid of some dirty handwork, though. I can find some use for myself, I'm sure. Hopefully. Or stop. Yeah, that would be greatly appreciated. I crashed. Okay. Right. So, we seem to be fine everywhere except that street. And now I have the awkward... Now you've got the awkward wake back up and say, oh, I fell asleep. I seem to have fallen asleep there. But also wake back up and sprint for your life away from the courthouse, kind of falling asleep. Eesh. Now, while I have the opportunity, I need to turn up TeamSpeak a lot. That's insanely quiet. Also apologies to whoever I just left abandoned on the side of the road because I didn't need to ask them. I really did need to ask them which building was the hotel where you can rent rooms or pay for rooms in some way. So I've got a -6 on the auxiliary and a +8 on the game. But I'm going to boost it in TeamSpeak since I have my settings pretty well adjusted everywhere else. So we're going to go +10 Positive 10 decibels. We're negative 6. So on VO on oh wow, it doesn't blink. Vulcan is the reason it blinks? That's kind of sad. But hey, if that means I can alt-tab without too many problems. So this is the really awkward part, and this is why I wanted to know if there were rooms, because I assume if I rent a room, I'm in a different part of the map and not near the courthouse. It seems like you can get pretty close to the courthouse. I just can't be on that road. Alright, so we got a 12 decibel boost for the voice chat, so hopefully that'll be a lot more audible now. I've still got my mute hotkey. And I don't know if the guy's still there. I genuinely, like, again, fresh off the boat is a great excuse for a character for me because I don't know anyone. There's no out-of-character knowledge that I can have about who I'm talking to right now. I am just as blown away in character as out of character to find out here in Braithwaite Manor. Also, good lord, do I suck at talking on the fly. I'm doing that thing where you tell too many details for no reason. I'm doing that thing where you tell too many details for no reason. Alright. I gotta go! So apparently, I did just sprint to the other side of town. But apparently I can be in town. Did I knock someone over and get a bounty? So, for the sake of testing, I am gonna sit on my horse over here. Because my character, more specifically, my copy of RedM is deathly allergic to the courthouse. I cannot be on that street. What are you upset about? Calm down. You're probably upset because I'm being shot at or something horrible because I bowled someone over. I think I'm being kicked off my horse. Okay, that's much more audible. Okay. Yeah, how do I say I'm deathly allergic to the courthouse? I don't know how to explain that I'm seemingly deathly allergic to the courthouse over there. Let me get the asset streaming back here. Oh. Yeah, that would be amazing. So long as I've... Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch a train in St. Denis. I've only got about $10 left to my name. Had just enough to scrounge together for a horse and a repeater. Oh no, don't mind yourself. I'm just... I still can't see. I gotta, like, properly tab out here. Hang on. If I tab out, things should pop in. There's his horse, there's he is, there's the more horses, NPCs and civilians, and me last. This is so awkward to be running this many tech issues. It is slower on DirectX 12. I don't actually know. So mechanically I don't know what happened, but I've got... I think I'm still waking up a little bit. I don't actually know what you've done, sir. Oh, good lord. That's a lot more money than you ever needed to give. I thank you very kindly. I'll have to see if the doctor's office is close by, isn't it, here in the street? And they don't mind? Oh, it's your property. No! Oh. Okay. I do very much appreciate that. Seems like it's daylight again. Oof. I am not sure how close I can get to the courthouse. Enter. Safi, welcome in. Oh. I don't... I think I might be allergic to more than just the courthouse. Even my horse despawned. Right. So, have I done something wrong with RedM that it's not installing things properly? The courthouse front door script, the moment I get close enough to the front door... Oh, look. Try again. Something isn't installing assets properly. Yeah. Oi, oi, oi. I've done something horribly wrong with RedM. The front door to the courthouse hard crashes the game. And I do not have this doctor's office installed at all. I don't know how to fix these sorts of problems though, because it just installs everything. I do apologize. I seem I might be allergic to the doctor's office too. I'm having a lot of allergies to buildings at the moment. Oh, it's not just me. Oh. I said that out loud. Is it normal to be allergic to this many buildings in Blackwater? I had a similar issue with the gun store when I first arrived. I seem to imagine that there were floorboards missing at the gun store. And it seems like a similar thing has happened with your doctor's office, and I'm not entirely sure how to stop imagining something like that. This is such a horrible, horrible, vague way of explaining the situation, but I imagined it. Because it's just something you can't explain away within an in-character definition. I imagined the floorboards were missing. I deleted the cache. Actually, no. With the gun store, I logged out and back in. I suppose I had planned to sort of linger around if I found my family, but with them missing in town, I'm not exactly sure where I'd like to end up. Thank you for the raid, Saf, by the way. Welcome in, raiders. You're joining probably the most scuffed stream possible for the server right now. I don't know if you want me as an ambassador. I'm only showcasing every single possible thing that can go wrong at the moment. That's all I'm doing. It's a blast, though. I'm loving my time here. I'm just trying to delicately step around all the potholes I'm inventing and finding. But no. So, the thing is, when I imagine that things are missing, like with the gun store, logging out and back in fixes them. It's a problem while loading the game, not with installing them, I don't think. I'm pretty sure logging out and back in, I might be able to enter the doctor's office. I'm not close enough to the courthouse to crash. That seems to be a real close proximity thing, which I'm grateful for. I have to basically be on that road over there before it'll load in the script and crash. For the doctor's office, though, because I'm just imagining that there's stuff missing, logging out and back in could fix that, because that's what fixed the gun store. I fell through the floor in the gun store, thankfully not to infinity, like out here. But also the downside was that I got stuck at the gun store and had to be rescued. A little awkwardly. Because I couldn't climb back. See, okay, I know in hindsight why I couldn't climb out of my little hole in the floor. It's because to everyone else there was no hole in the floor and I was standing on flat ground. So of course I can't climb over something that's not there. Because the floor wasn't missing, I was just in the floor. No one else could see I was in the floor. I do apologize. It's been a bit of a very messy finding out how things work stream today. Scuffed beyond your wildest dreams. But besides finding every crack apparently I can invent in the game, it's running well. Oh no! My frames! Hang on. It was running well. What happened? Go away, shoo. I don't want that screen. My scuff thing didn't go away, that's what happened. Whoops. Whisper history... Alright, I need to... Whisper history... How do I see the whisper? Sorry, I'm also new to TeamSpeak. So... I'm new to everything today. I should have picked one thing and learnt that first. Whisper list, whisper history. I don't have any whisper history or whisper... I have whisper history, but no whisper list. How do I see my... How do I see what was whispered in TeamSpeak? Tools. Offline messages, client log, whisper history shows 2 people whispered me and I don't know how to see what they said. I suppose the best I can do is log out and back in to see if the doctor's office is there, but I don't know what causes that to happen in the first place to avoid it in the future. This is I'm also gonna be slow to the punch too. I apologize. I've picked your lovely, lovely server as a first for so many things. First for RedM, first for roleplay out loud, socially. I do this all the time offline. I play offline, you know, characters and stuff, but I've never had to be social. I can yell abuse and say whatever I want when I'm talking to Piper in Fallout 4, but here I have to think a bit more about what I say. Can't be so off the cuff. That's a first. What else is a first? First for TeamSpeak. Don't know how to use that. A lot of it has come pretty naturally, especially with Red Rock. Red Rock has been beautiful. Having the menus resemble that from in-game, amazing. So many servers have had menus that just boggle the mind. As much as I love the functionality of some servers having that F6 radio menu, navigating them is a nightmare on the fly. You have to basically stop what you're doing to pick an emote out or something like that. I need to log out and back in. Well, I said I woke up. Waking up is the phrase, right? So what if I take a nap? I don't know if there's like lingo. Shouldn't this? I just hope I'm not embarrassing myself. Like, talking out loud, that's fine, right? At least I am. That's how I'm gonna look at that. Whether I do poorly or not, at least I am. But when I say things like lingo, like that inflection, it's like, that's when I'm dying inside. Yeah, I might just take a nap. I see if I'm just gonna take a nap real quick and see if I can reach your doctor's office when I get back. I think I'm just gonna take a nap real quick and I'll see if I can find your doctor's office when I get back. Hey! 2222322. But so sorry, I'm reading the log file. Problems of working IT. I read log files. But apparently, so this has been our whole thing has been that the log file that's crashing, we've got here courthouse, Blackwater Courthouse MLO or M10, and it's just restarting map courthouse Blackwater repeatedly. But the only thing it's been writing before the crash has been failed to get scenario info by ID -1. Curiously, we were fine. And look at all of this. Failed to get scenario info by ID -1. Just dumped all in a row. I have to infer that means that it's not the scenario causing the break. It's the courthouse. Because this one isn't loading the courthouse. There's no courthouse text here, but that other one we thought was the problem is. I'm sorry, this is why... Welcome to the stream, anyone who's joined for the first time today. You are very quickly going to learn BordBrain is not just I've got some flashing happening too, so let me make sure it's actually messaging me here in Discord. Until I figure out what a whisper is in TeamSpeak, I might have to keep Discord handy here. I wish I had some simpler background music that wasn't broken too. Everything's broken today. I'm breaking absolutely everything. Can't even get my playlist working. Let's load a different one today. Okay, I don't think missed any. Was it community supports the channel for tech help, right? Also, I suppose if the in-game text, in-game voice chat rather, has been global, I must apologize for about 5-6 hours ago replying out loud to every NPC with hello. I've turned it off now. I'm not saying hello globally. I hope I never was, to be quite frank, but if it is global, I'm sorry. Okay, so take 2. Three, 4, hang on, we're not on take 2, we're well past take 2, we're on like take 27. Okay, and I'm back, and I'm gonna stand very still. Because it's not loading comfortably here, we might... I gotta pay more attention to how the stream's capturing too, because we switched back to DirectX 12, and as expected, it's had a performance hit. Oh, you know, I haven't even checked any of the settings since I switched back to DirectX 12. We're probably still running on Ultra with... Let me get that sorted. Hang on. We're probably still running on Ultra with VSync enabled. Speaking of... It would only be global if someone else also had it on. Hopefully no one did. I've turned it off though. Come on. There you go. VSync needs to be on half with triple buffering disabled, and then it runs way better. I don't know why. Not a clue. And then the next thing I'm going to do is turn off anti-aliasing because it does nothing. TAA, bleh. And the last thing, I'm going to leave it all on default. This is what default is for me. We're not touching anything but motion blur off. Half of your async, triple buffering off, and the rest seem to be okay on Vulkan. But we're on DirectX 12, which is why they reset. So let's see how we go. Oh, you got the lean against the pole animation going. That's not fair. I want that. I'm real! I should not have said that out loud. The floor is real. I'm real. Everything. Okay. See? Like, I don't know why. Closing the game, having a nap, and then being awake again. Normally I would just pop back outside, which I'm very glad is still a mechanic. I have been worried several times since playing RedM that I would lose characters to falling out of terrain. Is this the room? No. But I'm in. I can do E-lean. Is it always a back lean? So that's E-lean. I typed too quick for that when it's not loaded in. Yep. How good is the back lean? I got so good at doing E-lean on ESO, or the equivalent of E-lean. I even got a couple of spare emotes and personalities that let you lean over forward on like benches at elbow height. I have some really cool screenshots of just being a weirdo playing with a knife hanging over a fence in front of the guard. Just silly. I love my emotes, but I'm also very particular about them looking good. The amount of effort I put into on ESO getting screenshots of me emoting in random places. Bottle I don't know about. E-lean. We'll mess with that later. We're in the hospital. Alright, I should go back out and spread the good news. I've got the emote list up on the side, it's just minimized at the moment. I don't seem to be having any issues with the hospital anymore. Are you, assume you're charging board for the room? Sure, will do. Where am I going? I just... Okay. Okay. I am... Okay. You've done a ton to help me out, I really do thank you. I'm pressing wrong buttons! Good lord. This is gonna be painfully awkward, I'm sorry. Oh, I've got a tie off. It's only like 0.2 seconds. He shouldn't have heard me speak. You said there was a place in Rhodes that I could purchase. Right, I feel like I passed by Rhodes on the way here. Is that just... I might have to go inquire about the room, especially if I'm heading back that way for some work. Can't hurt to have a place nearby. I might stick around Blackwater for a few days. I'll still see if I can find any inkling of my family nearby, but... I will do. Two lowercase e's. Oh, MC's. Okay, I'm following. Will do. I'll let you know before I head down. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help. It's been a pleasure meeting you. You too. My horse is stuck because I pressed the wrong button and let it... I thought I was going to pat it. Alright, I'm gonna have to just lead it out again, because if I can grab the lead... If I can at least grab the lead, then we can do things that physics never intended. I'm pretending I'm not even here either. My saddle's gone too. How are we doing for frames? I might have to go back to Vulcan. Turns out Vulcan might have been more of a help than OBS. Eesh, we're back to 10 frames here in Blackwater. Okay. Let's get things sorted, because we are... Yeah, we've got asset streaming problems and we've got frame capture problems with DirectX. So Vulcan it is! I'll live with the flashing when I tab out, and I'm just gonna have to restrain myself and not tab out every 4 seconds. Good lord. I really genuinely do thank you and apologize for everyone who's run into me today, because it has just been a nightmare. We had it running fine, and it was really just me testing my luck that's put me in a situation a couple of times. I will reboot to Vulcan. I can't do DirectX here. Right. What is this? F8 quit? Yeah, that script thing is logging pretty heavily, actually. So... Right. We know what's causing the crash in Blackwater. It's the town hall, the courthouse. We know what to do when things don't load. Take a nap and reload. As far as whispers in TeamSpeak, I'm a bit clueless still. But we'll get there. One thing at a time. I'm at least solving problems as quickly as I'm finding them, right? And thank you so much. I've forgotten the first name. We've gone through such a chaotic first meetup. McCall, thank you. I apologize for missing your first name. I had to boost TeamSpeak volume as well. That was something else that didn't really go to plan, was being so quiet. I think it's at 12 decibels now. I think I could safely do 16 and then turn it down from there. We'll see. It's still a little quiet for me, and I know it's even quieter for you guys because of how I've got it set up. You don't use whispers on TeamSpeak? You know anyone who does? I need to find out what they are and why I've got 2 of them. Probably both of them say, please turn mic off. Please turn GameSpeak off. I shouldn't laugh, but... there's nothing else to do but laugh. It's just been chaos. Oh. It would be in tabs at the bottom. I click something, And it flashed up and then it's gone. I'm gonna have to increase that. Remove clients in Whisper History after 600 minutes. That gives me enough time to figure it out, right? It was at 5 minutes cutoff. But I don't see them anywhere down there. I see Whisper History and no idea how to open them. Oh well. A problem for another day. I don't need to be finding problems. TeamSpeak whispers aren't important right now. Let's avoid problems. Let's just try and find my footing. We were going so good until we got to Blackwater too. We spent a week in Saint Denis, trying to wait for a train. That was both in character and out of character, not really being familiar with how trains work, or how this one was set up. So, we've used most of our food, and unfortunately, I don't have a lot of information about... There's things I still need to learn mechanically. Goobern, how you doing? Oh no, we still got poor frames. Why do we have poor frames? Oh, hang on. I know exactly why, because we've just switched our settings over. No, don't quit. I pressed up twice. Give me a second. We've got some part 2 of changing settings here. Because VSync is back to on. We need half. We don't want triple buffering. We're leaving everything else except anti-aliasing off. And motion blur disabled. I can drop some other settings if we're still having issues, but those are the core settings that capture at 30 FPS. The game is not 30 FPS sometimes. It's like a 28, 25-ish. But for the most part, once I'm loaded in, those are the core settings. Vulkan, half VSync, triple buffering off, and then it runs pretty okay. The stutters you're seeing at the moment are going to be on my end at this point, which I am happy with, because Red Dead and RedM have been the exact opposite, where the game runs beautifully. And it still does. I mean, we're in Ultra right now with 30-ish, 30-ish. I really can't complain. But when I close OBS, you should see how many frames I get. It is torture that OBS runs this poorly. Or these two programs combined run this poorly, because OBS streams other programs fine. And Red Dead runs beautifully when OBS is closed, but the both open at the same time, it's like sandpaper on a blackboard. Alright, well. We seem to be more or less okay. We've stabilized. Everything's loaded in. My horse still doesn't have all of his saddle. And I think there's a thing in his way. Okay. I'm gonna turn the music down even a little bit more. So, the market's up ahead. Let's go have a look at the market. I'm in need of some food, and I think Arizona here might want something to eat too. So I do have actually, if anyone is here from Red Rock, I have 2 out of character questions to ask.
Hello?
Hello.
How about you give me some room?
Sorry. I'm gonna have to double check my voice in-game is disabled too. The market looks dead. That's the wrong side, and that's at a table. Okay, I'm gonna have, I don't know what any of these are. Prop human seat, bench, smoking left. Again, oh, okay. That's something I'm gonna have to get used to. Left is from the bench's point of view, never from my point of view. Because I keep walking up to a bench and going, I want to go on the left side. And that's here. Not over there. That's me. I can correct that. There's the other out of character question. Where do I go to get good food? Because apples and pears do nothing. Meat did an okay amount, but I've eaten all of my meat. I may have picked up a wharf rat. Try an oatcake. That did a fair amount, made me thirsty, but thankfully we got a little bit of water here. To be fair, now that you mention it, the general store did have dried meats that cost a fair bit, and I assume cost is probably completely correlated with how much it actually fills your hunger bar up, isn't it? Except for these oatcakes. These oatcakes are beautiful. Well, for a snack, they do way more than I would expect. It's full hunger there, and we drink a little bit more water because they make us thirsty. Probably why that's so cheap. Ooh. So that's my food sorted. I figure I'll just have to start buying some more expensive foods and seeing how that goes. I did, but you are fair to question if I check the general store, because I remember there being meats there now. Speaking of, isn't it somewhere down here? I think my saddle is broken, but that brings me to the second out of character question to ask. I accidentally, admittedly, bought a holster. The base game works by, forgive me here. The base game works by equipping rifle. It goes on shoulder. You then equip rifle and then put it away and it goes on horse holster. But in here it's going back on shoulder. I'm hoping that that horse holster is not a purely cosmetic item because it cost me $10. When I only had like 70 at the time, mind you, and I was also buying a horse and a weapon at the same time. 10 was a lot back then. Been bankrolled since then, a little bit. But even now, it's 5% of my money to buy a holster like that. Now. This was the general store right here. Saddle's gone again. It's there when I'm on the thing.
Ma'am?
So I know he's got dried meats here. And cheese. We got beef and pork. Pork is cheaper than beef, but we'll buy one of each. But 2 of each? Why not? Bread is $2. That is more expensive than I thought. Oat cakes were okay, they were dirt cheap. And water is just as dirt cheap, so we're gonna get a lot of oat cakes. And... oh! For some reason, water is taking the extra 1 cent away from my funds. I don't have enough space. Ooh, there's a space mechanic in my inventory. 15.43. Oh, that's just the same as base game. A kappa 10. I get that. I can work with that. Oh, hang on. There's a gunsmith in town. Oh no, looks like more things haven't loaded over there.
Hello, what are you doing?
Well, I'm not gonna go that way. So there's a place for sale in Rhodes. And I've got a potential job opportunity over back at west of Saint Denis at Fort. It's not a fort. The Braithwaite farm. Right. So, I'm at another crossroads in the character, though. I won't catch anyone else up who hasn't met Claudette, though. Claudette's fresh off the boat at Saint Denis, spent a week waiting for a train, until realizing that I probably should use my initial funds to get myself a horse, and then figured since I'm riding on horseback cross-country, I should probably arm myself somewhat. Bought the wrong ammo. It kind of fit anyway, thankfully. Bought repeater rounds instead of... What do I have? The Henry. What's that called? The Lanchester rifle? But I bought Evans repeater rounds instead. Which in practice probably wouldn't fit, but mechanically the game just says repeater gun equal repeater bullet. So it worked out. Whether or not that should or shouldn't have is a little bit out of my control once I redeem the rounds, I suppose. But from there, we travelled on horse. I did see the flyers around for the opening of Armadillo, but we didn't even make it to Blackwater in time for that to happen. The ceremony had basically already been done and over with by the time we got to Blackwater. The reason we came to Blackwater on horseback was because we heard we had family in town. To explain, having got off the boat at Saint Denis, I wrote the character as someone who isn't local, because that helps me learn the people, the land, the game, and the server, as well as the character not having any clue who they are. So it's not weird when I don't know the mayor of Blackwater or the mayor of Saint Denis. I can just be like, oh, nice to meet you. Because I don't know me. The character wouldn't, I wouldn't, within reason. So it sort of fit to be a fresh off the boat story-wise. I know I have to then go to how we ended up in Blackwater. I know I had family in Blackwater because Claudette's parents used to get letters. They used to send letters and write about how the frontier was and how Blackwater's... just, you know, trivial things, gossip, that sort of stuff. Things family members do, write to say they're well. But we hadn't received any letters from them in a couple of years. So I'm sort of chasing at empty threads here is the idea. Because obviously there's no one I know on the server. It's more me... I'm sort of inventing motivators to get Claudette across the country. And the family here is a complete red herring. It was just... I had family here in Blackwater, so I came down to Blackwater to see if I could find them and say hi and catch up with them, and that would be my base of operations for a few days, but, you know, distinctly out of character, they don't exist. So, from this point on, it's kind of a loose-ended story. I still have my horse, and I still have my rifle. The job opportunity back east, that's tempting at the moment, but still trying to figure out how to pace myself here. I do want to stay for a little while here in Blackwater and perhaps explore out a little further west. But as far as just inventing my own motivators to go around and do things, I suppose that is the base of what you do, but it's also... It's so much easier to do when I'm not in a social aspect, right? And to go back to what point I said earlier, if I'm playing Fallout 4 as a character, I don't really have to explain to other people why I'm doing something, or justify it in a manner that's suitable to the world around me. In Fallout 4, I can just randomly say, I want to go raid a place, and then I go raid a place. I don't have to give reason to every action, and I'm overthinking it for sure, but I'm enjoying trying to be a bit more thought out with my character's motivations a little bit. Because it's been the main reason I never got into RedM previously. Almost exclusively because of the fact that I've never had to do that justification, not just to myself, but to other people before about why I do actions I do. There's never going to be a time where I make a character in RedM that's the equivalent of Nicola Cage, who just wants that cake and spends 4 real-world hours pressing E on a pre-preserved cake, a pre-war preserved cake in a cake vending machine in Fallout 4, because that's such a goofy thing to do. I didn't need to justify it. Nicolas Cage just wanted that cake. The equivalent of that doesn't exist here. It was a pleasure meeting your character today. Hope to see you around some more. William, thank you. I did miss your first name. I had TeamSpeak down so low when you first ran up to me. And it was a pleasure meeting you too. I do apologize for all of the issues along the way. We're sort of ironing them out. And now that I know that the courthouse here is actually a problem, I'm going to avoid it like the plague. And as far as the assets not loading, like for your doctor's office, I've got an equivalent of that now, where my saddle just doesn't exist. And there's a couple of shop doors that haven't loaded. But I genuinely don't know how to fix that. It could just be an issue with RedM running on C drive, because C drive isn't my best drive. I normally have them on the faster, speedier storage, but I'm not sure. On the bright side, things not loading is at least an easy fix. I just have to log out and log back in, but that's not something I want to be doing a whole lot on the fly. If I do run into it enough that it's causing grief, I will have to say something, either in the community help section, or if it's like a techie issue, I might put another ticket in perhaps, but for now, I'm going to try and ignore missing assets, and if they are so bad, like with the doctor's office, I just need to quickly log out and back in. Which shouldn't take more than a minute if I do it quick enough. I just close the game and reopen it, shouldn't be too much of an issue. Specs are i5 6600K series, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and an NVIDIA GTX 1660 Super 6 gigabyte. It's... And again, the storage too. RedM runs on C drive, and C drive is awkwardly my slowest hard drive. My slowest storage unit. Everything else is faster than C drive. I plan to move over to an SSD next time I move my C drive anywhere. I've already got an SSD, but it's not my C drive. Everything else is on faster storage except for RedM being installed on C drive natively, and I don't seem to be able to move it. For me, the biggest thing that I don't understand... Obviously, there's a layer of the source SDK base package that runs intertwined with Red Redemption. How they interact, I don't know. But the confusing part to me is that the game right now is running on Ultra. It's capturing at 30 FPS and it's running at about 28. 30 plus-ish. Averaging 28. Well, that's what I'm going to go with. But the moment I close OBS, this game runs on Ultra at like 200 frames. I just can never prove it because if I open recording software or streaming software, it hemorrhages those frames back to something barely above 30. It's just weird. It's the only program that does it. Well, this and GTA, so it's something to do with the engine. Vulkan with half VSync seems to be the fix that works. Vulkan API with half VSync, and I can at least match my 30 stream rate apparently, but the game's a little more sluggish at that. But it runs okay. I've actually left everything on the default settings, which is using a good 60% of my GPU's VRAM at the moment. And it could be a VRAM issue, could be a memory issue with loading in assets perhaps. So maybe if I cut a bunch of things that chew up VRAM, I might be able to get some more assets loaded in more often, or might be a little less buggy. But that'll be something I'll have to mess around with perhaps. I think this is something I'm gonna have to like slap myself on the wrist for, is aimlessly wandering around. If you're playing just a regular, even just regular Red Dead Online, I wander around aimlessly all the time. You give me any single player open world, I will wander around aimlessly all the time. I need to remember I'm in like an... I'm overthinking it, but at the same time, I can't just wander aimlessly out into the wilderness with no goal. Is that guy okay? His animation isn't loading. Hang on. If I tab out, does it load? Starter is Lytton. I don't know what Lytton is. SSD will help greatly. As someone who's played Red on a similar build, you'll have issues if you have multiple programs open. I am incredibly authoritarian with my computer. I normally would only have 3 programs open while streaming. It's usually the game. Bar what Windows refuses to let me close, mind you. It's usually the game, which usually involves Steam, OBS, and then Discord. I suppose if you include Steam, that's 4. But I'm super bare bones. I've had, actually, No Man's Sky is one of the worst running games I've ever streamed, and I've had times where I've gone in and killed Windows Explorer itself just to get the extra CPU back, because for some reason Windows Explorer seems to be... Again, it's my C drive, I'm sure of it. Because if I can blame anything, it's my C drive, because Windows is on there and that's slow. RedM is on there and that's having asset loading issues. It might be... Look, SSDs are cheap. It might be time just to move everything over, perhaps. I'm sure I can find a 1/2 GB SSD reasonably well. I don't even need 1/2 GB actually. I'm using only about 300. 1/2 GB. 1/2 terabyte. I haven't seen a 1/2 GB hard drive. Good lord, since like 2004. But... oh, I suppose... No, I've got 5 programs open because I also have an audio mixing program with virtual cables so that you don't hear all the background noise in the desktop audio and the bits and the boops. It also means I can cut Discord out and all sorts of other things out. I've even actually got it configured. TeamSpeak should run through my auxiliary cable, my virtual auxiliary. I can't wander off into the wilderness. Good lord. I've got the... BordBrain's the channel name, and I've got the attention span of a finch. I didn't earn the channel name for no reason, apparently. But, to finish my thought, And it is almost nighttime here. I've set it up so that I can actually cut out TeamSpeak audio. I will still be able to hear it, but just as like a failsafe, I usually do the same thing with Discord as well. I've got a hotkey that just cuts it all out. And that way I can still hear what's going on, but especially with Discord in public servers, it's pretty important just to make sure you have a bail button. Just to push it when you want to go nope when someone comes in and says, you know, something not terms of servicey or even just vaguely insinuates that they're going to do something sus on voice. And you just press that button and then you get to hear it. And then you know when they've done their bit, but stream won't hear any of it. $512 kilobyte drives. That's half a megabyte. That's even floppy disks had more than that. 512 megabyte drives are what I used to have back in the day. Tiny. Actually, no, that probably was the floppy unit, wasn't it? No, I swear I had a half gigabyte drive. In one of my first computers I ever messed with, I swear it was a 512 megabyte drive. 2 terabyte isn't worth much more than a 1 terabyte. I think I'd be more interested in the fault rate and the lifespan than opposed to the storage, because I'm not going to be using much storage. I try to keep as little on my SSD as possible, or rather C drive. Try to keep as little as possible on my C drive as possible. Good sentence. So, Jelly Jack's chewing tobacco. This is the tobacco store. I didn't know I'd walk past it so often. Just because I want to give all of the read-write... Assume this is the room. Yeah, I don't like things competing with Windows. I keep it to itself. But that's my personal preference more than anything. Which just leads... I'm more into... I can't speak English normally out loud to myself, let alone in a server full of people where I have to put on a convincing story. Because I know SSDs have a hard fault limit thing. SSDs will just pack up and die when they do start dying. Hard drives, you can recover data. They lose reliability over time. SSDs will just cut. One day they work, the next day they're gone. So, if a 2 terabyte is more reliable and slightly more expensive than a 1 terabyte, that's going to be my pick, but I don't have a reason for the storage. And Soup, welcome in. Games are taking so much more these days. Speaking of, Red Dead is 112 gigabytes now. That's the full version with the story included, though. In fact, Red Dead is the largest game on my system. The second largest is Dirt Rally 2.0, which I don't even really play anymore. Every time I play Dirt Rally, it's the first game. Okay. So I am burning a bit of time in Blackwater, but I'm still trying to get my feet here. I'm trying to find a fine line between wandering around pretending to talk to NPCs and just telling other people that I've been asking around later on. Because technically, yes, right now I should be going around asking around for my parents, for my family, for my relatives. Not my parents, my other relatives, my estranged relatives who moved across the channel ages ago. But I know they're not in town. Walking around asking NPCs for the location of people that don't exist when NPCs can't even reply isn't gonna get me anywhere. It's something I could do if I ran into another player, for sure. I also don't actually know if there's a proper way to rest. So I figure this was the room. Ooh, bitch! Does that replenish cores? There's no cores. Wait! Energy core, health core, and Deadeye core don't exist. Sid fall asleep. Bed 3x world, Sid fall asleep. Ah, I see. I'm sitting and I might fall asleep. Oh no. Human sleep ground pillow. That's the one with your head propped up, isn't it? Alright, well, I don't think this actually does anything for me like in the base game, so maybe renting a room is a bit of a redundant point in RedM. Energy exists if you try running a lot, so you still, I imagine you still have the regular stamina. And I figure the cores are still there. Mechanically, there's something... But that's a curiosity I have about the base game more than anything. I've never had a core hit 0 and been punished for it. Like, Deadeye hits 0 all the time. I even pushed myself the other day to sprint way past what I could manage, and nothing happened. I just kept sprinting, except the screen was angry at me, and my core was angry at me, but I kept sprinting. And the same thing with health. I don't know what the core does. Obviously the bit around it, when you run out of the bit around it, your actual health, you die. But when the core hits 0, it doesn't seem to do anything. It seemed like a neat mechanic on the surface level, but maybe it's like a story mode only thing, which I haven't got into too much, admittedly. Well, I think I've got 10 minutes before morning, probably less so now. I am going to take a really quick break, and I'm going to go get myself a fresh cup of coffee. I shouldn't be too long, but that hopefully will get us till morning. I do hope I'm not doing any I second guess myself a lot, which is also another reason why I never really got into RedM, and I found myself in a situation where I kind of said, well, bugger it, if I keep umming and erring, I'm never going to do it. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I've never really had the confidence, all the thoughts about like, oh, what character I play, what do they sound like, what's their story, how do I act like them. A lot of my overthinking is based entirely on, like, self-doubt-ish kind of stuff. I hope I'm not buggering up, being one of my probably most common phrases I've said today. But, I digress. It's time that I go get myself a cup of coffee. I could yammer on all day while laying in this bed, but I'm gonna have to think of something for Claudette to be doing by morning. Because come morning, we're going to have to probably leave Blackwater, and I don't know where to. I don't know if we should invent some kind of thread about them moving to Armadillo with the opening. Bingo! My relatives might have moved to Armadillo for the opening. Let's go find out what's happening in Armadillo. That would be great. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm kind of scared to hit my AFK button, but also because I'm pretty sure that's the button to do scenes. Did it work? I think it worked. Without too many hitches, too. The music does not fit. But I think my AFK button works without interfering with the game, which is neat. Ooh. Gonna nap on the bed next to that scary lady in the portrait there. And I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Go anywhere. There is some comedy in the usual goofiness of my channel being contrasted with the seriousness of Red Dead and everything else happening at the moment. We're playing a serious story with oh, we're okay, just... Case in point, there's something to be said for the usual goofiness of my channel, contrasting with the seriousness of Red Dead and everything else at the moment, but... Don't mind Bouncer, he's a bot, for anyone who isn't familiar. Now...
Watch one of the deputies let a fella out of jail for a bottle of whiskey. It wasn't even the expensive stuff either.
How are we doing? So, almost sunrise, we're heading out early. But, I'm happy with that justification. I think the reason I'm trying so hard to justify things to myself first is that I'm trying to avoid being put on the spot if anyone asks me that question further down the track. If I run into someone and they ask, where are you heading? I don't want to be like, I don't know. Or have to think of somewhere on the fly. I'm familiar with the map. Before Armadillo, we got McFarlane's Farm. After Armadillo, we've got probably a few places between Armadillo and Tumbleweed, but none that I'm all too familiar with. And Fort Mercer is somewhere next to Armadillo as well, down to the southwest. It's not my lack of familiarity with the map, especially the old map. The old map is my bread and butter. I put so many hours into Red Redemption 1. It's just that if I get asked something in character and I have to respond in character, I kind of want to have my brain sorted out because my brain's spaghetti mush most days, if I'm lucky. So knowing ahead of time can't hurt. But after a few days in Blackwater asking around, there are a couple of folks that had the surname Harrison who ended up going down to Armadillo. Easy. So does... okay, I've had this problem before, and a lot of my disconnect with how to be involved in the game mechanically is not knowing mechanically what I need to versus what I should be doing. So mechanically, in every server I've ever joined, I've looked for a hotel to rent a room. But only one of them had the ability to rent rooms. Everyone else is treating it as purchasing property for large amounts of money. But if you need to... so I guess that's the mechanical question. Do I need to rent a room? Is that even a thing? The day-night cycle is still reasonably short, even if it seems longer than the base game. I also still don't know how to get a horse brush. I need to brush this horse, he's filthy. Alright, mechanically you don't need to rent a room. That saves me looking for places to rent in every town I reach. Well, it's, you know, a kind of decent story driver, I suppose. A conversation piece. Knowing it's not needed definitely helps. It's so nice, too, that in a lot of the towns... you get some games where nighttime falls and the towns go dead. Red Dead seems to have kept the liveliness of the city up even during the night. Which helps you feeling less like a weirdo when you're out and about at 3 in the morning. Even Fallout 4 in Diamond City. Half the town goes to sleep and you end up with about 2 vendors. 2 or 3 vendors, I think. 2 of which are robots. One's the doctor. And besides that, it's just the city guard. Now, speaking of wandering around aimlessly, I do need to get my bearings because I have kind of just wandered westward. I think I'm still on the right track. There are a lot more telephone poles around. Are they telephone or telegraph poles? Or electric? Hang on. There is electricity. Because I know telegrams are in the game mechanically, but I have not the slightest clue what these poles transport. Oh, was it this server or was it another? Hang on, I'm blending memories together now. I've seen a prompt to use a telephone in the last 24 hours and I don't remember where. There was one server I joined where they immediately gave you a telephone when you spawned in, or the option to telephone, and it was like 10 cents? 10 cents a minute or a second or something? Oh, look at that giant herd of things over there. At the moment, what are we heading? Can't read that compass text. Well, good thing we don't need to. That doesn't sound good. Can I not equip it on a horse? I also can't equip the kerosene lantern from my menu either. I seemingly have to do it from here. There we go. Back to Blackwater. Manzanita Post is on the way. Strawberry. So we're going to pass through Strawberry to Manzanita Post, and then Manzanita Post down to Thieves Landing, which the character wouldn't know about. Get up and equipped and get back on the horse. I don't know what happened the first time, but I seem to have the lantern out, but it's still not on my wheel. There's no spot here where I can seemingly equip it on the fly. And it's gone. The electric lantern in the base game is actually counted as a hand-to-hand weapon. So you pull the knife out and then the lantern. But it means I had a hotkey for it. I don't seemingly have a hotkey for this one. Right. Okay, I think I know what that bug is. Equipping a second time puts it away. But because I put it away with a hotkey, it still, like, kind of, sort of thinks I have it out, is my guess. Ooh, type lantern belt. / lantern belt. Thank you. I've wanted that in the base game for so long. I hate the electric lantern, but having it on the belt is... My horse is glowing. Oh, no. Okay. The lantern isn't... Okay, it's kind of clipping into the horse. But still. Thank you very much, because that has been something I've wanted even in the base game. Go, go! Bastard horse. Come on. I don't know if you can jump the fence, but walk around, please. Good lord. Hey. Horse! Is that a custom fence or something? Please, just get over here. Okay. Just... I wasn't expecting you to throw me off on the fence, but... Holy cow. Okay. What am I gonna do with a cougar? Oh, the lantern ain't so great through the coat either, but it's nicer than nothing. My horse is still stuck. Suppose. Let's make the most of what we can. There's no reason to waste it. Oh, though, my heart. I genuinely wasn't sure if the melee rebuttal would work. The riposte. If you don't throw them back off, I'm pretty sure that's an insta-kill. I still haven't figured out bears. I don't think bears have a counter. But, good lord, if I missed that second time, though, yeah, goodbye. I would have needed a doctor. I hear there's only one in the state. That would have been something. Whew. I actually didn't get the prompt to skin it. Did I? Hang on, let me just quickly... That better not be wolves. Please just be coyote, not wolves. They're too quiet to be wolves. No, I can't skin it. Oh, do you want to know why? I don't have my knife equipped. I do have a knife, not equipped. But we'll take it somewhere. Either it will be useful sold as a whole, or we'll have to just equip our knife and skin it when we get somewhere. Oh, alright. Good lord, my heart rate. Look, I tried to just head off, and when it started running at me, I tried to get the horse to go, but the horse panicked more than I did, I think. Holy cow. You can counter cougars once, to my knowledge. The first attack takes a chunk of your health, and the second attack does you in. If you don't counter, I'm pretty sure you just die. Hey, though. Oh, wasn't expecting that to be my introduction out here on my way to... Strawberry. Oh, bloody bugger off. Is that a grizzly? He left us alone. Good. Leave us alone. Oh, there are my cores. Look, they just appeared. I've got no Deadeye, but a full Deadeye core. I lost a lot of health. You can see it regenerating down there, actually. Holy cow, though. Oops. Good lord. We're not having much luck. What's the camera doing? I genuinely am not actually sure if the Lanchester repeater has enough punch for a wolf. 44 rimfire is a pretty safe bet unless you're good with a shot, but... Ay, ay, ay. If only I could kick the cougar off and run past, maybe they'd be more interested in the cougar than me. That would be a strategy, but I don't think I can kick it off unless I'm off the horse, which is just going to get me in trouble. A hunting deer. Far out. This is too exciting for me. I just wanted to go to Strawberry and I didn't think it was going to be this late out. Probably makes sense not to have my rifle away. We know there are wolves in the area. There's no reason to keep myself unguarded like that. If something else is in the way, like I'm not suicidal. Ooh, and this is where I genuinely have to reflect on like me versus character. Too, because like yeah, they're still here. We're going back to Blackwater then. We're just gonna go back to Blackwater. Like, I'm not gonna keep pushing down a road that's continuously throwing predators at me. Regardless of whether or not that's in character or out. Oh good lord, they're picking up pace. Don't slow down! My horse is actually losing speed there for a bit. I need it to keep up a gallop, not drop to a canter. Alright, well... How do I unbelt my lantern, by the way? I assume I just type it twice. I'm gonna have to actually look for someone to travel with here. Because at this point in character, it's unsafe for me to make the trip. Like... button memory fighting off the cougar is one thing. There's no reason I should have done that, but I get, like, I can't force that though. Clearly, we need some help getting over to Strawberry. Is there a way to autofill? Down doesn't work, left doesn't work, tab doesn't work. At least it shows me what to type. That's nice. Oh. Maybe because I'm on a horse, it doesn't like it. Up! Ooh! Oh, wow, I typed it out in full and then pressed up. Thank you! Up works. It's like the one arrow key I didn't press, annoyingly enough. I think we're just going to equip it here. And that puts it away, whether it's on my belt or not. We'll have to mess around with that later. Look! Arizona and I survived! The likelihood of me coming back with a cougar attached, you know, debatable, but it's what it is. I'm a good shot, apparently. I don't have an explanation. I am so much... honestly, I am just as much lucky as anything that I survived that cougar attack. Trying to push past it like that. Could you imagine if we actually did push past the cougar and just got ambushed by the wolves? Guaranteed death sentence if I hadn't been thrown off the horse and attacked on foot. Awkwardly. Butcher won't open until sunrise, will he? Also, where's the courthouse? I have to avoid the courthouse, and I'm actually kind of lost. Oh, we got kind of dangerously close to it. Oh well, we didn't crash. After luck, glad I could drop in. I'm glad to hear from you, Soup, as well. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. As chaotic as today has been, we've got some semblance of stability in the program side of things. And then we immediately ran into a bunch of problems in the story. Not even in the story. Just the game doesn't want us to go that way yet. I'm gonna have to potter around until I can hire myself a merc, basically, or get someone else who's armed to travel with me. I don't suppose mercenary work is a job that people do on the server. I mean, at that point, it's basically bandit, but you're told not to murder anyone. Do you have any bandits that are happy not to murder anyone? I need a gun for hire. Or perhaps someone who's likewise willing to go to Strawberry, who also has a gun. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Because in honest truth, I think I'm lucky both me and Arizona survived that trip. Oy, what an adventure! To be back in the... Well, I suppose Blackwater is kind of my hometown, in the sense that that's the last place I know I had family. Quote unquote, had family. I wonder if they're ever... Oh, what's going on here? That looks like a rag mess up ahead. I'd be curious whether or not that whole red herring family story turns into anything in the end, but considering it would basically need a part 2, a partner, effectively, to fill in the gap, I don't think it ever will. It'll just stay a red herring, and they'll probably drop off once we get to Armadillo. That's a terrifyingly large cat. I suppose you'd be interested in this. No? Okay. Hang on. Sell carcass for provision, sell carcass for cash. I'm not too sure. I'm damn well lucky I survived. Didn't really get much of a choice in the matter. to sound too awkward, but I don't suppose any of you know what to do with the rest of the cougar. Oh, cool. There we go. That's what I wasn't getting. Yeah, $2.50 for that. It's a nice piece of meat. Yeah, I suppose if I ever take up hunting, I might aim to be a bit more discreet than that, but... There's panthers in the swamp. I'll count myself lucky I didn't run into one on my way down here. It's fair point. You too. I desperately want to ask them to escort me back to Strawberry, but... I bite my tongue. This is like the one opportunity I could have to actually ask for help back to Strawberry too. Maybe I should just mention the wolves, use that as a motivator. I narrate my own internal monologue as the character. Is that weird? I've never seen anyone else narrate that character's internal monologue out loud. But it is naturally just how I normally talk anyway. You see me playing with the offline characters. Fallout, Red Dead Online offline. I'm still there, narrating what I'm doing. Just this time, I get to push a button to talk to other people. But... my conundrum of still needing help getting to Strawberry persists. I had planned to offer cash for escort on safe passage. Oh, oatcake bonus for horse. Wow. That's new. I spoke a full English sentence with words. Oatcake bonus for horse. That's new. I think I missed like 3 conjoining words in that phrase. Let me head to the greengrocer and see if I can figure out how best to move forward here. How are we doing for ammo? Is there a way to check ammo? 96 out of 200. What have we got here? Canned worms. Oh my good lord! The voice comes muffled through... Oh my good, this... Okay, I love this. TeamSpeak voice comms are the best voice comms I've ever used for directional, locational stuff. That's insane. Horsebrush! Let's go! Horsebrush! Thank you! Bottle of whiskey after that trip. I don't need some Chardonnay. Whiskey will do fine. Hair pomade I don't need. We are set. Is there a coyote in town? What have we got over here? More liquor? Yeah, more liquor. If I just wander around, does the menu change? No. It is the liquor shelf. Look at that. It even has a name. Bread rolls. That's a room. Do you have any bread rolls? What do you got here? Empty. Can? It costs more than bottled water, which also, empty bottle costs more than bottled water. So, obviously there's an emote for cigarettes, but how does the item cigarette work? I also gotta remember where the item cigarette is. This side of the shelf? No, this is candy. I don't even think I can buy the candy. There was cigarettes in here. Where did I find them? Here's the water. Cigarettes are next to the meat. $7.50. Let's buy ourselves a pack. Because I don't know how they work, and I'd like to find out. Does the emote consume a cigarette then? Do I have like a limited supply of smoking emotes? I know in the base game it does. When you use the interact emote wheel, you can select smoke cigarette or smoke cigar, and they actually take out of your inventory when you emote using those in the base game. But I'm not sure here how that would work. I think I've missed my opportunity here. I can't head towards the courthouse. I know I should have jumped at the opportunity to mention the wolves or something as a launching pad for maybe asking for help, but if it were just a single person, absolutely, a group of 3, I don't want to intervene or interrupt anything they had planned. Can't hurt to ask. I mean, there's no harm in just being told no, but I'll have to take my next opportunity. I missed this one. So, I need to find the gunsmith. Oh, I got a cougar tooth and a pelt, and I have a horsebrush. I wonder if I can just use the horsebrush now. Use a pair of cigarettes. I got beef jerky, pork jerky. I bought a flour and yeast because I thought I could make bread. I don't have the recipe, I don't think. Let's quickly double check where the gunsmith is. No, that's right. He's over there next to the courthouse, and that's where I crashed. Do I risk it? I mean, we know how to fix it. Even if we crash, we know we just have to bail and get out of town before it loads in. I'm actually also in the wrong street too. Oh, hey! Check it out. So when assets don't load, leaving the area and coming back can also fix them. Nice. Do I also have my knife now? I do. Game is a little sluggish with the weather. I've noticed that the smog and dust and general grimy veneer that the game has is one of the biggest frame rate problems. All of this atmospheric fog. Because we're still doing pretty okay for frames, but it's that flat 30 that's dropping down to like 29, 28 occasionally now. Alright. If I'm quick and I don't stick around for long, let's have a go. I need arrows, 1. My floor is there now. That's where I fell through the first time. His countertop is there too. So, I need... arrows somewhere. Arrow, $5. It would be nice. There's even a page down here. Two lots of arrows to do. Oh, that was what I was gonna buy. A little bit more. Rifle ammo.
How goes it?
I shouldn't need this much, but I don't plan on stocking up frequently is all. For now. The knife went. When the knife went, the rifle went too. Oh, look at that, I have 20 cigarettes in my pouch. Got 2 lots of arrows, which should be redeemable. But I that equipped again. I don't know where that's going. There it is. Just wasn't happy for some reason. This is the Mechanicus soundtrack. Children of the Omnissiah. From the extended, I believe. I'll eat an apple. That's nothing! Oh, I'll eat a bread. That does nothing too. Maybe I should have my cookbook and cook up some of this uncooked big game. Aged 25 years, oak casket. Can I use half or something? That would be nice. I'm not sure what to expect if I just click use on a whole bottle of whiskey. Now, sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Bad news for me, it's almost dusk. I think I'm gonna have to turn down some of the volumetric fog settings. Because this is a bit heavy. And I think counterintuitively, near fog should be lower than far fog. But I could be wrong. Well. Do we try again? sit out before dusk hits. See if we can't make the trip. There's no way the wolves are still out there. Oh, so out of character question for anyone still listening. There's a /PvP command and it just says disable friendly fire. What's the default? And should I type /PvP every time I log in? Or what's the use case for /PvP? I suppose would be a better way of phrasing it. I wonder if I can still do the combo here where we'll go into a little bit of a trot, kind of, and then open map. That's a saddler. There's no one over there in the camp. There's that weird dot thing again. You default PvP on, type it to not throw people off horses or ride in a cart together. I thought you had there might have been Dust Bowl that had Shifty to ride as a passenger. /PvP to ride in a cart together is an important reason to know about it though. Thank you. You know, as far as getting a gun for hire to travel with me to Strawberry, technically the NPCs are armed, and the wolves should still go after them too. So, trailing this guy means about... Pardon me, with a big yawn. I went and made myself a cup of coffee and I haven't touched it yet, and here I am yawning. If I just trail this guy from a perfectly safe, non-aggressive distance like this, if there are any wolves, where are we headed? Oh, it rises in the east and sets in the west. It was morning, not dusk. I'm good at directions, you see. I should have known. Sun out over the water's facing east. That was not a necessary blunder. Oh my good lord. Look at my jacket. It's coated in blood. I knew the cougar got me somewhat decently, but I am just now seeing how badly I've been bleeding. Do I need a doctor? I know some servers... some servers require you to play out the injury, but I didn't realize I was this badly injured. Caught it up to shock because I'm bleeding quite badly here, but it does look a little dry. I'm gonna have to deal with this at some point in character, but at the moment I think I'm okay. I don't remember seeing this at the butcher table even. Oh, you think it might be cougar blood? You may even be right. Strawberry. It might not be mine, but I'm just gotta be... I don't know if there is an in-game mechanical injury system, or if I should be more aware of my injuries in myself, but... That's a worrying amount of blood. That's something... I don't know how continuity in the mechanics work. There's a chance I rock up to Armadillo and no one else can see that blood but me. But I'm curious if anyone else does see it. If I do get comments, that's something worth remembering is... He noticed. Look at that. So it's a mechanical thing. Mechanically, that NPC saw the blood. So other players should too. I don't know if it's my blood. I don't know. I'm a little worried. That's fine. We're halfway to strawberry this time, and thankfully no wolves. I may not have noticed it at the butcher, because you might be right. It might have been from the cougar carcass as opposed to carrying the cougar regularly. After I skinned it, it was just meat, after all, so perhaps that's what caused it. You know, it's something I'd never really considered. I made my character so averse to conflict that I hadn't even thought about having to play the part of an injury. I don't know that's up my... I don't know I have the acting prowess to get away with acting injured, but besides the normal ow, oof, I think I'm hurt, doc. I'll work on it, because I'm sure over time I'll get some... What is that noise? What is that noise? That's horrifying. You guys don't have no Wendigos or... What is that noise? That is not the kind of noise I'm used to hearing in no Red Dead. I don't even know if anyone else heard that but me. It was so subtle and quiet. I'm freaked out. Like, yeesh. Not happy about that. I don't like what I'm hearing. It's like... If you can't hear it, it's like if the wind had feet and ran at you. Because it sounds like the wind, and then you hear pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. I'm freaking out. I'm actually not happy. The bear is the least of my concerns. I think something's in these woods. Besides the bear. It has to be the wind. Literally, NPC dialogue load must have been the wind. I'm having an... Oh, good lord. Is that a cart? What is going on? I'm not happy right now. It's a cart and blood. I am not happy right now. I don't like this. What have you done with my forest? What's happening? I'm not happy. No, no. I am not happy. This is not okay. Where's Strawberry? What's going on? That was my fault. Okay, that was clearly my fault, but... Can I go in? Is this openable? Please let me in. Please let me in. I am armed, but look. Well, I shouldn't have walked up with my gun out. I knocked! I'm not trying to murder you. I'm just freaked, okay? There's a cart with stuff on the floor, blood everywhere, and I'm hearing the devil in the trees. I don't want to be here. And it's two-sided, though. I need to know that I'm not actually being hunted by some kind of Wendigo here. I have to know that this is not like a... If this were any other game mode, if this were regular or story mode, I'd be, like, sprinting at the thing being like, please be a Wendigo, I want to shoot a Wendigo. But... It's so scary, like genuinely. There's a cart with blood and cargo, and I don't know if that's just randomly spawned in, if that's a player's thing. I don't know if that has anything to do with what I'm hearing. There's so much that's just wrong about the forest that tells me I should leave. Any rational person should leave. There's wild horses over there. Not too far away from where the cart is, too. There's the guy. Horses are running off. I am not very happy right now. I need to go check the cart, though. Like, bare minimum, I should check the cart. How far away did I run from the cart? Don't you dare tell me that I imagined that cart. I did not imagine that cart. Oh, thank God it's actually there. Some semblance of reality, because at the moment, I'm not happy. What's going on here? I am not getting off my horse until I know that I'm safe. What happened? I shouldn't be here. Is that a person? It's Rags. Hey, Shinigami Grim and Digi stuff, welcome in. Don't mind me, I am just actually freaking out. There's like a part of me that's like, well, no one else is gonna need this, right? But I'm not a scavenger. But a health tonic is so useful. I could use this stuff. I don't just want to steal it, though. We're taking it and leaving. Give me the health tonic. We're taking it and leaving. I don't know what happened here. Can't seem to find any kind of trail to follow. The cart isn't on the road, but it also seems kind of parked. Off-road, out of the way. There's a lot of blood. But at least the freaky noises and the padding footsteps have gone. That's nice. Replaced by a cart. Is it a camp over there? Could be. Not my business. Let's just get onto Strawberry. Strawberry better be nicer than the road on there. Look. This trip has been a nightmare. Strawberry better be worth it. That's all I'm gonna say. Holy cow. Wait, Horace? Where are you going? That's Valentine. But I'm pretty sure I do want to go this way. Well, generally speaking, yes, this would be closer to our end goal of Armadillo, which is where we're meant to be heading, but I was following road signs to Strawberry. But hey ho, so long as we get to Armadillo, right? So, help trader. That's the house for sale. That's the tall tree shack. There's another bear across the river there. We were heading to Manzana Post. I think we got distracted here because of all the creepy things happening in tall trees. How is everyone, by the way? Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. I do apologize. It says sound alert. I normally don't have it say sound alert. Oh. Hang on. We're passing by the pelt guy. You know what? Within reasonable... I wouldn't know he was there. I'd have to know he was there to know he was there. And so we continued on. And she waddled away, waddle, waddle. Alright. So... back on our original track. Towards Lower Montana River. And then it would be a hard right to McFarlane's Ranch or carry through to Thieves Landing. We'll follow the signpost when we get to the next intersection though. Why? I have never in my life had so much get in the way of me going to a town. Look, I don't play any faster in Red Dead Online Offline. The reason I have a private lobby is so I can play as slow as I want. This pacing is very much up my alley, but I have never had so many predators, weird creepy things, or random events get in the way and genuinely freak me out like that. I know Red Dead Undead had the Sasquatch mission, but I'm pretty sure he was only there as an Easter egg in the base game. In this one, I've never looked into any of the cryptids, so I don't actually know. But I've never heard wind like that in all of my time through tall trees. I am moderately unhappy right now. I feel better being out of the forest, but... good lord. Civilization! We have poles! Do we have any signposts that would lead us to know where we're going? No, but we do have... telegraph poles? So we will follow those to the south. Unfortunately, I think that means Thieves Landing's next for us. And I don't know what's in store for me at Thieves Landing. Mechanically in the base game, it's harmless. It's just called Thieves Landing, and it's very... Horse, please stop. I don't know if double tapping control is quicker than holding, but that was worrying. The bridge is out, by the way. I wonder... Can I change that and then get off? Seems not. It's a very proper walk for drunk. Oh, maybe it's more subtle than I thought. It's just that lean forward. Yeah, it's like a lean forward hunch gait. Okay, so it did work. We can clearly see a bridge around there, so we know where to go at least. Hope you have a wonderful night too, did you? Apologies, that was a bit delayed, wasn't it? I guess Thieves' Landing would probably be where I would want to hang out if I were a disreputable character. But whether or not I run into any trouble, my character's oblivious to, and I personally don't know. Is that elk? What are elk doing this far down south? Oh, let's quickly catch up on any missed messages here. Just through shortly. Got a couple of pings. Being in a public server, I gotta make sure I keep on top of anything important. That I'm not breaking too many rules. Oh, good lord, that was a bit of a drop, Arizona. Well, that doesn't look like I can ford it. Keep going around. I've lost the bridge, though. So, one last question out of character for etiquette. I, if you haven't noticed, frequently talk to myself and narrate my thoughts. Within that metric of me doing it myself, is there room for it as a character? To narrate, well, to just talk out loud? Besides it being the first sign of insanity and getting me admitted. Things like walking up to the bridge and just going, wow, okay, now what? You know, something I would say, but just not push the button to say it. Maybe I can push the button to say it on 3.5. I've been using 3.5 as the mutter to myself range, but whether or not I should be muttering to myself. To be fair, in my defense, even if it is frowned upon, I was using it as bait to try and find other players in St. Denis, but St. Denis was a dead zone when I logged in. Sort of walking around and being like, hello. Oh, I wonder where that is. Oh, I wonder what's going on here. Oh, do you think I can get a ticket? Wonder when the next train's coming in. And I did that for hours yesterday. Walking around muttering to myself to see if I could catch anyone else online. Hiding in the quiet. The simple phrase for question, can I talk to myself out loud? Like push to talk, but no... Obviously, if no one else is around, it's not going to hurt anyone, right? No one will know. But if I'm walking through a town, just like sort of muttering, oh dang, the shop's closed. Oh no, I wonder where to get apples. You can mutter to yourself, but 3.5 is super quiet. I suppose that's a sort of a question on the mechanics. Is 3.5 the max, or is 3.5 get like a little bit of overflow? It sounds like 3.5 is the max, and anything further than 3.5 away can't hear me. Where am I? What bridge is this? We were following telegram poles, and I had a bridge over there. Now I'm a bit more lost, trying to loop around to the same spot. Sorry, I should have said max range. So it says 3.5, but I guess I was wondering if 3.5 was the furthest away someone could hear me. or if it faded out past 3.5 would be the technical way to phrase it. So if I'm at 8 meters, can you still hear me at 9 meters away but quieter? Or is it fading out until you get to 8 meters where I'm inaudible? But from what I could tell before, when we were selling the Cougar, it seems like the number there is the limit where I am audible, not the number where I start to fade out. From what I could tell while talking to those other people in Blackwater. There's a train station. There's a train? There's a train? Thieves Landing doesn't have a train, does it? I actually am going to have to check the map. I've either gone past Thieves Landings and I'm near McFarlane's Ranch. I have gone very past Thieves Landing then. So the question is, should I head back towards the coast or follow this inland thinking it'll get me to Armadillo? Because logically it will get me somewhere. I think we'll infer that this is the best case. I think it's the best case. If we follow the train, we will get somewhere. And if we follow it inland, that somewhere might be Armadillo. You mutter to yourself in game a lot. I have been trying to use it as player bait, basically, just sort of talking to myself out loud to see if anyone's around. So far, no bites. People often walk up to me and talk to me first at this rate. But there's a lot of etiquette questions I have that I'm really unfamiliar with, which is mostly all I'm going to be asking, just like what's polite to do, what's impolite to do. Probably how best to go about. So there's rules for like playing outside of your comfort zone when other people are involved if you're not comfortable doing things in that regard. But a lot of this is outside of my comfort zone from a solo perspective. It's because it's a first, because it's something I've never done. I don't have experience being involved in a social roleplay of any kind. I've never done D&D because I've always thought I sucked at every aspect of D&D bar the dice rolling. And even then, I kind of sucked at the dice rolling. So, a lot of my discomfort, though, does come from not knowing what is frowned upon, I suppose. Out of almost like a kind of fear that I'm going to do something wrong, or coming back to etiquette, just that I'm going to do something I shouldn't be doing without realizing. And that goes full circle back to me for a minute thinking that my coat was covered in my own blood, which I still technically don't know. And it took me long enough to realize out of the game that I don't think Claudette's realized at all. Muttering at 8 is good. If you're quiet, it'll be much quieter to people further away too. I'll have to remember that. There's a big catch is that I mutter very loudly. Just because I do sort of slow down. What's going on? Oh, for fuck's sake, slow down my arse. Don't hit the tree. I am not doing this again. Is there anything at McFarlane's Ranch that would... Is that another one? No, that's a deer. Good lord. Or was Ernie just talking about the fact I might be covered in my own blood from a cougar attack? There's one at her house. Oh, for fuck's sake. They can't use doors, can they? Good luck, horse. You know what? No, I'm not going to be that mean. Go. Don't be locked. Don't be locked. Fuck. I counted on that still being open from the base game. You can't use stairs. I'm immune. I'm immune. I'm immune. You can't use stairs, can you? Kick it, kick it, kick it, kick it. Oh my good lord. Bugger off. This isn't fair. Especially because I'm dropping frames. 2 times in a row. Where is everyone? I actually did legitimately almost die. Look at my health. I had a slither left. Make me mom power, right? I should never come here. Oh, look at my hands. That one is mine. Good lord. Okay. I am... So many mistakes were made. I was kind of safe. And then it came up on the porch. I thought I could go into John's little hut over there and be fine. Wait, oh, I need this. Is that now an item or something? No? I just used it without using it, apparently. Oh, there's the bottle. Oh, please stop. Please stop. Thank you. Oh, it's like its own mini-game. Okay. So that's how smoking from inventory works. Oh, I'm glad smoking doesn't hurt me, because that would have been silly to do with no health left. I am gonna need a reason why I keep surviving these cougar attacks, though. Can I be less casual about this? I'm not okay. I'm getting back in the chair. It's way more my style. I am not okay. I need a moment. I can't whistle with a cigarette, apparently. Ooh. Okay. Can I stay here for the night? I know staying places for the night isn't really necessary, but I don't want to go out after dark. That's the second cougar. I ran away from the wolves. Where's my horse? I saw the signs on the bridge there had two signs that said slow down. And I wasn't entirely sure if they were referencing like a... I don't know. Bridge being weak or newly constructed or something, but... I don't have a knife equipped anymore. Give me a sec. Although, no, this isn't gonna be pretty. We're gonna put blood all over the back of Arizona now. Oh, Lord. There's a person. I swear. I need to start disconnecting my mechanical ability from... I don't even know if that's overthinking it though. Like, if you're attacked by a cougar, within reason you're expected to defend yourself, I'm sure. But, can I buy John Marston's house? Can I stay here? What do you cost? Can I afford you? Buy? What does it cost? Not possible to purchase. I am too poor. I don't know how much they cost. Oh, actually, hang on. Doesn't the map tell you? Oh. I think that's already owned by a player because McFarlane's is spelled wrong. Or maybe it's owned by a McFarlane with a different last name. If there's no... So is it meant to show price then? I mean, someone already bought it? I'll have to bear that in mind, that it's meant to show price if I walk up to it. Okay. Right, well... McFarlane's Ranch seems awkwardly dead. I say that because I'm remembering the one from the first game where there's a barn over there too. Technically, McFarlane's Ranch, even in Red Dead Redemption 2, is a little dead. Oh, okay. Because I know the map. Let's risk another cougar attack in third person, shall we? I know the map shows prices. So that one cost 19,000. That one cost nothing. So maybe that's the Tall Tree Shack. Maybe that's the catch. That's 10,000. Maybe if they don't have a price even on the map, then they're already purchased. Oh, okay. Armadillo's a couple of hours west. I think that's like a speed limit sign. I don't think that was warning me about the cougar. I think that was just a speed limit sign, like please don't speed through McFarlane's Ranch. Okay. I was actually gravely injured from that last cougar attack, though. Is there a doctor in Armadillo yet? I could use a doctor. I heard there's only one in the state. Do you think he's in Armadillo? There... To jump a bit sort of more bluntly out of character though, what's the fine line between role-playing an injury and sort of waving it off if no one else is around to treat it or see it? Because if there is only genuinely one other player doctor, I don't know what much point there would be to role-playing an injury that no one else but you guys saw. We are gonna go to... okay, so I could roleplay it to the effect of going to a doctor's shop. I could go to a medicine person? What is a word? Person? Place? If I go to a medical shop, I could still then infer... I could still then play out the injury until I've been treated, quote-unquote, by the shop. I'm hearing some scary animal noises. Speaking of Armadillo, there she is. I'm only... 7 hours late? 8 hours late to the grand opening of Armadillo? How did it go? I saw the flyers and had my own quest and adventure to be on. Kind of got absolutely blocked by, well, 2 cougars now. Second one wasn't much of a roadblock. The first one, we also managed to defend against, but ran into a pack of wolves, which are much less defendable against. So we went back to Blackwater. It's been a whole thing. There's been a lot that stopped me getting to Armadillo. Need to realistically RP your injury, but the extent of injuries is up to you. I would say gravely injured, considering the cougar actually did almost do me in. And the closest I've got to an injured walk is a drunk walk, but that'll do for now. If no one else is around, don't RP injury too severely. Honestly, if someone else saw that, that would be the kind of thing where I would probably... I don't know, like, what's annoying roleplay versus what's good roleplay? Because that's not this, like a cougar jumping on you and biting your neck, leaving you with mechanically like 1%, 2% health. That's not something you just get back on your horse and walk off with. I would want to get treatment there or have someone help me. Not escort, what's like, just have someone... If I was with someone, of course, like if the injury was actually witnessed, then sure, I'd be like, hey, can you take me over to the doctor? I need a doctor. But at the moment... Oh! Armadillo is open! Look at this! Does this mean we're in... So Red Dead Online Vanilla is 1898. Red Dead Redemption 2 is 1899. If Armadillo has been rebuilt, we must be somewhere in 1906, 1907. This is much more in line with how gorgeous the town was in 1911, though. Everything's open. Oh, the lights are on. Nothing's boarded up. This is beautiful. Even the gunsmith is back in business. Look at him go. That must mean canonically Claudette is occurring. We can't say... We could say 18... No, it would be 1909. Because 1911 is when John Marston comes back through here and it's all built up. So I'll just be crass and say Claudette's 10 years after my regular online character. I was so disappointed when I came here in the regular online. I was like, I'm going to go to Armadillo and shop. I got here and there was one shop open and the saloon. Look at all of this though. Alright. Look, I'm sorry. Look. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to walk into you awkwardly like that, but it didn't hurt, okay? It didn't hurt. You know what I need to do is I need to get my brush out. Horace? Arizona? Must have been the wind. General store will be closed. Let's go to the saloon. If it makes sense, do it. Yeah, I am kind of just feeling things out. I'm more looking for... If I ask a question, it's because I'm hoping that there's an... Hey, the saddle's back. Look at that. If I ask a question, it's way more to do with, like, what should I not do? What is horrible? Calm down. Calm down. Why are you so angsty? I bought you a brush. I'm trying to use it, but you won't let me. Does this go continuously? Please, dude. Please don't make me re-equip it in the menu. Oh, no. I just wanna go wait before brush. I know, but I don't want to have to do that in the menu. Okay, so I have it in inventory. I'm getting distracted here. There's a horse brush item somewhere along here. I think it's in kit. Or horse care? I'm not sure. But it ain't there. And it ain't here. There you go. Wait, when did I get those stirrups? Hold on. I didn't buy those. Oh, right. The injury? Is there a doctor in town? There is normally, right? Or should I say there is in 1911. The bank's here, the barber's here, the saloon's here, the property for sale. But I'm pretty sure in the tutorial... Oh, I might be thinking of Red Dead 2's tutorial. I'm getting the games confused even more now. You know what'll heal me up pretty good? A bottle of whiskey. They don't... Can I buy a bottle of whiskey? Saloon's functional, right? I don't know how to buy bottles of whiskey, apparently. I know how to eat peanuts, though. I can't eat the peanuts either? This interior looks redesigned, too. Can I have that? I'm just gonna sit down, okay? I feel like I've earned a sit down. You know what? First person ain't so bad. We're just gonna sit there. And I'm just gonna chat for a bit. We made it to Armadillo at nighttime, surviving another cougar attack. I don't know how many more of those I should canonically survive here. We should probably just end up dying to the next one, I think. Because there's two parts of me. There's the part of me that knows how to deal with a cougar attack in the game. And there's a part of me that says there is no way a person survives 4 cougar attacks in a week. R can give me... Okay. So if I leave... Apologies, I'm also taking a bite to eat for a sec here. While I'm recuperating from my injuries. Where's the learner's table? I desire to be a learner.
Stranger?
It'll do. It'll do. Oh, Lord. Oh, I can't move my mouse up. Oh, the server is set in 1897. 1897? A year before Red Dead Online. That's interesting. Split universe theory, then. If we already have Armadillo rebuilt in 87, then Red Dead Online Standard and Red Dead Redemption 2 have a split universe. That's somewhere else. It's still really neat to see, though. It's super neat to see Armadillo rebuilt back up. Hey, that's a fair point. The zombies are split universe theory too. Because in Red Dead Undead, I won't spoil anything. In Red Dead Undead, you play leading protagonist John Marston. If you've... Actually, I wonder if they do let you play multiple... They do let you play multiple characters in Red Dead Undead, don't they? Memory? I'm not sure. They've got voice acting for Red Dead Undead, so John Marston would have to do majority of the quest content, right? There was a co-op part to Red Dead Undead where you could play multiple characters, I swear. I didn't just make that up, promise. I don't think. But there you go. Split universe theory is canon thanks to Red Dead Undead. Which also means we now have a logical and well thought through argument for why every RP server is canon in its own split universe. Everyone's server is canonical because they're in their own timeline over there. Of course it's canonical to their timeline. I know Red Dead Undead had story stuff, because there were quests, that was where you meet the Sasquatch, and the Sasquatch has a full-on blown conversation with John, so there's all that stuff, but I swear the core of Red Dead Undead was like this choose-your-own-character wave defense thing. Maybe it was way more important, maybe I just made it way more important, because that's all I played, but... Quiet town, though. Maybe I should move in. What do we have in Armadillo? Property well out of my... Someone's already bought the bucket company over there. There's a bakery? Next to the train station? Oh, we have to go see them in the morning. There's a pelt trader over there. Alright. So, first things first. In the morning, a fresh baked good. Then we're going to the butcher table to sell the carcass, and after that we're trading the pelts in at a pelt trader there. Cool. That's the plan. Come morning. What's this then? Butcher armadillo, butcher table armadillo. What's the difference? The butcher table is what you do to donate corpses and animals to crib, but here I'm not sure. We should investigate. Either way, we have the backup of the actual butcher over there. Multiplayer was the wave defense thing I'm thinking about. I really do want to go back. Antonio Rantoni on Twitter yesterday was talking about how we don't need a Red Dead 1 remaster. What we need is a Red Dead 1 DLC, and I have to find myself agreeing because I don't think I'm super keen on the idea of reinstalling Red Dead 1 when we already have the map, the towns, everything scaled up to gorgeous detail in Red Dead 2. Releasing it as a full price DLC, I would genuinely full price DLC. I would be happy to pay full release price 60 US for Red Dead Redemption 1 packaged as a DLC. If it means I don't have to install 2 copies of this map, please, Rockstar. I don't want to install 2 copies of your game when we already have the map here. I will pay money for Red Dead Redemption 1 DLC. Please make it happen. That would be beautiful. Thank you. Because I want to beat the first game. And then I want to beat this game, sorry, the prequel. And then play through Red Dead 1. But at the moment I'm going to have to emulate it on an Xbox, or I'll have to capture card it from an Xbox. And ending on Red Dead Undead for a stream or two would be kind of cool. But for now, I haven't even started Red Dead Redemption story yet. That's a bit of a pipe dream now that I've got RedM working, isn't it? Quiet town. I wouldn't be surprised if there are rumors, because I don't doubt that's exactly the reason why Ranton was talking about it. However, I stand by my statement. I don't need to install a complete second version of Red Dead Redemption 2 with the old map. Just package the story content as DLC and share the assets, please. If I have to choose between Red Dead 1 or Red Dead 2, Red Dead 2 wins. Which means I'm just less likely to buy Red Dead 1. If it's a DLC... Hear me out, Rockstar. If it's a DLC that shares assets, I don't have to choose. It's just a DLC I can buy to install. We'll see, though. It's almost morning. So, a bit more of a mechanical question. You mentioned about the mod you're using to rebuild Armadillo. Do you have to place with the NPCs and everything too? Or is there a bit of... Well, this place obviously is in the base game, but... With the other shops and with the town in general, do you have to make it look alive? In the regular Red Dead Online, this place is just littered with people lying on the floor moaning. So I'm curious how cleanup and replacement of stuff like that goes. Especially in a game as complex as Red Dead Redemption 2.
I was born here. I'm gonna die here. Probably soon.
Just to double check, there's definitely no doctor in town? No. So what's next? We did have work further back west, east towards the coast. Oh, hold up, hang on, hold up. What's this? Hang on. This isn't in the online. What's this? What's all of this down here? What's all of this? No, I know this from Red Redemption 1, but what's it doing here? I swear this is not in the base game. If it is, actually, hang on. I don't even think that island's in the base online, vanilla online. I would have seen this. I would have seen this if this was in the vanilla online. Whether or not it's in the story, I don't know, but I'm suspicious, especially with the fonts loading in like that. I'm suspicious this has been added in after the fact, and that's really cool. I wonder then, did you guys... I suppose I don't know if you've, with how the server stuff works. A lot of things share plugins, so I don't know if you've... It's like a plugin for this map or something. Curious if they did reference the base... I'm curious if they reference Red Redemption 1 or managed to rip the files. They've done a great job converting the map to Red Redemption 2, though. Curious. You watch, I bet. I'll log back into regular online and that'll be there and I'll just feel like an idiot. Up? Wait. Up does previous. Up does previous. Okay, so... I work... yeah, I'm not sure. Safe to say, I'm all healed up. I do actually have a health tonic. Mechanically, I don't need it, but I could always burn stuff like that. Just for the vibe. Hey, Arizona, when you phase...
Miss?
I'll be back. Can I give you anything? Where's the cougar? You didn't eat it, did you? I guess with how horses work, that cougar is just long gone. What's the butcher's table? You're not the butcher's table. You're in a lot of dogs. I know that's someone's house. Is that the butcher's table? It's also still way further into the night than I thought. We're still gonna have to wait till morning to get... Did you restore the station? Oh, I didn't even think to check McFarland's station. That thing's like a full-fledged post office in 1911. Do I pretend to have a carcass? No, I don't even pretend to have a carcass. The way RedM servers work is they take the base map from the actual game and there are mods and plugins that can be added to make each server unique and custom. Two servers are exactly the same. I'm just more like, I mean, if I wanted to right now code an NPC walking from that train station all the way over to the sheriff's office, I don't know what that is, how it's done. Because I figure, for the most part, someone makes the plugin and everyone else will use the plugin, but the person making the plugin must do some magic to get NPCs to actually be interactable and lively. I could not imagine trying to code in, like... That's my part of my curiosity. I wonder if they borrow AI. Do you think they just have, like, AI systems that allow you to tick walk from post office to sheriff's office and repeat? Or something like that. Because that definitely would make it a lot easier if you could place an AI in a spot to spawn and then have certain targets and destinations to reach. That would make it infinitely better if it was all handled in engine and you could plug and play modular style. But I don't know. It seems like magic to me to be able to get this game to have modding support to this degree where you can overhaul an entire town. That is magic to me. Speaking of magic, the bakery isn't open and I want my magic muffin. Few more hours left. Do I still have the clock? No. When your horse despawns, what you have on the poor back does too. I did figure as much. Nice to know for certain that it wasn't actually like a bug, because the horse did kind of just bloop. It sort of just turned off when I went to brush it. I'll definitely have to remember that in the future though, if I do have anything on it. Sorry for the bout of silence. Taking the downtime during the nighttime here. got here at dusk. Okay, the moon does not signify when it's day, night. Okay, so... the moon, I guess, does not signify what time of night it is. Because that looks like it hasn't moved, and I thought it was setting. But if the moon doesn't rise or set, then it could be any point in the night at this point. I was going to say, taking some time during this downtime during the nighttime to replenish some of my own need cores. Because I skipped dinner last night, and it's almost dinner time tonight. I had myself some leftover stew. I am terrible at gauging whether or not it's about to be daytime or nighttime. I left Blackwater saying, oh, it's about to be nighttime, and it was dawn. I left the saloon thinking, oh, it's about to be sunrise, and it's barely midnight now. Is there a way to check time? I need a pocket watch. Ooh, can I still cheat? I can still cheat. The pause menu still has the clock. That shouldn't be too long until sunrise then. So, let's have a look around town. We'll have plenty of time to properly explore in the daylight, but... I just have a pocket watch. Is that the one in the pause menu, or...? Let's have a look at the crafting. Oh, hey, tab shows me the map. Put that away. Tab actually shows you the map. That's really neat. Super zoomed out, but it's there. Doggy! Hello? You don't want to be pet? Oh, fine. I didn't want to pet you either. No. There is a doctor here in Armadillo. The quest I was thinking of, not the one with Uncle. That's the one in Red Redemption 2. The one I'm thinking of is where you come here with Miss McFarlane. And she tells you to go catch up with the doctor, who should be right here. Next to the Undertaker, right? Who are you now? Not marked. Tons of tonics, though. I knew I wasn't misremembering that Armadillo had a doctor. Well, in that timeline. This one's a different timeline. Wait, is the Undertaker still boarded up? He still looks a bit rough. Oh no, even the Undertaker. Oh, that's pretty. Oh my lord, you've furnished out all of the houses, even the ones that don't have vendors in them. Does that mean you've done up the church? It sure looks like it from here. And the sheriff's got some neighbors. You know, I actually don't think I've ever paid attention in Red Redemption 1 what those buildings were. Oh, it's a schoolhouse. I always thought this was they have one of them movie photo picture things. What a fancy piece of equipment for a school out here in Armadillo. Oh. Generic. Bench. Abigail piano. You know, I thought about making a character called Abigail because there's a face that just looks like an Abigail. I'm so glad I'm so good at piano. Listen to that riff. Hey, there's even crafting table. Cooking table. Oh, look, hey, I'm not gonna be complaining. I can craft baked potato, roasted big game. I do need some roasted big. Can I count how many? Okay, that works. Gonna head out for the night. No worries, Shrub. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. I'm gonna have a cookie. Bottle of dirty water. That'll have to be something I look into. It's like... It feels like a church that's been repurposed into a school, which I don't think is too far from what actually ended up happening with it, wasn't it? Different story. Again, sorry. It's so weird being able to see in there, too. What's this? Why is there an obscure councilman's table out here? Next to a campfire, too. Scary looking tables. So I know the pelt trader is here. Maybe we can start on this end of town. But it looks like his neighbor can be entered too. Trade? Oh, this guy works differently. That's $4 for that. I can't sell the poor cougar coat. For some reason, he wanted the other one, but not the poor one. Trade is actually having standards and not just buying half the wilderness full of meat. How do I turn that off again? Page up. No? Problem is these are all keybinds because they're usually so far out of the way I never have to worry about them. Oh, is it backspace? Oh, okay, I can do that. Oh. Well, pelt's gone. Neighbor. Let's have a look at the neighbor. It drops it on the ground. I see. I almost left $4 in here. Wait, even if it's a conflicting bind, can I just stand over it and press R? No. Almost. I gotta wait till it appears, then there we go. Ah, okay, so he sells them if you hold them. Is that a rat? Oh, no. That's neat. I am learning things very slowly. But I am still learning them. What place is this? Is this just the winery? A dinery? Ooh! Stuff upstairs. Are these coded as actual poker tables? I know. It's commands for the minigames. There's like play cards, play. Bring back the hotkeys back up. Oh, an hour ago. Hey, Scratch and Sniff. Welcome in. It's a pleasure meeting your character in Blackwater today. I have to admit, I ran into... Actually, I think the only people I ran into have been in Blackwater. I know you weren't... My memory's fading me. How long have I been live? It can't have been that long ago. Was it, not Arthur. He had another A name. Why do I remember... I remember initials. I never remember people's names, but I remember their initials. It's AM. What? Why? No, it's William. It's not A, it's William. I hate my brain sometimes. But hello. I'm a bit, I'm literally fresh off the boat. Both in-game a week ago and literally today for me, out of character, IRL. I'm completely fresh off the boat. I have been thrown in the deep end, I feel. A bit of my own doing, perhaps, but... I wanted to get into RedM for such a long time, and we finally had the... Not the motivation, because my biggest detractor from my motivation has hands down been the fact that I can't stream it. But we finally got it streaming okay! At least for the most part. It's like 90% okay, 80% okay so far. There's still a couple of hiccups, like being deathly allergic to the courthouse in Blackwater. I once fell out of the doctor's office in Blackwater. There's been a couple of small hiccups, but I think with a solid 80% success rate so far, and it's been a blast. Ah, you were the guy on the... Okay, I do remember you, that's for sure. I remember your group, but picking out people when Twitch names don't match, especially when I don't ask for people's names, like, here's me just like, actually fought a cougar. Not that I, again, had a choice. I have to admit, though, seeing you lot dumping animal corpses in the middle of the road from across town was quite a... It was a sight to see. Coming back into Blackwater, I was like, oh lord, what happened here? I'm glad it was animal corpses. That's all I'm gonna say. Because from across town, that was a scary sight. Looked like someone had just been knocked off a horse and left for dead. I'm gonna have to find... I have a cougar problem. I have a massive cougar problem. I've only been on for a couple of hours, and every time I head west, I had one at McFarlane's farm after I met you. And before McFarlane's farm, I was heading to Strawberry, which is where I got ambushed the first time. Both times, I have genuinely... Okay, so the first time, I was thrown off my horse. The second time, I thought I was smart. So I got off my horse and told my horse to flee. Go, live, be free, save yourself. And then I ran up some stairs onto a porch thinking I'd be immune. Trust a rockstar to not have terrible coded AI that can't figure out stairs. The thing just walked up the stairs and stared at me. And I got myself attacked a second time, sat here in Armadillo Recovery. It's been a day. It's been a day. A day of many firsts for many reasons. I also got chased by the tree monster in tall trees. I will not elaborate. I found puddles of blood and it was not good. The tree monster in tall trees is real. I will not argue this point, nor will I elaborate. That is the end of the conversation. Thank you. Don't want to talk about it. Scary enough going through that place as it was. So, we've got dice game is dice roll. That sounds different to card game. What is dice game? Dice roll? Flash dice roll is dice game. I was looking for poker, but... I have randomly typed a command and seen nothing happen, and I get worried. I wouldn't mind playing blackjack though, but I don't see any ways to do it. Someone leave a cigarette? That's such a... Don't! Look, there is two versions of me playing this game right now. There is the version of me that plays video games, sees something they think they can pick up, and compulsively goes to pick it up. What happened to the weather? Where'd the town go? Oh, I might have to change my key binding for RedM. Screenshots. Oh, speaking of town, it's daylight. Thank you. So we do have the doctor's office, but not a vendor. I'm not sure what we got there. There's craftsman across the road. It is a pharmacy. It's a barber and the gunsmith. Did I need anything from the gunsmith? I remember thinking I did, but I'm not sure. I love the gunsmith store. Is much of this... Does anyone know if much of this is modeled after Red Redemption 1? Bit of a lack of my memory failing me here. Everything feels like bigger Red Redemption 1. The general store. Is that unchanged from the base game, or have you added stuff to that too? And then you had that building. This was the only other building with windows you could see in. in the base game, and I have no idea what was in it in the base game. This looks fairly unchanged, but the door now works. Is this a bank? It is a bank! Nice. I'm doing a little bit of exploring at the moment. The whole reason we were ambushed in the first place on our way to Strawberry was because we were trying to find our way down to Armadillo. We're following a bit of a red herring trail for looking for family. I should stop calling it a red herring because I am looking for family. They just, quote unquote, don't exist. First they were in Blackwater and then no one was in Blackwater. So then we heard they went to Armadillo because of the grand opening today. Which was my in-character motivation to come down and have a peek. But yeah, I mean, it is a red herring. They're not here because they're not real. I can't invent NPCs. So I'm using them as kind of a... what's that word? Something device that you use. It doesn't actually affect the story, but it's used as a prop to get from A to B. MacGuffin! They're my MacGuffin. I'm using them latently and abusing that point. See if I can't get myself around the map a little more and find some adventure. On the surface, character is just the typical case of wanderlust, moved out from home and wants to see the world. Yeah, the big old Cooper and I helped you skin the cougars, one that said cougars reach around to hug you. Yeah. He definitely did want a hug. I really don't think I should have survived either of those attacks, but... there's two parts of me playing. There's the part that wants to be Claudette, who should not be fighting off cougars barehanded. And then there's a part of me that just says, oh no, I need to press F. Like lizard brain kicks in and I melee the cougar and then throw it off. There's two parts of me and I need to regulate a little bit. Where's the Lanchester ammo? Do you not sell Lanchester ammo? Do you have a vendor here? Do you just have like a menu? Oh, you sell packs of cigarettes too. Nice. They're more expensive here. I'm sorry, there was $7.50 on Blackwater. I'm gonna write an official complaint to your manager. Snake venom antidote. I wonder how... that might be... oh, bandage. Yes, please. I've been attacked twice. I'll take 3. See? Okay. But no, seriously though. Where's the... I know the Evans were... so, mechanically, I know the Evans repeater rounds will work in the Lancaster. I'm calling it the Henry. I never remember what it's called. So, it's got... rifle, pistol, revolver, and shotgun on the labels there. Pistol and revolver are separate, aren't they? But repeater is not on display. The Evans repeater, though, does work. Because that's what I accidentally bought. In my brain, I opened the little booklet back in St. Denis when I bought this rifle, and I saw repeater ammo, and my brain said, oh, Lanchester repeater. And I bought a bunch of it, but it was the Evans repeater ammo. Lanchester was on the next page. Is it Lanchester? I need to know. Wait, it's the Winchester. I mean, no, it's a Henry, but... Winchester is easier to remember than whatever Rockstar called it. Actually, no. Is it a Winchester? Lever action rifle with a solid... It's got the brass Henry touch, though. You can't put brass on a lever action and tell me it's not a Henry. How do I inspect? Is there a way to inspect? Maintaining is still a thing. Oh, maintaining might not be a thing. Condition is still at full, but I was hoping to inspect it. I don't... No, okay, no. There's clearly a cross in design here. It's partly modded after the Henry, if not entirely modded after the Henry, because it's 44 rimfire, which is how you fit 14 rounds in a tube. I know how it works, video game. You can't trick me. Although, to be fair, that's partly I don't know what the Winchester is, though.
Ain't been affected at all by this contaminant. He claims only the impure are taken by it. Just can't believe the things that happen here now.
Should check the clothes store before we're gone. Look! My night at the saloon healed me, all the blood's gone. Hemp and Trill Gamer 808. I hope I did not butcher that, but welcome in. Hemp and Trill Gamer. I think I got that okay. You have cheeses. Ooh, tart. Cookies! Okay, this is on the map. I'm gonna be very sad if I can't buy things here, okay? I even have flour and... What is that? Is that a spitting pot put in the ground? It almost looks like a spitting pot that's been squashed. Can I not buy a... I'm thinking about it. The only baked good I think I remember seeing in a shop was bread. But this is on the map. The bakery doesn't even let me craft baked goods. I really wanted to come by like a fancy baked treat, but I guess I'm not allowed to. It has its own icon over here and everything. Wait a minute, it says upstairs. It says upstairs. Coming soon? Ooh, okay. Oh, did I roast that big game? I did. I got some pork jerky here first, though. Nice. Doctor by name! Not a pharmacist, an actual doctor! Possibly even with a doctorate. In medicine! This guy isn't on the map. Maybe also coming soon. But at least he's here. And the pharmacist is too. Something flashed. What happened? Are you okay? My game is running terribly and something flashed. I think programs are crashing. Oh. So, I guess at this point, we're stuck back in the open-ended nature of the character's arc. Hunting, look, You just gotta be blunt. I am hunting for family, but the function is red herring chase across the nation to let me go around and explore a little bit and see people and find things to do. However, we originally went from... There's Rhodes. Okay, so there's a place in Rhodes that might be up for sale pretty cheap, apparently. 5k? 3k? That's pretty cheap. I could maybe afford a house for 3k. Let's have a look at these. 20, 15, 4k. I could maybe afford a 4k house. Some way down the line. Yeah, something's not happy. I'm gonna tab out for a bit here. I don't know what's going on, but something is super not... Back to my conundrum. I don't have any direct character motivation at this point. What do the blue icons mean? There's 2 blue horses out here. Pronghorn Ranch and a Leary residence. There's a yellow house. Ooh, and one last question. A sort of half promise one last question. There we go. These things. Note collectors, animal researcher. I don't know what note collecting is, but I've not been able to figure it out. Right. No, it's not entirely true that we're open-ended too. We do have... I guess people can pick their icon colors, because that one's green, and I just noticed. Something is really not happy. What's locking up my system? So we know that if we head back to Rhodes, there's property that might possibly be for sale in Rhodes. And there's possibly some work at Braithwaite Manor. What is that? Trap Hunter? Trap Hunter. We'll probably stick around Armadillo until nightfall and then head off at nightfall, because if there's no reason to sleep, then the best case use for nighttime is probably going to be travel. Something has gone horribly wrong. My game is continuously locking up. And the stream is dropping frames again. Ah, I think I found it. Oh, I found a couple of things that could be it, actually. Steam suspended. With no indication as to why Steam is suspended. I have 2 Steam EXEs open. Not great. And I think Discord just crashed. What else is happening? Looks like Steam might be causing the game to lock up though. It'd be too easy if we had a perfectly smooth stream from here on out though. But, that being said, 2 Steam EXEs is questionable. The fact one is locked up is even more questionable. Are we all better? Alright. Bit of a small intermission getting things sorted. Apparently sitting still on a horse still gives you XP. So, for now, whether or not I pick back up on the trail of this family story, I don't know. But it seems like they're not in Armadillo. If they're not in Armadillo, that's another dead end, because no one here knows them. Last place we knew they lived is Blackwater. Next port of call. Why does that symbol in the top right keep changing? It was a pair before. Me not getting distracted. Hey, next port of call. That wasn't there before. That wasn't there before. Hold on. Are you able to spawn things in on the fly? Is that... There's no... What is going on? Now those icons were there before. I might just be blind. Hey, there's even a fast travel token here. I don't expect it to work, but you gotta walk up and see the button prompt. It's City Hall. Look at all of this. I don't even know what this building is. Almost someone's home, probably is. But I think we've exhausted quite a fair day in Armadillo. It could be safe to say that we need to turn back and head to our last known point of contact and point of work. Have a look at the sheriff's office. Oh no! So, first things first. Blackwood. Although, it's been a whole lot of nothing, I do think, story-wise. But, like, so as far as what I wanted to do today, I'm happy with the day. We got to go to Blackwater. We had a ton of questionable, not natural things happen, I don't feel like. The wind and the trees. I still think Tall Trees is cursed. I don't want to go back through there. So maybe while we're down south, let's even look at that. Maybe while we're down south, we should cut north from McFarlane's Ranch back to Manzana Post and head north to Strawberry. Tall Trees is over there anyway. Alright. I think for now it might help to head back to... Can I take my coat off? I don't know if this is possible in here. Take the coat off, it's very warm. I need to think about doing IRL things though. It's been an awful long day here at the moment. It's been a blast, but I've got two ways of looking at it. What I'm happy with and what I think is an accomplished day. We haven't done a lot as far as accomplishments go. Been attacked by a cougar twice, which honestly I'd have a hard time explaining how I survived that if I was attacked by a cougar twice. We got chased off by a pack of wolves back to Blackwater. We passed through and survived the tree monster in Tall Trees. You know what's actually kind of fascinating? Is that completely out of character, I have to decide if I'm the only person who's been attacked by the tree monster in Tall Trees, or if there actually is cryptids and lore in this server that I'm just running into. Like, maybe the tree monster is a thing, and I ran into the tree monster in Tall Trees, and everyone else is gonna be like, ah, that's the tree monster in Tall Trees. You sure ran it. That sounds exactly like last time I went through that area. I don't know why, I just felt so on edge in that place. We found a cart full of dead things and blood everywhere. It wasn't doing a good case for convincing me it was a safe place to be. And the trees had, the wind had footsteps, I swear, on my life. I just want to be clear, I did read the chapter in the rulebook on supernatural activity. You're not allowed to actually do anything supernatural, but you can sure as hell believe it. And honestly, out of, like, completely looking at it mechanically, I'm 50-50 whether someone's coded in the tree monster in Tall Trees. Because I don't...
That much game is barely worth cooking.
I haven't got anything on me. So... I don't want to know the answer. As far as I'm concerned, Claudette's about 80% convinced something's in Tall Trees. I'm about 50% something's been coded into Tall Trees. And look, we're just gonna play that out. I ain't want no spoilers or anything to ruin that part of the story. Part of my fun too as a player is that I have no idea. Fresh off a boat, I pass through tall trees, and for the first time in nearly 100 hours in this game, I hear things I've never heard in this game. I see pools of blood around tall trees, carts abandoned, and you're just telling me the wind has legs and feet and makes... I'm just saying. If I find out a week from now that tall trees has some reputation around it, and you don't go in tall trees, I'm not gonna be surprised. That place was just uncanny valley the whole time I was near it. So, in character, if you hear me talking about the wind monster and tall trees, I'm not crazy, I promise. I've got a VOD to prove it. Hello, Cloud. Good lord. That's the thing too, even with the VOD, I don't know if anyone else heard those footprints, because it was like I could track the wind through the trees. And it sounded so close. I've never felt wind sound that close before. Normally wind is just like a whoosh, and it's, you know, it goes whoosh, generic ambient whoosh noise. But this was like directional. Like, as I turned the camera, I could track the wind through the trees. That felt bad. That was bad vibes. I don't like tall trees. Come on, horse. Keep going. He's slow. We can go. Thieves Landing, McFarlane's Ranch. There's only 2 sides there, and neither of them's a Blackwater. Right? Just a coyote. I think I'm gonna taper down though. We've been on a bit of an adventure, all things considered. We're gonna see if we can find our way back to Blackwater. And we'll call it a very safe distance away from the courthouse, but we will call it. And this is heading north to Strawberry. Pretty sure that is tall trees over there. Why are we stuttering so bad? Come on, game. He waved at me! Look, if there's a mechanic I miss from base game, it's lock on tab 1 to wave. That was such a smooth, buttery flow of buttons. Lock on tab 1, and then you wave at people, even though the wave animation is awkward in base game. Wait, isn't there a slash wave? Oh, I think there is. Hang on. So if I... Oh, I think that's the same animation. But I gotta think about dinner soon. Have to actually go be responsible. Claudette's been on her fair share of adventures, whether or not we feel like we accomplished much today. She's definitely seen more than I think she was expecting to already. I just wasn't expected to burn so quickly. I was hoping that the getting in over your head part would happen like a week in from now. You know, like you get settled, you go around, you look for your lost family members, you go to Armadillo. And then a week from now we get robbed. Not like held hostage by cougars and packs of wolves day 1. A bit much. Wait, hang on. Isn't that the bridge that's out? That's the bridge that's out. We have poles here. These poles follow the railway, don't they? Oh, still got my knife equipped. Water, mounds that need a post. What's that way? Eve's Landing, likely. Off we go. Everyone's commenting on the rat in my pocket. I don't like it. I need to get rid of it. I may end up turning some of the textures back down. Hang on, are we still on ultra or high textures? Because I could absolutely turn down. Textures on high are gorgeous. I don't need them on ultra. Okay, I've said that out loud, knowing I'm about to close OBS. And I know how good this game runs when OBS is closed. I'm keeping them on ultra. Fight me. I want to see it one more time before I change them back down. I just want one more go at ultra. It's a blacksmith. What is he blacksmithing? Hey, there's an NPC with my note is. Let's go find out if they have a note. But we stayed overnight in Armadillo. Actually survived the trip home without too many hassles. Press down. Animal researcher. Collections. It is an NPC thing. I don't have any collection. What did I shoot? Cougar. So what do I need to do here? Sell a collection? At least I found her.
Hola, señorita. En fin. Uy, qué tarde.
I know the doctor's office is just up there, but I think I am gonna park myself right here. At least, well, the horse doesn't matter where I park it, does it? I am going to go log out in the alleyway immediately next to the doctor's office. I hope the alleyway next to the doctor's office is far away enough from the courthouse that I don't crash next time I load up.
Hello there.
And it's out of the way enough that I will be safe. Obscured. Oh, this back door actually is here. Is this that alleyway that leads all the way to the sheriff's office? Maybe if I log out in the doctor's office and I fall through the terrain, I pop out into the main road. So it's not the worst case scenario just to pick. Let's go in here. Right. But that is gonna be the end of Claire. I've called her Claire more than once today. It's Claudette. I don't know. She definitely isn't a Claire. But also, up close, she's a little less of a Claudette than she looked in the character creator too. Either way. I think I have Pardon me. I think I have extended my energy for today. It's been lovely meeting everyone, though. I will have to get to know everyone a little better, perhaps, next time I'm on. Because today was more of like a panic reply session. You said something, think of something quick, reply, be smart, act natural. Good lord, it's like being back in school. Not me hiding in the library thinking I gotta act natural when people walk in. Either way, it has been a blast. I've had a really, really fun time getting to meet the people I did, getting to talk and chat. I don't think I did too bad. For someone that's not much short of panicking when I'm asked the question, thinking on the spot, it's nice that I feel like I might have been able to pull it off. I think I got a convincing sentence out or two. Oh, I forget. I can't use my Steam overlay because control is crouch. I don't know if I can rebind that. So... Let's... That's a good place to log in. Do we have anyone else on Red Rock online at the moment? I wish I would stop being tabbed back in. Please stop stealing my cursor. Is there anyone else on Red Rock who's online at the moment? Absolutely pass everyone along to them. It's been a blast. I know I've sort of been in my own little world, motivating myself in my own little universe, but it has sort of... There's a little bit of me trying to keep out of everyone else's way. Not just in part because of all the performance issues and mechanical problems I was having early on. It's nice to sort of be able to keep to myself. I'm still going to have to find out where I want to draw the line between mechanical reaction of video game happening and whether or not Claudette should be able to realistically fight off 3 Cougars. I think the answer is realistically no. But if you're at full health, you survive a Cougar attack. So... while Well, solo would definitely because there's like a fine line. If I just leave myself crippled on the floor and no one is able to or nearby to help me, then my roleplay, then yeah, that roleplay becomes lie and cry. Lie on floor, cry, wait till someone happenstantially runs into me accidentally, beg for help, and hope they want to help. It's one of those things where sometimes it's just, I won't say easier, but sometimes it's better just to sort of hand wave the details when there isn't someone nearby that you can play off of. Because yeah, if someone's nearby that you can play off of, then you could full on... Well, no, because I have to remember too. This is where all those fine lines start disappearing to me and I can't read them properly because on one hand, Claudette shouldn't be able to fight off 7 cougars in a row flawlessly. On the other hand, mechanically I know she can. I press a button and it fights the cougar off, and if they don't lunge a second time, I'm okay. So the follow-up to that being the result is that I should then probably start playing into the injuries a lot more. But I have to imagine if I say something silly like Claudette can't fight off 4 cougars in a row without severe injury, so if I let the 5th one take me down, does that count as like not... What's the rule? Not the no value of life? It's like, mechanically, yeah, I could have fought my way out of that. No value of life would be walking into it blindly, wouldn't it? Not inferring that I don't know. That's like a weird question where I feel it's up to the... It's gotta be up to the situation specifically. And again, I feel like it does come down to whether or not anyone's there with me or not. Because when you've got someone to bounce off of with things like that, it's much harder to... It's much easier, rather. Much more rewarding, too. To play into the character's incapability of dealing with a situation. Whereas if I'm solo... I'm getting through this logic in my head because I apologize if you've... I'm new, so anyone who isn't new is probably got no idea what I'm talking about. I'm really waffling. Or maybe you've been through all that before and you've got your own rules that you set in place for character survivability in a realistic standard. I feel like the first one was lucky, the second one was also lucky. Cougar attacks, that is. But it's a strong mix of luck, and also I knew what to do mechanically to survive. So... I'll wiggle my way around that later. We've got Pascal Poppy, live for 3. Oh, this is past videos. Hang on. Can I do Red Dead Redemption 2? And then filter? Is there a text filter? I can search tags. I can't search titles? Apparently not. I can control F titles. We're gonna find someone else to raid out to then if no one's on raid. Uh-oh. Please log into TeamSpeak. I'm being kicked from the server. I suppose tabbing out for so long, you're expected to probably be kicked from the server in some degree, aren't you? I've still got it open, promise. I can't see anyone doing Red Rock RP at the moment. I seem to have stayed on a bit late. The Warbler's back with Diablo 4. Gain Gideon is playing Demonologist. Tiffany is playing Stardew Valley. Since we've been kicked, I am just going to flip that. Since we've been kicked, back to my private lobby in a bit. Oh, my audio is broken, isn't it? Warbler's been going for just shy of 3 hours, so we're gonna send you over to Warbler. Laura's a lovely friend of mine. I've known her for quite a while, and she has streamed Core of Valheim in the past, but at the moment she's switching out and branching and trying different games. She's currently playing Diablo 4, but she's also got some time on Disney Speedstars, and I think she played a little bit of Dreamlight Valley. I saw her previously playing Kingdom Hearts as well, but I don't remember how far she got. She has also mentioned and expressed interest in Red Dead, but that'll probably be story mode. But we're gonna go over and say hi. I want to really do thank everyone who's run into me today and everyone who's come in to say hi to me, because it's been stressful, but a mix of good stress and oh god, what have I done stress. I hope it hasn't been too awkward having me on board. For a first timer, I hope I'm not the worst. That's the bare minimum. I hope I'm not the worst. If there's ever a worst 10 people to join the server, make me number 11, please. Look, that would be fine. I'd be happy with the 11th worst if you make a top 10 list. I just don't want to be on the worst top 10. We're gonna go say hi to Warbler. I'm gonna go rest my voice because I'm running hoarse. My voice is losing me. And I'm going to go drink a lot of water and lie down. And then go make dinner later. If you do want the global emotes, Tony's got you with the global emotes. We have the fancy animated ones, or for 100 channel points you can redeem that gorgeous face there and take that emote with you for the next 24 hours anywhere on Twitch. And if you do end up redeeming that face, I've made a third option there for anyone wanting to take it. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you later.
Wading through a ruthless wasteland, stealing glimpses at the light. Whoever thought we'd be walking without you? You were the glue that kept us all so tight. Darkness wants to last forever. All that's good just seems to pass. The insight you had that you gave to us freely, you made our view grow brighter and clearer by passing through your glass. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. Your keen eyes for observation, peering out for duty's need. I had been blessed when they settled upon me. Flawed and foolish, it was all agreed. As time went on, we grew closer. Little secrets get revealed, and all together we could work magic. You helped me to understand the need. Your strength, our shield. And now that we are on our own, the rain has gotten wetter. All the clouds are more dark, but we will make these things better. One less soul who knows our secrets, another spirit roaming free. For sure I know we'll take heed of the whispers left in our ears like shadows.